Okay, so we're live. We were just talking about Brett's been out shooting all day, and you made videos. I take it, right?
I I did, but they kind of backfired on so the whole point of this video was to go. I had five pards with me, so we're
Yep.
gonna form a line. We're gonna fire volleys at
Yes.
300 yards, and then we're gonna do independent fire at 300 yards.
Hmm.
And I wanted to show in the video, look, we fired X number of rounds shooting volley on command, and this was our accuracy. And then we shot independent, taking time, taking your own aim, and then we scored a much more hits
Yeah.
independent fire. And it was the opposite. They hit more shooting the volleys. And I'm like, you guys hit more when someone yells fire at you and you jerk the trigger, and you miss when you have all the time in the world to aim.
So
And
wait a
and
second. They are you being serious?
I'm dead serious. So I don't even know if I want to make this video now
Well, no, you
because
have to. I mean, in my opinion, you have to because that would make sense though why volley fire existed until the First World War.
right, but it would be misleading to say that the anecdotal results of this hokey little test with basically
Sure.
reenactors going
Yeah.
out live firing bears any actual comparison to how it should have been. The independent individual fire, aimed deliberate individual fire should have been far more accurate than a group of guys in line holding their rifles out and then pulling the trigger when someone screams fire.
Well,
You
but
know,
also nobody's shooting back. So that's a factor in the experiment that you really can't replicate, which is good.
right?
But
Well,
so
yeah,
there isn't that amount of
I
stress either.
tried to do that, but then the Pennsylvania State Game Lands Police had a big meltdown. So I'm like, fine, if you don't support realism in videos, then okay. So we can't have anyone shooting back now.
Use airsoft.
Yeah.
That's not. I mean, you know what I mean, Jake. Like it's not.
Yeah, I know.
It's
No,
even
no,
like
no
paintballs
one's.
wouldn't even be the equivalent. But like so, I
Yeah.
mean that. So okay. So what I think from that, my opinion, just not knowing a fucking thing, is that if people are more, they feel more organized and they're on the same page, while they're not being shot at themselves. That's why it probably makes more sense if they go,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm part of something, and then okay, bam, we got five guys, boom.
And it
Because
might have
yeah,
also taken some of the, like, when you have to stand there and aim and pick your own target, there's a bit of pressure, especially when there's a
yeah,
camera rolling and you don't want to be embarrassed. And then there's pressure and stress. But in the volley, you don't have any time to be pressured and stressed. You just have to, your gun's kind of pointing in the general. You're trying to aim. But let me tell you, a silhouette target at 300 yards, standing
tiny.
offhand,
Yeah.
is like your front sight post covers the whole target. It's
Well,
tiny, and you're trying
kind
to.
of think of it this way. This just popped into my head. It might be a fucking harebrained idea, but there's a reason I think they were firing squads and not firing people like executioners. It's easier to pull a trigger and it's more effective if you've got a
Right.
bunch of people there because nobody knows if you hit or missed, right?
I always thought it was because you could safely say that you never killed him because you don't know which bullet
And I don't
killed him.
know. Like,
If
I
you know
mean,
what I
there's
mean.
so many theories on that, but it just popped into my head randomly. I mean, I'm not saying that that's a fact, but I mean, there's something about people being organized and being like drilling ceremony in general, right? Okay. Throughout the ages, even when I was in, even when you were in, even when Jake was in, even when Manners was in, like there's something to that organization when you're all like on the same fucking page.
Yeah.
Individual stuff, it's like you have to be the judge, but you're used to following orders constantly as a private or, enlisted man, that maybe it makes it just easier. Like, oh, I was following orders versus, uh, uh, fire at will. And then you have to make go, oh, this guy, bam. Oh, if I miss, fuck. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
And the volley has an impact too. So we had cameras. We started today with 2 cameras downrange, actually out at the target. We ended up with 1. Yeah, of all the, it's a little GoPro sized camera. It's about an inch and a half long and about an
Sure.
inch and a half tall. And someone hit it.
Yeah, it's gonna happen, man. It's gonna
Yeah,
happen.
it's
Yep.
I'm trying to do the odds.
Did you get the data off of it?
No, it destroyed the chip. The
Oh,
battery's
Oh,
fuck.
okay. The
that would be
rechargeable
cool to.
battery's okay, but yeah, it killed the chip.
That sucks.
So unfortunately, we don't have that anymore. That's a
Vo-
one. I tried to imagine how many square inches is in this area. It's 1 in 10,000, if not more. It's absolutely insane. But the other camera that I put out there, when we're firing individually, you can hear the bullets come in. You go, shoo, and then they hit the ground and the dirt flies up. But when the volley fire hits and all the bullets impact at the same time, that really does have, and something we don't think about, a lot of the bullets will hit low.
Yeah, we were talking
And
about this the other night. Yeah.
if you're a line advancing or even just standing there, you are being, the bullets that hit low, even if it hits 20 feet in front of you or more, perhaps, it is spraying gravel and rocks and dirt. Uh, and to have that all happen all at once from receiving a volley is far more impactful psychologically than standing there taking individual fire, because then there's one over here, there's one over there. It's much less unnerving, just the sound of all those shots coming at once. So I can definitely understand why the 19th century militaries hung on to the volley, just because of that shock impact it gives.
Right.
It's hard to
Exactly.
describe, like 50 bullets coming in all at once.
Well, they tried that
volley.
in the First World War at the beginning, as you know, and it's like they were 1,000 yards away instead of 200 yards away, and so it's like, yeah, there's rounds going because people aren't, they're using their volley sights, which the British still had on their
Yeah.
SMLEs in 1914, and they'd just be, arcing it, boom, the same concept, but at 1,000 yards instead of, closer. And then
I think it's
they
like a
were like,
poor
well,
man's machine gun.
there you go. And they're like, well, we have machine guns. Like, what the hell
Right.
is the point? Let's do
Yeah.
some plunging fire with the machine guns.
Well, when they adopted those sites, the machine gun was still
Very new.
just coming in. Like Maxim was what, 1888, I think.
It might have been 85. Well, yeah,
Something,
1880s. Yes. Yep.
yeah, really new. And then they're really heavy. They put them on these. They treat them almost like artillery pieces.
Well, they
And
were.
then
They
you
were
put,
like, yeah, yeah,
yeah, you put volley sights on a rifle, and now you have that same. You have the beaten area, this cone of fire.
yep.
It's machine gun theory, just with a whole bunch of guys and a bolt action rifle. You're just flooding the area where the enemy is at, trying to suppress.
Well, especially with the smelly. Like, you got 10
Yeah.
rounds in the magazine. You can either do the magazine cutoff and load individually, or manners.
I
I'm
would
sorry.
be
Like,
the
we're history
officer
geeks,
that
big time.
always used the magazine cutoff.
Yes, unless you're
I would
engaged in very close
I
quarters. Yeah.
would, no one would ever use the magazine, ever,
Right, unless you're engaged, like the French too, with my
if I was
label.
in charge.
Right. Well, with the label, like that, the policy was for the most part for the French and the
Yeah,
British and most European militaries that had a magazine cutoff, including the
yeah.
U.S. Um, that unless they're like starting to overrun you and like attacking you, it's single shot, load it, and there you
Here's a
go.
controversial thing: magazine cutoffs. I, having read, the more I research, the more I become less contemptuous of the people who lived back then and more understanding of their point of view, because we sit here in 2025
Yep,
where we
yep,
have
yep.
the internet and we're like, why do they have magazine cutoffs? That's so stupid. Why didn't they know this? And it was a lot harder to bring a bunch of ammo to someone in 1904 than it was today. And the concern for of soldiers shooting all their ammo off was very, very real, because it's easy now. We've built into our logistical assumption that ammo consumption is going to be very, very high intensity conflict. So we have this robust logistical tail that they didn't have. So the fear of running out of ammo was very, very acute for real reasons, not just the old fogey generals. And the older I get, the more I research and read actually what they're saying and the actual accounts. It makes so much more sense that they weren't just stubbornly digging their heels and like, we're gonna put this magazine cut off because we're old fashioned. It was a real concern about
Yes. Yep. Yep.
soldiers blazing away, and oh crap, we're 60 miles down the road from our supply wagon and we just shot all our rounds
All of
off.
our shit. Yeah. We shot our load. Yeah. And
Yeah, the Prussians learned this in 1866. So they fought Austria in 1866. Of course, the Austrians had a muzzle loader and they very conveniently fixed bayonets and charged into the Prussians, and the Prussians shot them down in droves. But they so many Prussian units ran out of ammunition in 1866 that the Prussians doubled down even more on fire discipline. They're like, because they knew when we go and fight the French, we can't have this expenditure. We have to crank down our fire discipline even more. Uh, it's I find this stuff fascinating.
yeah, and here's the thing: is it does apply to modern day too. So we'll apply it to, because okay, you give Manners. What was your guys' standard load for 30 rounders?
120. So we had 120 rounds per as your basic load.
You had 4 mags.
4 mags. Yeah.
That's it.
Ours was
Yeah.
210. We had 7 mags or a standard load.
120. 4 mags.
Still
Minimum
at
was
7.
what the fuck? So you guys only had 4 mags?
2 grenades, 2 smoke.
I did
say
not
that's
know
my-
that.
That's my basic load. Because I
No,
always
but like
remember.
that, yeah.
So
yeah.
I can't remember what an infantier had. My basic load was that because my weapon was the radio. I always
Oh, you were
remember
an RTO?
we got in a firefight and then so
Oh, wait, you
he-
were a fister. You were a fister.
and,
Okay.
yeah, and I remember the
Okay,
commander
yeah.
going, shoot you round. So I emptied my magazine and he said, pick up the fucking radio.
Yeah, but
So-
still, like, even like fisters that I knew, like, they carried a minimum of 7
Nah,
mags.
Nah,
Huh.
120.
Second
Damn.
deployment, whenever we rolled out, I had a minimum of 12 mags on my person.
Yep. Yeah,
And then we had
yeah.
and then we had ammo cans upon ammo cans upon ammo cans full of them in the truck.
Yeah, so you could use the
we were
chargers.
short of ammo.
No, we didn't use chargers. We had loaded mags.
Oh, you just put mags in
We,
cans?
we just put loaded mags in
There you go.
SAW
Good.
and in 50 cal cans.
Yeah, dude, I can't believe that, man. There's like 4 mags, even for a fister. Like, you're out there, you're doing your thing.
But then we had 3 vehicles, and each one had each command had a Gympie.
Hey,
2 vehicles
let me
had 50
really
cal,
quickly
one had a
message someone.
DMG.
Let me message someone really quick. He was an American fister.
Yes.
Oh, Kyle.
Yeah.
Tell him to get his scraggly
Oh.
beard ass in here.
But no, so that I did not know that, because and also, like, so Kyle told me, and on the stream, like, as a fister, when he got out of or his basic training, basically, he had no formal combat training. It was just all about how to talk on the radio, how to do this. Your radio's your
no, we
weapon,
have
like
all
you
that.
just said.
You're an infantry soldier first, and then And then you
Oh,
add
that's
on
interesting because they don't. I didn't know that because that's what I thought. Go lay down, dude.
British training is your infantry and soldier first. I'm sure I'll message. Well, it won't be up. I'll message my mate because I mean my last 2 deployments I had an LMG and I had 800 rounds.
Like the
belt.
saw.
Yeah, but
The
yeah. So like your
mini me.
mini me or whatever.
Yeah,
So
the saw.
and I had 800, but
That's still 4 drums. And then, did you have an assistant gunner?
no.
You don't need an
AG.
AG. You don't need an AG for a.
No,
No.
I
Yeah,
had-
but here's the thing, Jake. Is like in our unit for a while, like they'd have guys that would like have saw drums on them.
Yeah.
So like if you needed one. So, but 800's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty standard. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
about what I would carry too.
I
800.
dismount 800, and I think I probably had another 1,000 in bags, but in the vehicle, ready to go.
Oh, okay.
What did
yeah,
you call? What did you call the vehicles? Say the right word.
What
You,
truck?
no, the snatch.
Oh no, that was Iraq. Snatch, the Land Rover Snatch. Yeah, that shit.
Those things were cool.
No, they're not. They're coffins on wheels.
Yeah, well, so were the Humvees we were using.
Yeah.
At least the snatches were fast.
Yeah. No, we enjoyed your Humvees. That's because the Humvees always set off the IEDs and stuff.
Oh, that's kind of.
We'll send the Americans in first to set off the IEDs. That way we can roll through.
You assumed it was the Americans because you gave a load of Humvees to the Afghan National Army and that, didn't you? So they were rolling there.
Yeah.
And the problem is our wheelwoods go down the normal cart tracks. They sit in theirs, and yours always set outside because you've got a wider wheelbase, and you set them off more.
Yeah, the Humvee is like, we've had this conversation before, but like the Humvee is one of the biggest hunks of shit that the U.S. military could have ever adopted. Like,
But they're military grade.
if I hear military grade, they're like military grade this. I'm like, oh, that's the lowest bidder, shittily made. Like, okay, steer clear.
Some guy in chat's like, Humvee is 0 to 60 in 6 seconds. Yeah, if it falls off a cliff.
Yeah, those motherfuckers, the 1115s that we were rolling,
51s.
1151s.
The 1151s.
I'm dyslexic, so my bad.
Yes.
So the 1151s that we were rolling, yeah, it's not 6 seconds to 60. It's like 60 seconds to 60.
No, it's like 60 seconds to 40, and then it's another 2 minutes to 60.
And this fucking thing is just.
You get an 1151 up to 60.
We had them
That's
running
like
up to
an
70 in
Atlas
Iraq.
5 rocket going to the moon.
Yeah.
We-
Those guys, because they had MRAPs and they also had 1151s, and
so I don't know how many times, because I drove a force protection Cougar. It was beautiful fucking truck. If I could own any GWAT era military vehicle, it would be a 6-wheel drive Cougar.
the Cougars were nice, dude. Those were cool.
Those were fucking sweet rides. The only thing that sucked about the Cougar was for the driver. You were comfortable, like every part of you was comfortable except for your left leg below the knee, because there was nowhere to put your left leg below the knee, because that's where the slope of the hull was.
Dude, if you're over 6 feet and you're driving one of those things, even the guys were like 5'10", right? Military vehicles, when you're driving them, fucking suck. They're awful. Like, I never had a pleasant experience driving military vehicles because I'm just sitting there with my knees are up here, like this, and I'm like,
the Humvee sucked. I fucking hated driving the Humvees.
But especially the up armored, the fucking.
Anytime I was driving the Cougar and I had to follow a Humvee, which was all the time because the Humvees always fucking led for God knows what reason. It was like, okay, tell them to hurry up because I have to back off the throttle so I'm not running them over. And we're rolling down the Cougar will roll down the road at 70, 75 miles an hour, no problem. But the Humvees, they struggle just to get to 70.
Yep.
It's like it's like driving my semi now. It's like I don't want to slow down once I get there because it's going to take me 8 miles to get back up to 70.
I don't think I've ever taken an 1151 up to 70.
You can do it.
Just the crappy ones we had, they wouldn't make it.
No balls.
They'd make 70.
No balls.
Was that when you started bolting all this extra armor on you?
No, we had the stock armor packages on ours in Iraq.
Yeah.
I mean, the 1151s were up armored like a motherfucker from the factory, but we still had the stock armor packages on them.
But also, they didn't change the engine. That's the problem.
From the 1114 to the 1151, they did not. But from the 1025 to the 1114, they did.
Right. So you'd sit there and you'd fucking. I remember this because I got my driver's license, my military. I can operate this vehicle and this vehicle and this vehicle. And the test was we have to go out and drive a certain amount of miles, and I have to do this, I have to do that. And I was like feathering the gas pedal, and it was barely moving. And I think it was Sergeant Reed. Remember him? Was like, put the fucking pedal to the floor.
Yeah, and just hold it there.
And I'm like, is that going to be? He goes, put the fucking the pedal to the floor. So I just went, and it's just like I'm like, is this gonna blow the engine? He goes, who gives a fuck? We got Motor T for that. He goes, we don't care. And I'm like, okay, well, fine. And so I was just sitting there driving this thing, and I'm like, we're only at 40 miles an hour. And he's like, yeah. And we get up to 50, and I'm like, I'm trying to steer a little bit, on this gravel road in Florida. And I'm like, oh man, this thing sucks. This thing's a pile of shit.
And then what? Okay, think back to the first time you ever drove a Humvee. What did you do when the cooling fan kicked on?
I thought the thing was dead. I thought it was fucked, and I'm like, what did I do? And all of a sudden, and I let off the gas, and I was like, I looked at Sergeant Reed, and he's like, just fucking keep going. And I'm like, I don't know if it was Sergeant Reed. I don't know who it was, but it was an NCO, it was an E5. And he's just like, all right, take this turn. He goes, don't stop at the fucking intersection. And I'm like, and we took that turn, and I'm like, oh my God, this is one of the worst fucking vehicles I've ever fucking driven in my life.
Uh-huh.
This thing just sucks.
O'Reilly, we hate the Humvee because the Humvee's a pile of shit. That's why.
Yeah, it's and that's why I couldn't fit in it, so I'm sitting there, my knees are up here like this, like in a Jeep, basically.
Your knees are physically integrated with the dashboard.
Right, there you go.
You don't have to worry about impacting your knees on the dashboard in a crash because they're already inside the dashboard.
It's already fun. And I'm wearing my my IBA at that point. We had IBAs, and I'm wearing everything like that. I got my rifle sitting next to me in the fucking thing, or no, it was over here by the door. And I'm sitting there, and I'm just like, what? This thing? Because I was so excited because they're like, we're going to send you to vehicle qualification so you can get your license. And I was like, woo, I've never driven a Humvee before. Oh, this is so cool.
You know what really sucked was driving a Humvee for long periods of time in Iraq in the summertime because the exhaust pipe for the Humvee is literally right underneath that padding to the right of the driver.
Oh, yes.
There's the exhaust pipe is in between the driver and the transmission lever.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, it's under the doghouse, but it's right. It's literally hot. It's like 4 inches away from your leg on the other side of a piece of aluminum. And if you know anything about metallurgy, you'll know aluminum is one of the best conductors of heat and cold, but heat. So
yeah, I had to drive some Humvees when we were in Iraq, and luckily it was at night. Okay, most of the time, but dude, those things are such just hunks of shit.
Well, basically, what the Humvee is, it's a Chevy 3500 chassis, engine, transmission, transfer case, differentials. It's a Chevy 3500 chassis wedged into a box. And then when they upgraded it to the 1114, which was the first factory up armored, and then they upgraded it to the 1151 and the 1165s, which were the turtleback and the pickup variants.
Yeah.
All they did was change the engine from a GM 6.2 naturally aspirated diesel with that put out a whopping 150 crank horsepower to a GM 6.5 turbo diesel, which put out a mind-blowing 190 horsepower at the crank.
Yeah.
And then they went from a truck with a gross weight of 8,000 pounds in the 1025
to like 15.
to 13.5 in the 1151, and that was before we started putting combat gear in them,
right?
And weapons and bodies.
Yeah.
That was just the stripped chassis. That was just the curb weight was 13.5.
So it ends up being about 15 to 15 and a half.
Yeah, it ends up being at least 14. It ends up being at least 15,000 pounds once you actually get it up to combat weight. The engine, it's still a 190 horsepower engine.
Right, and that's the thing.
Is it automatic?
We fucking
they did upgrade it from a 3-speed to a 4-speed automatic.
Oh, okay.
We fucking I was a gib, so I was a guy in back, right? Most of the time when I first got into the unit. So I had my rifle sitting here, between my legs and shit, and I have my gear on and all that shit, and I'm just like, I can't fucking move.
Yeah, you're hunched in there.
I can't move. Even the smaller guys, they had a problem, but they could still at least, grab their rifle and swing the window open and fucking, shoot. I'm like, fuck. And so they're like, you're going to be a gunner now because you're good on the machine gun. And I was like, thank you. And so that was the best thing in the world, sitting on a fucking nylon strap on my ass, with 120 pounds of shit on. But it's like, oh, I get fresh air. I get to see everything.
And I can move.
Contained. I'm like, I can move. And I'm like, I'll take this shit. They're like, yeah, you're going to be the first one to die, though. I was like, I don't care. Like,
it's a Humvee. It's a Humvee.
Let's do
Being
it.
The first one to die will be a mercy.
Oh, man. Those fucking things suck so bad. And then the first time, I didn't get to roll in MRAPs much, if at all. But like
the Max Pros were piles of shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's fucking yeah.
It's basically a dump truck chassis that they slapped a an MRAP body on top of the existing frame rails. Like,
I mean,
that's why.
Here's the thing: is to be fair, I saw like that Striker. They had like what I called the graveyard of like vehicles that had been hit, and there was like blood in them and shit. It was just fucking nasty. But like, they had MRAPs that were hit versus the 1151s that were hit. The MRAPs, none of the shit penetrated.
No,
they got rocked. They had a bad fucking day. But like there was no blood on the glass and shit.
Lee, there's a question for you in chat. Do the Brits still use Land Rovers?
Yep.
Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Lee wasn't here when the question came in. Sorry. Anyway, there was no blood on the glass in the MRAPs.
No, that's the end of my little ditty right there.
Yeah. We had a Max Pro, and I've told this story before, but we had a Max Pro.
I'll be right back.
It was actually one of the Max Pro Pluses, so it had the dualies in the back, the dual tires in the back. Driving out of ECP4 at the VB at the Victory Base Complex, right at the north end of Baghdad International Airport, on the inside perimeter, we had a Max Pro Plus literally tip over, and the only thing keeping it from landing on its side was the T-wall, because the terrain was so rough in the lane. It literally it was driving along. It hit this dip in the outside of the lane, and it just tipped over and leaned up against a T-wall.
They're
just sitting.
Top heavy.
Yeah,
Anyways,
they're like 13 and a half, 14 feet tall.
Yeah, that's the Max Pros.
They're shit. They are absolute shit.
They were designed for a type of war, and we built so many of them, MRAPs, Max Pros, so many of
Well,
these things.
the Max
Designed
Pros were
for-
cheap.
Yeah, but it's for and like basically a vehicle to fight an insurgency with.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know, we're less interested in someone firing a penetrator round at us, and more interested in someone planting a bomb under the road. And you can't really. I don't even know if we're bothering to send them to Ukraine, because I would not want to be driving around in an MRAP.
No, what
in
they're no what
Ukraine.
I think they have.
I-
They've changed them to casualty evacuation vehicles, haven't they, or something?
what we need to do in this conversation, we need to differentiate between the different types of MRAPs, because the Max Pro, absolute pile of shit, and the government is unloading them onto local police and sheriff's departments as fast as they can because they were such crap vehicles. They were the reason why we bought so many of them in the military is because they were fucking cheap. They were an international dump truck chassis that they just slapped an armored body on top of the existing frame rails and made them four-wheel drive. But like the force protection Cougar that I drove an RG-33 once upon a midnight dreary. The RG-31s, those are all the force protection Bison, or the Buffalo. Those are all beautiful, beautiful vehicles. They're amazing to drive. They're comfortable to be in and fight the vehicle. Like, they're very well designed. I would take one anywhere. Obviously, they're not going to stand up to an anti-tank round.
Right.
But then again, an anti-tank round is designed to take out a tank. A Bradley won't stand up to an anti-tank round. But doesn't change the fact that I would much rather have any of the other MRAPs besides the Max Pro, because that pile of shit, oh my god, fucking death trap on top of it, on top of everything else. Because all the doors on the Max Pro are all pneumatically operated. So if it falls over, the pneumatics don't have enough power to open up the door when it's laying on its side.
Yeah, we
Yeah, I
only
remember
had
the.
1151s.
Oh,
I
go
never
ahead.
had to deal with them.
Count yourself fortunate. The 1151s and the 1165s were absolute shit trucks.
Yeah, they were just. I mean, anemic as shit. Like,
Yeah.
and just it's like, okay, well then just use an MRAP. How about that?
Yeah, it's like, let's get rid of all of these fucking Humvees and let's all roll for FP Cougars. FP
Yeah, the
Cougars and
Cougars.
RG-33s.
Yep, you guys. When you guys came up with the Cougars, I'm like, that's a fucking combat vehicle. That's fucking cool.
Oh yeah, the Cougar, it's actually wider than it is tall.
hmm
I mean, that's not counting the turret armor, but
But
if you
it's
just go
also
to the
not like a
top of it,
Humvee. It's actually like stable, and
yeah,
it's got the V hull, and that I think the really yeah, because I saw a bunch of MRAPs that got fucked up when I was like walking in
yep.
Striker. And even
None
the
of
Max Pros, when they got hit, like you could just tell, like this is so much better than 1151. This is so
yeah,
much better. Like,
yep.
oh god, and
Don't get me wrong. The Max Pro had good protection, but
yes,
the rest of the vehicle was just a pile of shit.
yeah.
Even the Caymans were better than the Max Pros.
Oh, those really like low profile things.
So do you remember the FMTVs, the cab over trucks that replaced the deuce and a halfs?
LMTVs.
The FMTV means family of modular tactical vehicle or whatever it is.
Yeah, but then they became the LMTV. But yeah.
The LMTV was the light modular tactical vehicle, but the whole
Oh, so you're talking
family
about
of
the up armored fuckers? Okay.
no,
Yeah.
the whole category of vehicle was called the FMTV.
Okay,
It
gotcha.
was the
Yeah.
family of
Yes. To answer your question,
anyway.
yes.
The Caymans were the FMTV MRAPs. They had the long fiberglass nose, but you could tell that it was an LMTV FMTV cab, and then
Yeah.
it had the crew compartment behind that.
I
Those
remember there was one that you mentioned hydraulic doors, right?
the Max Pro had pneumatic doors.
Sure. Was that the only one? Because I remember I almost got my hand stuck in one of those fuckers when you guys came.
The RG-33 had them too.
Yeah, because I think it was Penny. I was like, hey, I'm gonna grab this, you know, and he's like, get your fucking hand out of there, and I was like, okay, and he's like, those are pneumatic doors, and I was like, thank you for not allowing me to get my hand crushed and get sent to Germany and get sent home. But
okay, I'm gonna share this image real quick. Share screen. Sure. Don't need audio.
Yeah, because there were so many fucking models you guys were using, and
we didn't actually use these Caymans. This is the Cayman. We didn't actually use them.
I thought I could have sworn maybe it wasn't your unit, but like maybe it was some other guys that were dropping off deets and shit like that. Like, because I know I saw that fucking profile.
Yep. Yeah, they were everywhere, but we didn't run Caymans. There were Caymans in long storage right in one of the motor pools that we had near us off of pad 12, but we didn't actually get to play with any of them.
Yeah. No, they were at Cropper. I just don't know if it was you guys. Yeah. But I did see those. Yes,
is
the RG33.
That's the RG33.
Yep.
The one there was a couple of things that I actually preferred about the RG33 over the Cougar. They used the same engine and transmission, basically the same running gear, but the RG33 was bigger and heavier and a little bit slower than the Cougar. But one thing I liked about the RG33 was the turret position, because the turret, the driver TC gunner layout of the RG33 was identical to the Humvee. Where
but you have more space, if I remember correctly.
If you were sitting in either of the front seats, you could reach back and you could grab the gunner's legs.
Okay, yeah. Yep.
On the Cougar, I'll pull up the Cougar here real quick.
Sorry, manners. We're just like going on about a bunch of US shit. I do
want
to
talk about... see these drive by and go, what the fuck is that in my Land Rover?
We will actually know what this is because the Brits also operated the Cougar. They just didn't call it the Cougar.
I think the Cougar is like, yeah.
I can't remember.
That fucking, yeah.
The Cougar's yes. You went into in the bar late at night.
This thing.
I believe that's the one that I almost got my hand stuck in the fucking door.
No, not these. These are all manual doors. It was probably the RG33. The doors on the Cougar are all 100% manual. There's
those you guys rolled in a lot with those.
Oh yeah, this was the best truck we had by far. So the difference is that the Cougar, so in the back of this thing, there's 4 seats on each side facing inwards, and there's a center aisle that's about 18 inches wide,
and they're not attached to the fucking frame.
No, not directly. The seats in this are actually so. If you look at the angle of the hull here, inside of that there's actually a sheet metal stowage box that runs the entire length of the crew compartment behind the front seats, and there's bins underneath, and those are bolted to the hull, and the seats are bolted to those.
Yes.
The only thing connecting the person in the seat directly to the hull is the seat belts. Yes. And it's a 4-point seat, 4-point harness.
Those are the ones that I was actually in when we were doing when you guys were running guys from Buka up to Cropper.
Okay.
We would actually get in there with you and help you guys out so you guys could get some sleep.
Yeah.
Because you guys were fucking running 24-hour plus missions.
Yeah.
And we would get up in there, and I was like, this thing's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And you guys were like, yeah.
So the layout in, like I said, the RG33 had the gunner right behind the TC and the driver and in the center of the truck. You could reach back and you could grab him. The problem that we had with the Cougars was where the turret is located. So, like I said, there's 4 seats on each side that face inwards, and the gun platform that you actually had to raise up off of the floor was in between. If seats 1 and 2 are the forwardmost, the gun platform was in between seats 3 and 4.
Yep.
And then there was 5, 6, 7, 8 behind the gun platform.
Mm-hmm.
That was the problem, because we couldn't run these with the gun mounted and detainees in the back.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what you were saying when we were there. And
so like... So whenever we were running detainees in the back of these things, we had to dismount the gun and put it in one of the Humvees, and then the gunner of the Cougar had to sit in the seat right behind the driver to prevent the detainees from being able to get to the front of the truck if they decided to get squirrely. So a lot of the times when I was gunning on the Cougar, I got stuck sitting right behind the driver, like shoulder to shoulder with one of the stinkies, and like knee to knee with another stinky, and the rest, and they were just piled in the back.
Right.
Obviously, we had them in the seats and we had them buckled in, but I'm sitting there and I'm the only thing in between 7 detainees and the driver and TC up front who don't have the ability to turn around, and they're the only ones with live weapons in their vehicle.
You didn't have a rifle?
Not if I was in the back with the stinkies.
Right.
All I
gotcha.
had was a taser with no cartridge.
Gotcha. So stun drive, yeah.
Yep, drive stun was all I had was as an option. And it really sucked. This is one of the things that we hated about using the Cougar for transporting detainees, was because the Duke and Warlock system was right behind the TC in the back compartment. There's a bulkhead right behind the TC seat, right about where this handle is. There's a mesh bulkhead, like a fence bulkhead, and that's where the Duke and Warlock were. But the radios in ours were in this back corner. We had an entire stack in that back corner, big enough to have big enough to have 6 radios in it. And so I'm sitting in the seat right behind the driver. I can't get to the radios from where I'm at if I'm in there with 7 detainees, and the Duke and Warlock is straight across from me. Basically, it's like, if anything goes wrong, if these guys get froggy back here, I can't stop them. I can't stop them from fucking with our radios.
You're one dude. Yep.
Yeah, I can't stop them from fucking with the radios. I've got a taser that I can drive stun to stop them from getting to my TC and driver. That's
until
it.
they take it from you, and
I can't get out either, because my routes of exit, well, the emergency hatch is above the radio rack. I can't get to the gunner's hatch because that's 3 detainees away, and there's no fucking way that I'm getting up through the front of the cab either. So whenever we were transporting detainees in the back of these things, I was pretty well fucked if they got froggy.
Aren't they not zip tied and hooded?
They were absolutely zip tied and blindfolded.
But they also got out of that shit sometimes and pulled some shit.
Oh, I said ours never, but we literally lifted them from the compound and then dragged them to a helicopter or something.
Do you hey Manners, do you have any pictures that you'd be willing to share, like on stream, of your deployments?
Yeah, I've got some on. I think I've posted some on your
Because
Discord.
people need to fucking know that was a coalition thing. Wasn't just Americans there. There were Brits, there were Aussies. There were Aussies. Aussies are cooler than Brits, by the way. No offense. Well, actually, yes.
They're just Brits.
Aussies are just more retarded, like us. They're not as refined as the British men.
I've never been called refined.
But
well, you have no hope of getting into the aristocracy then.
Good.
You don't want your grandchildren to end up with a Habsburg nose
and web feet and whatever else they've got. Ugh. No,
if you want to share pics, you definitely so you go into StreamYard and then you just hit present
at the bottom center.
Make sure it's a private window and like it's just pictures if you want to, because you did like 2 or 3 deployments, right?
Well, it depends. So 2 deployments to Iraq, 3 to Afghan.
So you did 5. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I think their deployments were a lot shorter than ours.
Yeah, ours is 9 months. Well, 6 to 9 months.
Yeah, ours was 9 to 12.
A lot more civilized.
a lot more civilized. Yes. Look at my mustache.
My thigh tickler. I don't know why it's called.
No, it was fucking cool because like the Brits were still when we were there in 09, when Jake and I were there in 09, they were still wearing DPM with Mark 6s, you know, the helmets and shit. The iconic like, you know, British GWAT look. It's fantastic. And the Brits, like here's the thing is all the coalition guys got along, but we gave each other shit.
Yeah. I remember because I was in Basil Palace and one of your and the American signed you left one of your ISO containers and we had a look and it was just full of Gatorade. And then, you know, before we went back to the patrol base, we two of the guys couldn't be top cover anymore because if they stood there, their knees would be out the top because it was that full of Gatorade in the back. Empty
Good.
Half your eyes.
I'm glad you fucking grabbed Gatorade. Yes.
Night, Nick. I love you.
Yeah, it was good. You know.
I mean, yeah, that's just fucking insane. Like, but also DPM, Desert DPM works a lot better than fucking UCP did. Our pattern that we were wearing.
Is that your grey shit? That I'd
Yeah.
I understand why you guys were grey.
I'm still pissed off at my mother because I had a full set of British DPM that fit me. I traded one of my uniforms for it on my first deployment.
I can get you fucking Desert DPM for nothing. Don't worry about it.
But it's not the same.
It's not the same. I know. I get it.
I traded with a Lance Corporal for it.
Can't remember what. No, I say.
One strike.
Like if we went to like the green zone, we would then would mix it so we'd wear the Desert DPM and maybe my green DPM as well, like a green DPM jacket or something. You know, just to mix and match to to camouflage to your environment. And then we saw and go, "Where's the grey guy? Where's the Americans?"
Well,
it's the
kind of a funny story, manners. You'll like this. So at that time, we had first gotten to Iraq, like so it's like May of 2009. There were like some Romanian troops, right, who were there, and they got uniforms from you guys, and so they're wearing Desert DPM, right? And they had like their patches on and all that shit. And we're working at this prison, and we're working at the front gate. And my buddy, who was like a walking hard-on, right? This guy was just a fucking whore. Is sitting there at the gate, like with a Garrett wand, you know, the fucking metal detector thing. And he's like searching people that are going into the we call it the TIF, right? So the TIF means the prison, like
Theater Internment Facility.
Yes. And so
love an acronym. It's always good.
It's always good. Very uncommon in the military. So he's sitting there searching guys, you know, blah blah blah. All right, you're good. And these two Romanian, there's a dude and a chick, right? And this chick has had her uniform tailored to show off what she's got going on, right?
Is she a 10 or a tour 10? Does that come across to you, Young?
Desert goggles 10 or a real 10?
No, she is a back in the civilian world 10, right?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Nice.
This Romanian chick.
Rare breed.
And then she goes up to him, my buddy, you know, and she goes, This is Oris, by the way. Jake. And she goes, all right, you can search me now. And he goes, I can't do that, ma'am. Like, you know, we have to have a female to search you. So we're going to call for one and everything. And she goes, and she's like just messing with him for like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Like, but you can search me. You're an American soldier, you know, in like her Romanian accent and all that shit. And he's just sitting there. He's being professional. But I could tell I'm like, oh, he's hurting right now. Because I'm like, this chick is a 10, right? And then she keeps like egging him on. She goes, and then she goes, does the chest thing, like with her one finger on his chest, and goes, I know you want to search me with your wand. And my buddy looks at me, so I'll do it because I was at the side of him, like I was like 10 feet away from the side. He just goes, like the look of like just like, oh my god, dude. And anyway, we got a female, and they searched her and everything, and she was fine. But like, oh man, that was hilarious. But I remember they were wearing British DPM because they had gotten a bunch of shit from them, and I know you went to search with you. Oh, she was fucking fine. Let me tell you.
So I remember one time on my first deployment, we had 2 towers that looked over our main ECP, and one of them was literally right smack dab in the center. This was first deployment on Navistar, and we had one day I was in Tower 3 for whatever reason. That was the 240 tower that looked straight down the ECP, and it was literally right in between the inbound and outbound lanes. And this one day I'm in the tower, and a Czech unit came on base to use the chow hall for lunch, and they rolled in with their version of the Strike or whatever it is, the 8-wheel APC, and laying out on the top of their, I'm just going to call it a Striker because I don't know what it really is. Laying out on the top of their Striker are 2 Czech female soldiers wearing camouflage pants and boots and camouflage bikini tops, and they're just kicked back on the top of their Striker getting
Oof.
sun.
Oof.
And like you and of course I'm 15 feet up in the air looking right down at them.
I'm sure
They
you
knew what
watched
they
your
were.
arcs that day, weren't you?
They knew what they were doing, and
fuck yeah.
I was 20 years old.
Yep. Just young, dumb, and full of cum, and like
Yep.
you just like,
and I got to just so hot, want to touch the hiney. Going full Billy Madison up there.
yeah,
It's too warm for you here, Mr. Penguin.
dude. It was funny, like, because like most military chicks, it's kind of like in the real world. It's like, no, I'm gonna pass. Hard
Unless
pass.
they're European.
Well, there was like 3 or 4 American chicks where I was like, yeah, even back in the real world, yeah. But that was
not
out
many.
of the hundreds that I've seen,
Not
like,
many.
And I'm
No,
sure they
and-
looked at you and went, back in the real world.
Okay,
Ooh.
so it was the Pandur 2, the Steyr Pandur 2.
Oh, okay. So made by Steyr in Switzerland.
Yeah.
Lovely. But yeah, I mean, so the whole like deployment like 8 is like a real world 4. That is very true for everyone watching.
Yes.
You do
desert
get
goggles.
desperate.
Desert goggles are a thing.
You do get desperate. It does happen, and I never partook in that activity because I saw it creating so much fucking drama in our unit. Like, I was like, oh shit. Okay, I'm not doing that. And I had a girlfriend back home who was also fucking other dudes, which was very fun. But like, that's a great thing.
You ever think, did you have like a pig board?
A what?
A pig board.
A pig board?
Yeah, so if you found out your girlfriend was cheating on you, any lewd nice photos or any like photos that she would send of you, her tits or anything like that, go on the pig board, which is like in the middle of the barracks room.
Oh, we never had that, but like it was funny because she told me basically, long story short, she's like talking to me, and I was like, and she's like, well, I kissed him, but it wasn't anything serious. And then I went to my team leader. I'm like, she said, I'm 18 years old. I'm a kid. I'm a child, right? And so I go up and I'm like, she said she just kissed him. And he goes, oh no, he fucked her. And Stokeland, right?
Yep.
And he goes, no, he fucked her. They fucked. There's no kissing involved with that. Like, you're getting cheated on. And I stayed with this fucking chick because my self-esteem was like fucking not good at that point. Oh no, it was bad. I'm just like, oh no, don't say that. Don't say that. Oh God, no. She wouldn't do that. Well, she definitely was fucking.
Can you imagine what Zimmy's reaction would have been if there would have been a pig board on Cropper?
Well, I think with the NCO core that mattered, I don't think he would ever found out about it.
Oh, fuck yeah, he would have found out about it because he would have just decided to wander through one day.
Well, he did. Oh my god, that fucking. I just posted this on like a random Facebook post today because they were talking about like it was like a meme of like the first sergeant coming in for a random room inspection. Zimmy did room inspections in Iraq, and I'm like,
Yeah,
what the
of course
fuck?
he did. Of course he did.
Like what? I'm like, so I oh god, I'll tell you this story really quick. And Manners, I'm sorry, man. Like I really want to talk about more British stuff, and I want you to, if you can, show pictures, and you want to, but like, so Zimmy, our fucking first sergeant, right? Which is I don't know what's the equivalent in the British military. It's like your highest company level NCO.
Be sergeant major. As in what? So
Yeah, because
senior
our
NCO,
sergeant majors
NCO.
are like battalion levels. So I'm just trying to figure out like what the
I
equivalent
don't know
would be.
because you have a weird like breakdown of
Yeah.
So
different levels of
Yeah.
sergeants and stuff.
so
yeah.
your, if I remember correctly, your team leaders are lance corporals,
Mhm.
corporals are squad leaders, sergeants are platoon leaders. So what would be above a sergeant? The next rank above a sergeant?
Colour sergeant
Color sergeant would probably be first sergeant equivalent.
or staff sergeant. They're
So,
the same
yeah.
rank but different.
Whatever. So it's we have 9 enlisted ranks. He's an E8, and he's in charge of a
Yeah.
company. He's the highest enlisted guy in our company. Okay. So this motherfucker, we're in fucking Iraq, and I'm working 20 to 22 hour days, right? Barely making it, right? So I just go to sleep after I do PT and all that shit, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I get to sleep, and I'm like, oh, thank God. It's like 5 in the morning, 7 in the morning. The door pops open. The lights come on, like basic training. And he goes, there's a sock on the floor there. This room stinks. And I'm like, okay. He goes, stand at parade rest. For fuck's sake. So I stand up, you know. He goes, your room is in, you know, unsat condition, blah, blah, blah. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to clean this thing. If I come back here tomorrow and it's this shitty, like, you know, we're going to have problems. And I'm like, dude, I just worked fucking almost 36 hours straight. And you're doing this.
No,
You know, and it's like
he would have woke up with a pistol in his mouth. Said, "Fucking go
great,
fuck yourself."
Yeah. The guy was a fucking asshole. So that's how
Total
you know,
pile
it's
of
like,
shit.
and it's like that's like basic training kind of activity, not when we're fucking on a combat deployment. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And so yeah, that's the kind of shit that Jake knows the guy who I'm talking about. And
Piece of fuck. That's
he
what
does, is he just bored?
he wasn't. He
have
was
your
power
op
hungry.
tempo, so don't you have like guys coming off night shifts, guys going on day shifts? You know what I mean? So different people on different
right. My
meeting
roommates, one worked on
schedules
like
and all
a
that stuff.
weird shift that was kind of like ended around my time, but like whatever. The one guy was on day shift, and like we were just doing things, and we were always fucking just exhausted, tired, right? And this fucking fat piece of shit who worked maybe quote unquote worked maybe like 4 or 5 hours a day, and then he went to Burger King and then went to the gym and said, "Oh, I worked out, so I burned off all the calories." I'm like, you don't understand calories because you said 1,000, 1,200 calories, and you just burned fucking 300. You're getting fatter. You're a fucking idiot. But yeah, it's like he came in a couple times and did that. And the second time I almost went to Leavenworth because I was like,
No.
I'm gonna fucking hit you.
He just sounds like he's a guy he just thinks it's camp. So no, because we have guys where we come off a desert patrol and stuff, and we've got long hair and beards and that, and I think within 30 seconds of being in Camp Bastion, it's go get a haircut, shave.
Oh, that was him. Yes,
People
exactly.
tying you off, and you're like, nah, I'm gonna sort my weapon out. My vehicle needs sorting out, and then maybe I'm gonna have a shower. And then there's a massive queue for some internet that I might want to jump on and speak to the wife for a bit.
one of the three things that are going to happen before I shave are going to be
We never got shaved though, because my last tour we was always with the A&A, and you had to have a beard, so you just do beards.
Oh yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, the three things that happen after you get back from any mission outside the wire, before any shaving is considered, are weapon is going to be clean, truck is going to be clean and sorted out for the next mission, and food is going to happen. Those three things are going to happen. Those three things will happen before shaving. Guaranteed. Yes. And sometimes even weapons take secondary priority to the food, because sometimes you get back at 1835 and the chow hall's only open until 1700 or 1900. So you got like 25 minutes to get across to get the trucks locked up and get across to the chow hall.
And you send your officer across to speak to the chef.
Nope.
Keep it open for a bit longer, man.
Nope. Didn't happen.
Oh,
because there was no chef in our chow halls.
No,
it was just TCNs.
Yep. TCNs. Well, I think, and yeah, it's insane, and like
we have that saying. Yeah, you must have it in the US where we say the hardest course in the military is the chef's course, because no one's passed it yet.
No, we don't have that saying. We don't have that saying.
You know that saying.
We're going to now.
That's brilliant. Yeah.
No, Brett's gonna introduce that the next time his battalion cooks have to cook food for everybody.
I don't think we have cooks.
Yeah.
You don't have cooks?
No, actually, they took all the cooks out from the companies and they made consolidated field feeding companies.
What?
Yep.
When did that happen?
It was in the process of happening when we were in.
Years ago, I think 3 or 4. So they pulled all the 92. Yep, all the company, at least in sustainment. I don't know in other components and in maneuver or where else, but in sustainment,
we didn't have any company cooks.
They took all the cooks out of the company, put them in. Now there's field feeding companies.
Yeah, we didn't have any company cooks. All of our cooks were HHC. They changed,
but they would drill with us, and
they changed that 2006 or 2007.
Right, but the Randy, okay, so
Randy Leffering, yeah.
Us. Yes. He deployed with us, and he was HHC technically, but he was still deployed with us to be our NCOIC of the cooks.
Yeah, basically what Mockler was on my first deployment for 127.
Except Randy wasn't a cunt.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, they were in the process. They were in the process of doing that when we were in, Mike.
Well, no, because I remember in 2011 when I was at AT, I think I told you this story before, Jake. Like when we were at AT, like we would do KP, they'd rotate us out from the field, and all that shit. And I went in, and there was cooks for the battalion. Oh, you might be right. Yeah.
Yeah, they were in the process of doing that because all the cooks drilled out of HHC.
Yeah, they're all battalion cooks. Jesus.
By the time you got in, we never had any cooks with us at the company level at company drills.
Yeah, I'm just realizing that now. Jesus. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And you know what the worst part is that so I got in 2002. So I got quite a few years of drilling before they started making these changes. Whenever we had our company level cooks actually cooking food for us in the armory's kitchen, we always had fantastic food and more than we could eat.
They're worth the weight in gold.
Oh fuck yes.
On your base, like
cooks are fucking awesome.
So absolutely. Annual training 2007. We're up on top of the ridge at Fort McCoy at one of the reflexive fire ranges, at one of the short 25-meter ranges, like up on top of the ridge on the west side of the impact zone.
Yeah,
and we're living in these big field tents, and we were up there for fuck, we were probably up there for 2 or 3 days at that range. And one of the days we were out there, they bring chow in from cantonment, from the chow hall in cantonment.
Yep.
They mermaid it in, and you know it's not going to be good when the cooks that come with the chow say, we found this, we don't know how good it's going to be, we apologize in advance if it's not.
It's a risk. It's a risk.
Yeah. And what it was this Italian, like semi-Italian sausage slices that were about this big around, and they were like phosphorescent.
Oofta.
And everything was hot because cantonment was only a 10-minute drive away. But
yeah, of course,
they dished it out, and everybody just started eating it, and like everybody got like 1 or 2 bites in, and we're just like,
no,
can I get an MRE instead? And
if you're asking for an MRE instead of field chow,
yeah,
that's not good.
Yeah, and the cooks had actually brought cases of MREs with us because they knew.
Oof.
Well, they weren't sure how good it was going to be, because they literally, they I don't know where they found this sausage, but it was not. They apologized. They apologized in advance before we even started eating, and then they apologized the rest of AT. Like every single day, they were like, "We are so sorry we sent that out to you."
They fucked up. And
well, they knew it wasn't good, but I think what it was is somebody higher than them said, we have to get rid of this.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
And we have to serve it because it's already been paid for. So yeah, that was a most unfortunate meal. But yeah, we all ended up all having MREs that night because it was better than what they brought.
Hey, Banners, what's the worst meal you ever got served in the field? I know I put you on spot because it's like hard to choose, right? It's hard
baked beans on toast.
I like beans.
British staple.
No, because I think the British rations are quite good. I think they're not bad.
I'm saying like field chow, you know what I mean?
British meal field chow. Well, we have things like range stew, which is just fucking horrible. It's just bits of. Well, I don't even know what meat it is. You don't when you're eating it. It's just.
Okay.
But it just comes in a tub and a big ladle. It just gets ladled in.
Mystery meat and gravy,
like spam,
and then just bread. I don't know. My last tour of Afghan, our chef could turn spam into miracle things. You're just like,
did it in World War II as well. Like you can do it.
And then it's heavily supplemented by goat. So go out and just
yeah, that's a little bit bitter. Yep.
Goat curry.
Goat and sheep do not agree with my stomach.
Nah, on our patrol base, we had an attachment of Gurkhas. The things they do to goat curry, and you just And in terms of shitty food, I think range stew, which is just an all-in.
Just like the scraps and what they all fucking have, or like you can get, and just throw it into a tub and cook it.
Yeah, and it comes with sliced bread.
Oh God, that's so fucking British. It's so poetic.
You'd think, we 3/4 of the world we had, and it was in search of spices. That's what it was.
You don't fucking use them.
Yeah.
It's a joke. Yeah,
we had Tabasco sauce for this.
No, okay. So speaking of Tabasco sauce, when they stopped putting that in MREs, US MREs,
that's a shame.
I was like, "What in the whole chicken fried fuck are we doing here? Why would you?"
We used to get a choice.
So
you can get the green bottle of Tabasco and the red bottle of Tabasco.
Well, the red one's the standard, gold standard.
The green one's
I'm going to show you some. I'm going to show you guys something really quick. James Bravo and I think Brett, you talked to James, right? James Gregory on
Dr.
stream.
James.
Yeah, Dr. James. Now, yeah,
Maybe
he's a
I can't
historian.
think.
Okay, check this out.
The,
He
the,
got
the
these.
professor dude.
He lives in Baton Rouge, and he went down to the Tabasco place where they make it in Louisiana, right? And they offer these for military veterans. Check this out.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
So he got me this, and then a
A
little.
Tabasco bottle with the U.S. Army seal.
Yep, and then this is the regular one. You know.
What's it say on the back?
It says light things up.
Ah.
Dude, this shit, we use these little fucking bottles for so fucking much. Like, not this one's on. I didn't know they made these, you know?
That is fucking cool. I want one.
Well, ask James. He'll get you one. He knows you're a vet.
James! Dr. James!
But no, so Tabasco, dude, that shit goes a long fucking way when you got shitty food. It really
That or
does.
Liam Parents, that's Worcestershire sauce.
Oh, I love Worcester sauce. I love it. I fucking love it.
That and a
It's-
corned beef hash. That's a good.
Oh, dude, corned beef hash.
combo.
You're speaking
That's a
my
good
fucking
combo, that.
language. But Tabasco and Worcester sauce, let's fucking go. You can make anything edible with that.
Palatable. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
Well,
no HP
I would say
sauce?
edible. I wouldn't say palatable.
Yeah.
You,
And
you
brown
can get it
HP
good
sauce,
enough
yeah.
to choke it down.
Yes.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Brett?
No HP sauce?
What? Brown HP sauce? Of course.
Yeah. What about
Yeah.
Camp Coffee?
Oh,
Did you spend time with Brits, Brett?
I did with one captain from the Royal Logistics Regiment.
Oh, my condolences to you.
Yeah. No, he did have his own tea kettle tea making setup.
Mhm.
Like very
wrong with that?
stereotypically. Yep. Very.
That was
full-
asked earlier. Is that
What is
still
wrong
a
with
thing?
that?
Is that still a thing, Manners?
What?
Like when you were in the army, like, do you guys still do that?
brew up.
Yeah.
As in, the second you stopped, you have a brew up guy. Your junior private, as soon as you stop, your BV's on, your boiling vessel's on. Every military vehicle armored has a boiling vessel in.
Okay. Thank you for answering the question.
And that is on the go. The second when I used to drive the Warrior, you'd stop the vehicle like you're doing like your replens at the middle of the night. The BV's on in the back, and then your cup gets rammed forward, and then you're drinking fresh tea, cough tea, because sometimes they forget they've made coffee and tea together. Mate, as soon as the vehicle stops, there is hot beverages to be going.
I didn't realize that was still a thing, like until we were in Iraq, or actually Kuwait. It was Kuwait, where I saw the Brits literally with like little metal cups, or like their canteen cups, right? The top of it.
I've got one somewhere.
And they were just drinking fucking tea in a chow line, and I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck are you guys doing?
I never without a cup of tea.
Now, see, the American answer would have been to put it in our camelbacks, and then we would have had 3 liters on our person.
We'll
But
just
we don't
drink it
drink
cold.
tea.
We don't give a fuck.
I could
The
shove my
camelback will keep it warm too.
I could shove my hand through to the back of the vehicle like that, and then a cup would be handed to me. And it'd be your junior guy, your most junior guy. He would learn the ropes while making tea.
All right, now I believe you're British. I believe that.
Yeah. If we stopped and I didn't have a cup of tea in the first 5 minutes of stopping, I'd be offended.
Oh,
Did
God.
I tell you guys that I like the most Yankee American ever, who does a fair Ulster accent, but that's beside the point. But that I am in a recruiting commercial for the British Army Small Arms School Corps.
Okay, cool.
They
what the fuck? Why would you do that?
yeah, because they wanted video of of like an 18
How not to do it.
because the small arms school corps started out as the School of Musketry, and it opened in 1853
Mm-hmm.
in Hythe down in Kent. But they wanted like a video of like a British soldier firing an old pattern 53 Enfield rifle, and then they went to the modern shooting with
The L85A1.
what are they now? They're still the SA80s or L85s, the little bullpups. You still have
You're using
those?
the A1.
Yeah, we still got those
A2?
little pea shooters. Yeah, we still got those.
Are they any better than they were?
The Mark III, yes. Once we handed them over to Germany to refit them and redesign them and give us back, they were great. So we're on the Mark IIIs at the minute, which are they're, you know.
But I'm in a British Army recruiting commercial, which is actually on YouTube as well. If you search up like small arms school corps, like recruiting or I
have a
forget
look
where
because
exactly.
I've been to when I became a drill instructor, we had to go to the school to learn all your weapons and how to teach weapons sort of stuff. So
they have this American is in your commercial.
Yeah.
I mean, we're fairly decent at weapons handling.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of bred into us. Well, most
what
of
you're
us.
horrible at, which I don't understand, is you Americans love Velcro.
Oh, dude! Hey,
we'd be in the Dust Bowl in the middle of the vehicle park, and it'd be nice and quiet. All the vehicles have just switched off. And
hey, Manners.
As they're trying to get into their pockets.
And I'm gonna get this right into this fucking thing.
Like,
so here,
Velcro. Why? That's so tactical.
Because people are fucking retarded. That's why. People are fucking retarded, and it was like, hey, just put buttons on them.
Yeah, well, our designers have gone buttons
or zippers. Or the big toothed YKK zippers, the big plastic teeth, because those are quiet.
Yeah, well, here's the thing: is Americans, oh my god, I always hated the fucking Velcro. Even when I was in basic, I was like you just said, we were like going up on this position, and it's like, okay, there's our second platoon, whatever, and I'm a basic trainee, right? And I go, my range card is in here. And my squad leader goes, be quiet about it. And so I go, also you hear, fucking, I'm like, God damn it. I'm like, are you shitting me? And, oh, God, it was just like, why can't I just have buttons on my fucking pockets? Like, oh, man.
So I found this. This is a picture of somebody's plastic model, but it's the same layout of the Cougar interior that we had.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
And the Duke and Warlock were on a shelf right here behind the TC on this side of the fence, and I would sit right here, and we would have to put this platform down on the floor. It was on basically like a scissor lift, and we'd put that down on the floor because that's the gunner's platform. And then our radios.
When you guys got there, the radios and shit were back there, and I remember because you would also have guys in the middle on their knees sometimes. I don't know if that was you or first cav.
Not usually. That was probably first cav because we wouldn't. Our SOP was we wouldn't roll unless everybody had a seatbelt on.
Yeah. Okay. That must have been first cav or 82nd because both those units also came in to drop guys off, and so we would jump up. I would jump up on the little steps in the back, and then grab the one, and then pass them off to go through the fucking Sally port, get searched, go through the Sally port, and then oh shit, when they were closing down Buka and shit, and
but and then right back here was the rear air conditioning unit that came out of a motor coach bus.
Wait, you guys had AC?
Yeah, fuck yeah, we did. We'd open up those back doors. It'd be 95 degrees outside at 1 o'clock in the morning, and we'd have the inside of this thing at 60 degrees Fahrenheit.
Dude, why do you think I fucking volunteered to unload these fuckers? I was like, I can get some AC for once, like, because I was outside all fucking day, every day, and I'm like, I just need fucking some cool. Like, I'm dying out this bitch.
I can't zoom this in for whatever reason,
That's
but
fine.
if you look right here, you can see the brake pedal, and you can see how close it is to the side of the hull. There was no place to put your left leg. Like you'd have to fold your left leg in half and put it underneath your right leg.
Because your left leg's for your clutch.
There's no clutch. It's got an Allison 6-speed automatic. Yeah. It's got a Caterpillar C6 engine, turbo diesel, and an Allison 6-speed automatic. And those things at 30,000 pounds would do 75 miles an hour.
Yeah.
75, 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, you guys are rolling.
They're fucking Cadillacs. They're battlefield Cadillacs.
Looks very roomy.
They're really not. This picture does not do how cramped it is justice. This pathway here is not actually that wide. It's barely wide enough for this platform.
It's you can get 2 feet in there.
It's seriously like 18 inches wide. You cannot sit. If you're sitting across from somebody else,
you have to intertwine your legs.
You have to intertwine your knees.
Yeah.
I wouldn't care. If I was sitting to the back of that, I think within 2 minutes of the vehicle moving, I would have been.
Oh, we were. We absolutely were. When we weren't back there with stinkies.
You might as well, because you've got no situation awareness whatsoever in the back.
No, you're just kind of sitting there. But those fucking MRAPs were awesome. Like the
RG33s were more comfortable to sit in. The seats were more comfortable because the seats in the RG were memory foam. Yeah. But I preferred the Cougar over the RG33. The RG33 was a lot bigger on the inside. It was just bigger all over. But the rear seats in the RG33, it had 4 on each side, but they were rear facing, front facing, rear facing, front facing.
Yes.
So
yes, remember those two? Yeah.
Yep.
Again, I never rode in those because I was a fucking father. But like,
I drove one once, and that was the only time I was actually inside one, and I was never licensed on
them. Well, who gives a fuck?
I was like a Cougar inside one. It's all good fun.
It was so nice being the inside of the Cougar was nice and tight.
Fucking douche.
Jake O'Reilly, the reason why I love that truck is because it was such a good fucking truck. Like literally, it was the one military vehicle that we ever had that wasn't a rolling pile of shit.
Yeah, I think that's the one that you stumbled out of after we got the fucking detainees out, the stinkies out, like you call them.
Yeah.
And then you and I,
because I was just stuck in the back with them.
I was just like, "You want a cigarette?" And you're like, "Yep."
And I know you were like,
"Yeah, I'll do the sound again." So
fucking
I was like, so I kept it in this pocket. All my cigarettes were always in my left pocket. I'd be like,
no. We had a tourniquet in our left one, top left. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a weird thing. Like we experienced that and all that shit, but like it was but it's pretty cool like having been there and like being able to tell the story and shit like that.
Yeah, Jake O'Reilly, no, they were not Dishka bait. Those Cougars were absolutely not Dishka bait.
Dishka would have just dented the fucking armor. Like there's no fucking way.
It would have annoyed the guys inside.
Yes,
that's about it.
Yeah, the MRAPs are insanely powerful and strong vehicles. Like
so, Force Protection. So Force Protection is a South African company. When they built the Cougar and they tested it and they were doing the acceptance trials for the U.S. military, one of the things that they did is they blew up a triple stack of 155 Arty shells right underneath the center of the truck. And all it did was blow the axles off of it. There was nothing wrong with the interior. Like you're not penetrating. You are not penetrating an FP Cougar with a Russian 50 cal. It just ain't fucking happening. What do you guys have, Lee? I know you guys have. I know you guys have the Cougar, but you call it something else. I think you call it. What do you
Probably
call it? The
Mastiff, I think
Mastiff.
you would call
Yeah,
it,
you guys call it the Mastiff. Mastiff.
I don't know. I prefer my Land Rover. So I had a Wimmick and a Jackal, so I prefer those open top. So if I roll over an ID, I like to be blown out of the vehicle as opposed to be in it. But no, Mastiff. No, I think it was Mastiff. I think our version of that one is.
Let's see if I can't find that.
I think because we had you've probably seen because the deployment in Iraq, we had those snatched Land Rovers, which were just coffins on wheels, but they were designed for Northern Ireland. So, and then we just painted them desert tan and reused them.
Yeah, I did like seeing the snatches running around on my first deployment. I mean, those were
fucking coffin on wheels, man.
they were faster and smaller than our fucking Humvees because we had the 1114s.
I think we prized mobility. We like to get around and get around quick. You can't shoot us if you can't aim us. Yeah. I prefer all that as a warrior. I think my second tour of Iraq, I was in a warrior most of the time. So.
Did you guys go around singing "I am the warrior"?
No, we just went around fucking everything up. Did your Iraqis put like chicanes in to their like guard houses and stuff? But it was just shitty breeze blocks and stuff. It was like nothing secure. It was just they just put breeze blocks out, and we used to just drive over, just to piss them off. Just say, good times.
I was second deployment. I was actually certified on the Crows system too. That was fun.
Was that your remote camera?
Yeah.
Stuff?
Yep. That was fun.
It's like a video game then, isn't it?
Yeah, basically. It had a visual camera with I think 4 different zoom settings. And then it had a night vision mode on the visual camera. And then it had a thermal camera on top of that. And the thermal camera had white hot and black hot, but it also had I think 2 or 3 different zoom settings. And you could literally, if you had the 50 cal mounted up there, you could literally use that thing in semi-automatic mode, and you could shoot basically whatever pattern you wanted on whatever target you wanted at like a mile and a half. It was just the Crows 2 was just a fantastic system. I wouldn't remember how to use it now to save my life. You're muted, Mike.
There's so many things where I'm like, yeah, I used to be able to do this, but I'm like, I couldn't fucking tell you the first thing about it nowadays. Like, but how to operate a 240? Yeah, I can still do that.
I can still do everything with the weapons, but there's no way in fuck I would remember how to operate the Crows 2.
Or like Blue Force Tracker and shit like that. Like fucking yeah.
Here, let me share this real quick.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna get to bed, gentlemen.
See you, Brett.
I'm crashing hard. Yeah.
No, you're good. You're good, buddy. Thanks for showing up.
Oh yeah. Yep. Always fun to hang out.
It's more than he does at drill.
Hey, I forward a lot of emails for freedom.
No.
Thank you for your service.
I hit that reply all for
Thank
my
you for
country.
your cervix.
I don't do this for the glory. Okay, I don't want any accolades for it.
Well, you got to get that bronze star somehow.
Yeah.
You got to get that somehow. So I mean, you're on track. You think about
all
it.
All you need to do to get that bronze star is just deploy. It'll be
really quick, Brett. Okay, so I was in a comment section like yesterday, and it's like one of those e-thoughts that's like fucking using the uniform to like get views and shit like that to go to their OnlyFans or whatever. And they keep fucking popping up in my fucking feed, and I'm like, oh my god, like when is this gonna end? And there was this dude that's like, oh yeah, I bet she's just doing this and this, and I'm like, yes, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like she's just fucking, and and he goes, how did she get a combat patch? She's got an 80-second. She was wearing an 80-second combat patch. And I told them about the conversation we had about, I didn't know this, but you told me that you can go a day into
Right.
a
Less than a
combat
day.
zone.
30
the fuck?
seconds. Yeah.
Jesus. I mean, it's so fucked up because like Jake and I and Manor, well, they don't have combat patches in the British Army, but like
You guys hand out medals and patches like the from a cereal.
but here's the thing: is you know what a combat patch is, Manners, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, I actually had to fucking earn mine, and so did Jake. 30 days minimum, and we did a year, or he did 2 years.
This is a 1610, I think. Six.
Yeah, let's get this straight so I can quote it correctly. Like, what the fuck
Yeah,
is
it's a
that about?
1610. So to get in the new 670-1.
Yeah.
So the wear of the shoulder sleeve insignia, they changed. It used to be former wartime service. They even changed that. It now means something else. I can't remember
Yeah.
what it is. But you have to be on your orders, your deployment orders. It has to be under certain specific operations in certain areas. So
Yeah.
what I was technically deployed under was Operation Spartan Shield, which is not a named operation that is eligible for a combat patch by default.
Right.
But Iraq and Saudi Arabia and Syria and other countries are imminent danger hostile fire pay zones. So if
Saudi
you're
Arabia
deployed,
is?
Saudi Arabia is. You go hang out at PSAB in Saudi Arabia, eat lobster with the Air Force guys, and you get your $7 a day combat pay, hostile fire, imminent danger pay, because Yemen, the Houthi rebels might launch a drone that lands you. Yeah,
that
apparently. No,
okay. And
Saudi
then
Arabia, at least as of last year. I mean, I left theater in August last year, so it's now March. So I'm 6 months, 7 months out. And I haven't been keeping track of what's a combat zone. I could frankly care less.
no, me
Makes
either.
no
Like,
difference
here's
to
the thing,
me
man. It's
today.
like it's
But
so
if you
fucking
are
irritating to me.
well, if you're deployed under the Spartan Shields, you're not technically authorized to patch, but you do end up in a country where a hostile fire imminent danger pay is authorized.
And then you go there for
You,
30 seconds, and then
you go there for 30 seconds, but you must have it documented on a DD 1610, which is a TDY
it's an
travel
S1 form.
authorization.
Yeah.
So that is what pays you. That's how you get paid, and you get that one
So
day.
that's what this fucking okay. Yeah.
So if you
That's
have
what I got
that
pissed
one,
off.
so if you step foot in Iraq, whether you step foot in Iraq for 9 seconds or 24 whole hours, you have now physically been in Iraq, which means you are now entitled to that one day's pay. So you get that 1610, and the reg 670-1 says if you're not deployed under one of these named operations, like Operation Inherent Resolve, for instance,
Yes.
is so like I have an Inherent Resolve campaign ribbon for like action, like you're deployed. Inherent
also that's a
Resolve.
combat patch, right?
That automatically Inherent Resolve
Yes.
automatically comes because Inherent Resolve is only authorized for combat companies.
Yes.
Countries.
Exactly. I recognize that, and I'm
Right.
fine with that. Yeah.
But for Spartan Shield, which is where the vast majority of like the logistics and sustainment people who are in Kuwait or Qatar are no combat. You're in Kuwait, you're in Qatar, no combat pay, no combat patch. But if you can get into Iraq or Saudi Arabia
For a
for a
day.
day, you get your 1610 done, your S1 pushes it up, you get paid, and the 1610 serves as documentation of your service in the combat zone. And because now there's no time and theater requirement for the combat patch, like going to
It's just
Iraq for
lost its fucking
20
meaning.
minutes, it of
Yeah,
course it
it's lost
loses
its
its
dude.
meaning.
This
The only thing
this
I will say, the only thing I'll
this
say,
I fucking earned, and like, yeah,
right,
I get pissed off about that shit. I'm like, you guys don't
but
fucking know. Not
the
you, but like
density of soldiers getting these patches now are are much smaller. So our force authorization, our force agreement with Iraq when I was there was 2,500. I don't know if that's lowered since, but there's only 2,500 U.S. service members
mhm.
in Iraq eligible for a patch. And it's hard. If you're in Kuwait, let's say you're in Kuwait and you are the paralegal for the JAG officer at Brigade,
Sure. Yep.
right? You can't just get to Iraq. Like it's hard. You have to kind of know people and try to get in somehow, or you got to try to get sent off to Saudi Arabia to work somewhere. It's hard. So the number of actual soldiers that are going overseas, coming back with combat patches right now is a fairly small percentage of the overall soldiers going overseas to the Middle East. Like it's pretty small. Like I'd say
But
less
here's
than
the thing: is like
10%.
it can be taken advantage of, and that's what you're
It
saying.
can, and it was a constant battle for I wonder if I have it here. Do I have
I'm sorry,
the
Manners. Like this is a very U.S. fucking thing, but like,
No, we knew about this. The only thing I'd bring across from the US is you guys have your Purple Heart stuff, and we don't get any of that. So
you don't get a wound badge or anything like that.
no one gives a fuck if you.
You're horse fucking me, right?
No one gives a fuck that you.
What?
You didn't get nothing.
What?
Okay, I don't have it on this.
We don't get
I
anything
don't
like that,
think
mate.
I have it on
Fucking
this
hell.
computer, but I had I had to write a memo and publish this memo on the visitor policy for uh because I ran the border crossing that was in my AO for my in this movement control battalion. I
Sure.
was Major Gibbons ran ASR Aspen, which is it
Okay.
goes around the side. It goes through Kubari Crossing. I literally have the keys to Iraq. You know, me and my soldiers have the keys to Iraq, and everyone from Camp Arif John and Ali
Mhm.
Asalim Air Base and
Been to
everyone
both of them. Yep.
is
Is
trying to find a way to get to Kabari Crossing and step into Iraq and get then they can do their 1610, get their pay, shows 1 day of service in Iraq, and now they're eligible to wear the patch. So I had people wanting to come up in charter buses, like 40, 50
Yeah.
soldiers
That's what you
flying.
were saying the other night. Yes. Yes. That's fucked
Yeah.
up.
And
That's fucked up.
this was such a delicate because
We
we were kind of when I was there, and I don't think any of this is. I mean, it's being reported on CNN, so I'm not talking anything. I don't think that's not open source public release, but we were in a little bit of a rocky road with after October 7th. We're supporting Israel. Like the U.S. national policy is, we're helping Israel. We're sending Israel bombs and weapons, and the whole Arab world is upset at us for that. So Iraq is getting pissed off at us. So Iraq's already pissed off at us.
Okay.
Like their legislature in Baghdad is doing resolutions saying the Americans need to leave, all this stuff, and then of course the rockets and the drones start up again.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's
of
not
course.
good diplomacy to turn their country into a tourist destination, like this carnival atmosphere. Like, here's a bus full of Americans, and they all come pouring over the border, and then they all take their pictures, and like these the paralegals from Brigade, putting their IOTV on for the first time in this whole deployment, to Kuwait, and then they waddle over the border into Iraq and get their picture taken to get their patch. And the Iraqis would always look at us. There was a general. So I had a first lieutenant who ran that, and his counterpart in the Iraqi army was a general. I think their generals are about the equivalent of our platoon leader, because their general had about 30 soldiers on the Iraqi side. He's a freaking full general, and I have a lieutenant equivalent. But he would like what, because he doesn't speak a word of English. He has to. There's the
Yeah, there's
civilian
terp there.
interpreter,
Yeah.
like, and the interpreter's like, "What is this? What are all these people?" And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I have to explain." And I would always walk over, because this came from higher. Like, the people coming from Brigade, that's the sustainment brigade. He's my senior raider, and these are his people, and he wants them. Like, I want my people to get patches. So this is like, and they wouldn't say, "Oh yeah, I'm sending a busload of people into your AO to go waddle across the border for 20 minutes to get a patch." It would be, "Oh, we're doing a NCO professional development visit."
Oh yeah. They
Yeah,
word it. They
but
just
we
word it like
want
fucking retardedly. Yeah.
and I'm not shitting you, because it really was the paralegals from the Brigade JAG said they're coming to do a NCO professional development to see how an international transload operation works. Like, so this is a gravel pit, and the border of Iraq and Kuwait runs down the middle of this gravel pit. It's like Switzerland. And the American trucks come in, offload, and then we load the stuff off the American trucks onto Iraqi civilian trucks, and that's how all of our stuff went into Iraq.
Right.
It's There's not a whole hell of a lot to see here. It's a really shitty, horrible place. It's 130 degrees. There's no shade. It's a nightmare place.
Daniel.
Kamari Crossing is just horrible. It's
Right. And that's the thing is like,
Yeah, and there's no
it's
need for a brigade paralegal
Buddy.
to come watch a container get lifted off one truck
right.
by a crane and dropped on another truck. It was just, but
Well,
I would go over and talk to that Iraqi general, or to whoever was over there, and explain, like, "Hey sir, and I would always make a point of going, like, if I knew it was going to be a carnival, if they're going to be flooded with patch tourists, I would go there, so that their general would hear it from me,
really
that at
quick,
least it's
Brett.
not it's
Really quick, Brett. I fucking get it, man. Like it's fucking stupid.
yeah,
But
it's a
my buddy
carnival
Z is
atmosphere.
on. My buddy Z is on. I was with him in Iraq as well. And Jake, this is the guy I was telling you about earlier that was in first platoon with me. At Cropper and shit. So yeah, he's on. He might have to go. He's got kids and everything
Yeah,
like
he's
that.
at the top of the stairs. I'll be back. Hold on.
Yep. Oh god.
No, I've got to go in
And
a minute as well. I've got a hard out.
yeah,
Yeah.
Hike in the morning.
Lee's got to go
2
to
a.m.
bed.
for me.
Yeah, well,
I'll
I'm
say-
going to jump
I'm gonna
off
say-
too.
I'm
I'm
going to say to
cooked.
Brett, is your books are next on my reading list of the English
Oh,
cartridge.
you got
and
it.
like,
Look at that.
We,
Awesome.
we,
See?
still,
All
we
available
went
in Amazon.
salesman for you.
Are all good bookshops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you will
So-
quickly find how much I admire the British Army, and how much. So the American Army is we steal good ideas when we see good ideas. So our command and control system is German. We stole that from the Germans. but our
Acquired, sir.
yeah,
Acquired.
our rank structure, which is like the way we actually operate, which is built around a professional NCO corps, that's from the
That's
British.
British. Yeah.
The British had a professional NCO corps 100 years before anyone else had anything like it, and that more than anything else, the professional British Army is what made the British Army.
Oh yeah.
The
Oh yeah.
projectile fired from the Royal Navy, but that's that tiny. The British Army has never been big, never.
Our
But
Navy
yet
has. Navy's always
they've
been bigger.
they've done what they've done because that professional corps. So the American Army, if we're good at anything, it's only because we saw a good idea somewhere else and we go, ooh, that works really, really well. Yeah,
Hey
no,
Brett, really quick question for you, buddy.
Yes.
So our drill and ceremony, is it British or French?
Ours is more so the British also changed. So the like in World War One, there was none of the foot stomping, arm swinging that we see in the modern British Army drill. I think that was from the 1930s. So we would be a little more familiar with like the pre-World War One British Army drill.
Yeah, 'cause we
But
used to slide
our
off seating.
drill, yeah, the American drill is more French, but with the British Army and the American Army, both for drill and ceremony, we tend to stay in lines, and the French prefer columns. So we have the French drill with a American British twist on it, but our drill descends from like the Civil War drill manuals, which were copies, shameless, boldface, word for word translation copies of the French.
Okay, that's what I was asking because
Yeah.
yeah, our DNC, the Brits do their thing, we do
Oh,
ours.
the Brits make us look like awkward children.
Fine.
You
I
ever
don't
watch,
give a fuck.
you ever watch a parade like when like an American contingent is invited to a parade in Europe?
Have you not seen the Queen's birthday or the King's birthday parades now? That the guards do.
When the Americans walk by, we just look so slovenly.
Hey, really quick manners. How do you render a salute to an officer?
Longest way up, shortest way down, right?
Yeah.
No, manners. How do you render a salute to an officer? You personally. Jake, I'm not fucking asking you.
Like that? I don't know.
Oh, you lose your virginity with that finger? Nice. Anyway,
Yeah.
how do you
longest
render
way
a
up, shortest
salute?
down. So it's all the way up there,
There you go. Okay.
and then
Open hand, right?
yeah.
Yeah. It's I'm right that it's the longest way up and the shortest way down, right?
Yes. So that's the longest way, and then whip it away. Whip it. You put my drill instructor hat on. Yeah, you whip it away.
And you've seen that the Americans use the French style.
But I'm not saluting the officer though. I'm saluting his rank. That's I don't.
Oh, Jake, your salute's fucking awful, dude. It ain't good.
I've never been able to flatten my hand out because if I flatten my hand out, my pinky sticks out.
No,
Can't do this?
I have gone
No.
full. I do full Prussian. Where your hand is like beside your head, like above your ear. It's not this next to the eyebrow. And I
okay, Brett, come on.
I also swing it up
Brett.
like the British, and then I have
Bounce
to do
it?
a hard stop.
You're so fucking jacked up as an officer. I'm ashamed that we have military officers that can't even fucking salute.
He had his fucking rank. He had his fucking rank on upside down last weekend.
The field grade salute is like, I can't do that.
You don't salute in the field. Come on.
That's
every
called a sniper
lieutenant
check.
colonel just is like,
Yeah, Z, remember when we were in Iraq, like the salutes would be like, just bam.
Yeah, not even that, and then we'd get yelled at for not having our freaking PT
belts
on.
Dude, remember when I had the fucking pink PT belt?
Yeah.
And they were like bitching at it about that. Like, and I had the
Oh.
Republican Guard belt buckle like sewn on.
We tried to
The-
like sneak to the was it the PRX or whatever or the
Yeah,
the
with the PX, and I went to Stryker like one day, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna take 45 minutes to run there and run back. And I actually that dude, he was a Pogue, but he was like in a different unit, and I was like, hey, I got this Republican Guard belt from this Iraqi guy. Can you sew this buckle onto my PT belt? The pink PT belt. He's like, oh, absolutely, fucking a. He did that, and then I was in the chow hall, right? And I was behind Sergeant Major Ashford. Remember that fucking cocksucker? That fucking asshole. And I'm sitting there, and I've got the pink PT belt on, worn correctly. And he goes, "What are you doing, warrior?" And I'm like, "I'm just getting some chow. Sorry, Major. What is that on your chest? A PT belt? No, this." And he like pokes it. And I'm like, "It's a Republican Guard belt buckle, sir, or Sergeant Major." And he's like, "Why do you have that on?" And I was like, "Because I can." There's nothing in the memorandum that says I can't. Nothing that says anything about the buckle. and he's like,
Yeah.
"We're
And
gonna
then a
fix
day
that
later,
shit."
there's a memo out to on
Dude,
orders.
you called it, Manners. You
No
called
fucking
it.
shit.
A day fucking later, there's a fucking memo out about how the buckle has to be the standard buckle that you buy at the PX
Officers
with this
love a
thing
memo.
and all that shit. And meanwhile, while all this is going on, there was a bunch of det cord and shit stolen from around our fob. And I'm like, oh, so that's not a priority, but like my fucking belt buckle on my fucking PT belt, it's a big
If
deal.
we-
So yeah, man. Z Manners. There's two Jakes here, so I'm just gonna call you Z. Manners is a British forward observer, and he was in Iraq a couple times and Afghanistan a couple times. So, and this is Brett.
I dragged Manners in. He's a friend of mine.
Yeah, Brett. He's a logistics officer. He was a Mustanger, so he was enlisted, and then he's an officer now. But and then Jake was in second platoon, or Bravo was in second platoon, and so yeah, that's who you're talking to. But like, no, it's like Manners called it. Like the next day, there was literally a fucking memo that came down.
Next day.
Literally, I'm not shitting you. And it's
That's
like,
great.
what the fuck?
So
The PT
Brett,
belts must be a uniform color, which was yellow, like or like green or whatever the fuck it was. And I'm like, okay, I know where these guys are at. So just funny.
So Brett, a little while ago in chat, my buddy Zeno suggested something that you could add to your email signature for your work emails.
Ooh.
Yes, he said. Where was it? Bullets don't fly without reply.
For a time, when I was the ammo company commander, I had no ammo, no blammo.
I mean, it's not untrue.
No, sure there is. Then you just yell budget cuts.
Yeah. Bang, 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 bang. There's a great line in one of the FMs. It might be the Ordnance Operation FM, but it says it's in the introduction, and it says, regardless of the unit's type and capabilities, without munitions, it is an incapable force. And I've all my 10 years in ammunition, I kept that in mind. That
You've never met an infantryman then. An infantryman is the most destructive force on the planet, especially when bored.
that is true, and like soldiers,
We
soldiers
throw a
at
lot
the
of
same
rocks.
time,
We throw a lot of rocks.
soldiers want to be treated like adults, right? And at the same time, they like joust each other in office chairs in the barracks.
Yes.
And that's mild compared to what we do in the field.
Yeah, but they're like, no. Why do we get treated like we're kids? Like, what have you seen the shit you do?
Dude, being in a fucking
Yes,
line
we've
infantry
seen.
company was insane. It
Thank
was
God
like,
we have an officer here, you know,
what
to
the
keep you
fuck?
squared
Yeah.
away, you know, with the received pronunciation and all. Yes. Mhm.
Dude, so Z, like, being in a line infantry company, how fucking retarded are we?
Very.
Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I would probably put us somewhere around a 17.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good. If we're bored and we have nothing to shoot at, it's like,
We will find ways to entertain ourselves, and they will not always be constructive.
and there's gonna be fights, there's gonna be fucking squabbles, there's gonna be people stealing shit, and then be like, "Well, I didn't steal your shit." Well, it's right there, you know, that kind of stuff. Like,
So,
it's
Brett,
like,
that line from the ordnance manual was written by somebody who never spent a day around a line infantry company.
yes,
I think they were more referring like you know, an armor unit or artillery or a maneuver battalion. If a maneuver battalion
or a fistula
doesn't
like
have,
Manners was. Yeah,
yeah, if a
but
maneuver battalion, whatever you are, let's say you're, you know, 4th ID, you're a striker brigade combat team, and you have no ammo, that's an incapable force. Like,
correct.
you could say the same thing if it had no fuel. It's an incapable force. If it has no food, it's an incapable force.
Yeah,
But if you have
none
no
of those really.
fuel, you dig in. If you have no food, you're like, well, hopefully in the next couple days we get chow. But if you have no ammo, it's either fix bayonets, run away, or surrender. Like, there's nothing else you can do if you don't have ammo.
Yeah. Whoever wrote that has never spent a day around an infantry company, a line infantry
Probably
company,
not. That's
because
written by
we will
a
literally destroy anything that you tell us to destroy by whatever means necessary.
I like the British Army's infantry. Do you get your quotes? Well, it says like, what is the role of the infantry? And I've just pulled it up. So our one is, so this is all in our infantry manuals, is the role of the infantry is to seek out and close with the enemy, to kill or capture him, to seize and hold ground and repel attack by day or
that's
night, regardless of season, weather or terrain.
yeah, that's
him.
that's very similar
That's
to the
not
U.S.
inclusive language.
So that hasn't come across the pond yet. We're in the killing business. It's not really.
Yeah.
Not really
Ours,
Oh.
You're gonna do very poorly in this next war.
ours basically is to close with and destroy the enemy by means of fire and maneuver.
No, but there's also the NBC part of it. Remember that when we joined? You will work in nuclear, biological, chemical, fucking areas that are contaminated and all that shit.
Oh
And I
yeah,
was
that's
like,
because it was left over from the Cold War and they hadn't updated the
right.
doctrine yet.
And I was like,
Do you guys have the 2-man sniff test?
the what?
It's part of your NBC drills. You've just been chemically attacked. You want to see if it's gone. You get your 2 youngest guys, and they have to. One has to keep his respirator on, and the other one has to sniff for 2 seconds and close it. Then the other guy's got to watch him.
Yep.
For
We had that.
symptoms.
I remember that.
It wasn't the youngest guy for us. For us, it was the least mission essential, which I always said would have been one of the lieutenants.
Oh! Shots fucking
Oh!
fired. Shots fucking fired.
What's more mission essential to you? You know,
A PFC rifleman.
your commo guy, or the lieutenant. Like,
Well, yeah, your RTO. You need your RTO, but like,
Yeah, the RTO is
Are
important.
you really gonna lose like your mechanic, or
or the A gunner for your 240? You don't want to lose the A gunner for your 240.
Nope.
That guy's carrying the
Pretty
tripod.
Sure we'll get a new LT, but we're not gonna get a new.
We always agreed that every section you always have a dickhead, and it's we're just gonna grab him, hog tie him, rip his respirator off, and just throw him outside and go. Are you all right?
I mean,
that probably would have been me, if we're being honest.
Yeah, you were a dick, but like, mean, so Z, like, yeah, Z, you're like laughing because you're like,
Everything's just circling in my head.
yeah,
Like I don't have anything to say. I'm enjoying just sitting here listening to you guys, but everything's like coming back.
dude. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
it was so fucking funny. Like just the way we were in a fucking line infantry company. We go to Iraq, do our thing, and then come back. And then it was I was telling these guys like when we got back, like all of us had combat patches. Like we were talking about that earlier, and like we all had combat patches, so we had been there and done that. And then it was like 3 months in. Oh, it's like 25% of those guys are gone. And then 6 months later, like 50% of those guys are gone. And so you and I and a couple other people were like the only ones out of the combat patch. And we're like, how the fuck do we mentor these guys?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, we're already fucked up ourselves. We're like,
yeah, yeah, like what the hell? We're like, all right, I guess we're gonna do this. But also Bravo knows Zimmy, so that's what we call him, Zimmy.
Yeah, I was in Bravo Company from 2003 until 2010. So
Yeah, he knows
way
Zimmy.
early.
I was in 2nd platoon the whole time. I was in Duke's squad when he was still in 2nd platoon, and then after probably the 2007 or 2008 reorg and prep for the deployment, and I was in Penny's squad.
Duke. That dude's an animal.
That
I
dude's
actually
a fucking beast.
I actually saw him. I told Mike this a couple of times. I actually saw him because my dad lived in Ladysmith for many, many years after our deployment. I actually saw him at a restaurant just outside of Ladysmith, and we stood there and talked for probably almost an hour. While his wife and my whole family and my dad and my wife are all waiting to have supper. Me and Duke are just standing there, just chatting back and forth.
Where was that when we were in El Paso? What was that like little like fob town that was just that we had to like
McGregor.
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
No, are you talking about the gunnery?
Yeah, where we drove like the Humvees.
Donna Anna. Yeah,
Oh,
Donna
yeah,
Anna.
oh my god. Yeah, we were getting that brief.
Yeah, the hills have eyes. Yes.
Yes, literally. And we were
Oh
getting
my
that
god. Yeah.
we're getting that briefing. Nowicki was the driver, I was the gunner, and then Duke was what was Duke? Anyways, he's in front. And Nowicki's sleeping on the the bleachers. I'm sleeping. They were giving out the memo, and all of a sudden Duke's like, "You guys got that?" And he looked over. We're both sleeping. He's like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah. Dude, that place sucked, man. Like that place. I was like, how the hell did we go here? Like, what? Like, why? Like, there's no running water. Okay.
Iraq
Like-
was nicer.
It was. It was like
It was.
we go to Donna Anna, and it's like we go out there. Z, like, so a fucking. I had I was running a 240. Jake was running a 50 cal, but like I was running a 240 on the gun trucks, like so I was the gunner, and I'm sitting there. I do the fucking thing, and I had Tuttle as my driver, who fucking retard, absolute dipshit, and he fucked over our score, but like we ended up getting a 911 of 1,000, right? Which is fucking cool. But at the night one, we're sitting out there, and he goes, "All right, I'm gonna go up under this berm," and he fucking guns it and jumps the berm.
See you, Lee. Nice to see you again, man.
Let's go to head out, guys. It's
Hi,
2:30
Manners.
for me,
Yeah,
so
yeah. It's
Made it
late
later.
for you over there, man. Thanks for coming on.
Always nice.
And so Tuttle fucking jumps the berm, and my fucking 240 goes boom, pop right into my fucking chin. And I'm like, "You son of a bitch!" And I start kicking him. I'm like, "You fucking idiot!" And so we get there, and I'm just like, "Well, okay." And I fucking nail the targets and all that shit, do the whole thing. And we get back, and he's like, because Methuen was kicking him too, or punching him, because Methuen was my TC, and he just starts going, "You dumb motherfucker!" And we get back, and they're like, "Yeah, you guys shot really well." And so Sergeant Major Rosemore is walking around, and I'm sleeping on the bleachers, like you said. It was probably like before or after you were, and I'm sleeping on the bleachers because I'm just so fucking tired. And Sergeant Major Rosemore comes over, and I'm like in full battle rattle, just, and all of a sudden I hear, "Hey, so I heard you guys shot pretty good. Your truck shot pretty good today." And I'm just like, it's kind of like a fever dream, you know, where you're like, you don't know if it's real or not. You know, you're like, whatever. And then Methuen kicks me. And I'm like, what the fuck? And he's like, get up. And all of a sudden, Sergeant Major Rosemore is sitting there. And I'm like, oh, shit. So I popped the parade rest. And I'm like, yes, Sergeant Major. I'm just like barely awake, you know, like barely awake. And he goes, yeah, I heard you shot pretty good today, and punched me on the chest. And I was like, I did my best, Sergeant Major. He goes, yeah, it's fucking cool. Good job. And Methuen's sitting there, you know, to get his, you know, shit. And I'm like, why did you wake me up? Like, just let me sleep, dude. Like, what the fuck? Oh, man.
Sergeant Major Rosemore didn't care. He knew that we were all fucking wasted.
Oh, man, we were so fucking tired, man. That place sucked.
How long were we fucking awake? Because I remember sleeping on those bleachers too.
Yeah. At Donna Anna? Yeah, it was like we were always in full battle rattle. That's the thing, is like we were just like always fucking there. And I think, I don't know, we were awake for like 36 hours, something like that. It was retarded.
It was dumb. Although gunnery was fun out there. That was like one of the few.
Yes,
that was one of the few fun things we actually got to do.
That was fun. Yeah, it was.
Oh, speaking of being tired, I'm gonna call.
Oh yeah, shit, Brett, you're still on.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
You said you were gonna check out about a half hour ago.
Yeah. Oh, well, you got me angry about the Army, and that just, you know, I have to.
Well,
that's not difficult to do.
No, it takes very little to.
No, it's fucking hilarious. All right, we'll see you later.
See you, Brett.
We'll see you later, guys.
But no, so it's just funny, like reminiscing on these things of like these dumb little things where we're just like, what? Why the fuck are we there? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like,
I can't believe. Yeah, I did not remember the name, but yeah, Donna
Anna. It was beautiful. It was awesome because it was in the mountains. You know, it was like in the mountains.
Right.
Gorgeous, and it was fun to shoot. But it's like, okay, we're sleeping in literally chicken coops. First of all,
Literally.
remember that? They were chicken coops, and then okay, you can sleep for an hour, and then okay, we gotta get up there. The shitty bus comes up, brings us up to the fucking thing, and it's just like, oh my god, like, when is this gonna end? Z, what I was gonna tell really quick, Bravo. What I was gonna tell Z is, so I did my gunnery table, right, and at night, and I was done, and I was just like, fucking whatever. I didn't lube the son of a bitch. Yeah, I know my camera's unfocused. Whatever, it's gonna do this. So I didn't lube the thing because it's a 240, and I'm like, well, you're good.
240 doesn't need it. Just spit in a couple.
So I gave it to Oris. I passed it off on the trucks in that lane, right? And it was hot, you know, because they said at the end, because I only used like 3 rounds to get each target down, you know, and so I had a fucking huge belt at the end, and they're like, just expend the rest of the fucking rounds, and I'm like, okay. So I just go get rid of them. And we drive back to the ammunition point, the loading point. And then they're like, you need to give Oris your gun. I said, okay, no problem. And so I take the pintle out, you know, I hand it to, you know, Dan, and I'm like, okay, cool. He goes, how's it running? And I'm like, it's running fucking beautifully. Well, he had some problems with it because of that mag dump or the belt dump that I did at the end. And I didn't lube it at all. Like, so he ended up getting fucked because of me, partially. Also because he's not as good of a shot as he thinks he is. But like, so he's like, oh, I barely made the fucking qual. Like, I couldn't. It kept jamming and shit. And I'm like, not my fucking problem.
Oris.
I
Yeah.
remember. I remember after I got done, because like you said, I was on a 50 cal.
Yeah.
After I got done, there was all sorts of bitching the rest of the fucking night from everybody who followed second platoon, because whoever had the second platoon trucks with the 50 cals, everybody's fucking bitching. You were shooting at the 240 targets with a 50 cal, and then we couldn't hit them with the 240. Oh, full fucking shit.
Yeah,
Shoot
that's not the fucking reason.
They shoot
Like,
better. Bull
yeah,
fucking.
exactly.
And then the evaluator in my truck is Stobrel was my team leader. I don't remember who was driving, but no, I think it was John Handy driving, and Stobes was the team leader. And the evaluator in my truck was that asshole E6 Bushman from Charlie Company.
That dude, didn't he get popped for fucking porn?
He was in my fucking class from 4th grade to 11th grade. I knew him personally from 4th grade to 11th grade. He was a fucking spoiled little rich boy piece of shit the entire time through fucking school.
Yeah, and he was the one that got, because like Draves, pretty sure, my team leader.
We got him, our company got him fucking busted down from E6 to E5.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy was a piece. He was a hunk of shit from what I heard. I didn't have to deal with him. The one, I really feel bad. I don't even know who the fuck his name was, but during the day qual, like for that Donna Anna shit, I was a gunner, so I'm sitting there and I'm like, I gotta fucking piss, like right now. And we're in the staging area. We'd already gotten our ammo, and so we're like sitting where you're just waiting to go out to the fucking lane, right? And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I gotta fucking piss like now. And so I grab a bottle, and Methune is like, you should be good. I said, okay. So there's the OC sitting in the back right seat. So I go over to the left seat. I kind of angle it this way. I'm pissing into this bottle, and all of a sudden they go, vehicle, whatever the fuck, you're up. And Tuttle hits the fucking gas as I'm pissing into a bottle. And so I'm fucking spraying piss everywhere in the back of this fucking Humvee, right? And I'm like, God damn it! And I'm trying to like cap it off. I drop the cap and I just chuck the bottle, and I'm like, fuck! The OC is like, you just fucking sprayed piss all over me. And I'm like, okay. And so I'm sitting there. I grab the gun because it's bouncing everywhere. I'm like, fucking A. So I grab the 240 and I'm like, okay. We go through it. We did the whole table and everything like that. Perfect fucking score. And we get done, and the OC's like, you're lucky I didn't dock you points for fucking spraying piss on me. I'm like, I honestly didn't try to do that, Sergeant, but like it just fucking happened. And he goes, yeah, I get it. Like it was whatever. He goes, all right, good shooting. I was like, thank you. I mean, like literally, like, yeah, you're good to go. Take a piss. Okay. And then fucking that happens. I'm like, oh man.
God, I'd be so pissed.
Oh man, it was fucking bad. It was like, because I was trying to cut it off, but like I'm sitting there getting jostled around in the turret, like I'm like, ah shit. Oh fuck. But like
Anyway, gents, I gotta get going because I gotta get up at 3 a.m.
All right, cool. I think Jonesy's gonna come on for a little bit. So
oh fuck. Tell him I said hi.
Yep, we'll do.
Jonesy's good people.
Yeah, Jonesy's really good people.
Bravo, it's good to see you wearing that hat again. Mike, you didn't get yours yet?
Oh, he's got it.
I'll have mine right here.
Oh, you got. Oh, well, I watched that video, so I guess
Jake,
I don't know how long
so
ago
really
that
quick
video is.
before you leave, Jake, Z, we are going to start a petition to have the 2nd Wisconsin, aka the 32nd Division now, or the 32nd Brigade, be able to wear these fucking hats as a dress hat instead of the fucking beret.
With the dress uniform.
Yep. Or just a combat uniform in a formal formation.
Those things are sweet.
Those things are fucking awesome.
Oh, and it even has plumage. Lovely plumage.
Yeah.
That's how you gauge your windage.
The Norwegian blue likes kipping on its back. Lovely plumage.
Yeah. Here, let me text Jones really quick.
But yeah, I'm gonna bounce, guys. You have a good night.
Yeah, man.
Good seeing you.
Yep.
Yeah. No, it's good catching up with you too. Fucking
Yeah.
A.
No,
Like,
I was like, dude, I could just say, I could sit here and listen to the guys talk all night.
Yeah. Been a hot minute, but yeah, it's no, we just come on here and we don't always talk about military shit either. We just talk about fucking what our work is and whatever, and we burp and fart and say racist things, and that's what my wife said to me like a couple months ago. She got all like mad at me because I was like being gross, like I ate something that like I was farting and burping, and she's like, "Oh my god, like." Seriously, think about this. All you do is burp and fart and say racist things. And I was like, okay.
I'm a man.
Yeah, like this is how I roll. Like most men do that. But yeah, no, so fucking also nice mounts on the wall.
Yeah. Well, the one's grandpa's. This one I shot a while ago. And then I got another one over there. This whole room, it's like a death room. I just went and picked up another one today with my son because he was all jacked about it being done. So
Yeah.
yeah, no, it's probably the one plus thing about living down in La Crosse is that the hunting is absolutely phenomenal down here. It's nothing like home.
Oh, it's better.
Oh yeah. There's giant deer down here. And
Yeah, I mean there's big deer up here, but they're not like fucking huge.
dude, Polk County's like coming around. Like by you guys, that's like booming now for like really big bucks. At least the last couple of years, like 190-inch bucks have been coming out of there.
Dude, I haven't hunted since 2016.
Really?
Yeah. I got sick of like hunting on other people's land and like the rules that come out after you shoot deer. Like, so I ended up, they said if it's brown, it's down. I hunt for meat.
Right.
Like, you know, I don't hunt for antlers. If there's antlers that come along with the package, that's cool. That's a bonus. Right. So I helped my buddy bag his first buck ever. And he got like I don't know, it was 8 or maybe 9. It was probably an 8-point, just perfect basket. And I walked him through it because he had never shot a buck before. He never shot a deer before. I walked him through it. We're in a blind. I said, hey, just relax. 6.5 Creedmoor, you know? And he goes, bam, and fucking nails it. Perfect fucking shot. Right through the heart and lungs. Just, I mean, perfect. That deer, that buck ran for probably 10 yards and then, dropped, right? So that was his first deer he's ever shot. He fucking got it, and then I helped him. Like, I showed him how to gut it out and everything like that, and all that stuff. I said, I'm not doing it, but, you know, I'll show you how to do it, and I'll walk you through it, blah, blah, blah. He was so fucking happy, and I said, yeah, drag him out by the antlers, you know, and then go up to the trail, and then somebody came out with an ATV and grabbed it and whatever. And then, so I was sitting there in that same blind area, and I see what looks like a small doe, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be great. Bam, one shot, it's down, like fucking instantly. And okay, so I was doing, this is on YouTube, by the way. So I'm videotaping. I said, yeah, I just got a doe with my my Swiss K31 carbine, you know, all this shit, 174 grain, blah, 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 all the like dumb shit. And then I go up and I was like, there was another one walking about 20 yards behind it. So I said, well, I'm going to go grab this one really quick. So I grabbed my rifle, bam, dropped immediately. They're both fucking nubbins, right?
Yeah.
I can't fucking see the cock and balls or the nubbins at that distance with iron sights, right?
Right.
So I dropped 2 nubbins, and I didn't, because does do the same shit. They do the same pattern of like walking and shit like that.
Right.
And so the landowner gets pissed. And everybody else that was around was like, "Why'd you shoot your nubbins? You fucked us out of bucks." I'm like, "No, I didn't." And like, why are you making such a fucking big deal out of this?
Right.
And they got so fucking mad. I'm like, I'm not hunting anymore unless it's on my own property or like a family's property.
Yeah.
So I just got pissed off. I haven't hunted since then. So
Yeah. Dang. Yeah. I mean, I meat hunt because obviously that's what we live off of. That's our burger. That's our summer sausage and steaks, But for bow hunting, I have to trophy hunt because the guy that I have, like a friend of mine, he gives me permission to bow hunt his property and gun hunt. And he's got family that lives in Buffalo County, so they got big deer there.
yeah.
So he wants me to at least respect the property and just shoot big bucks, which is totally fine because he's letting me hunt his property for free, and I just help him with some of the property work, But when I go to Minnesota with my father-in-law, it's a meat drive. Like,
Yeah.
just opening day, we just do deer drives. The deer just run. We shoot what we need, and then we're done by like noon or 2 o'clock, and we're in the shop drinking beer, cutting them up.
There you go. And that's the way I like to hunt. Is like, it's just, yeah. I mean, and so my wife's uncle, he's got property up in Grantsburg.
Oh, nice.
And so he's like, I don't hunt, but if you want to come up, yeah, go for it. I don't give a shit. And so I've just kind of been like reluctant because of the bullshit around like the bad experiences I've had with like hunting on other people's property and like the rules that happen afterwards, like I was just saying. And it's like, I just get fucking spooked, but he actually doesn't give a fuck. He's like, just do what you do. And so I might actually do it this year.
Hell yeah. Why not?
Yeah. I mean, venison is fantastic. And here's the thing is I used to cut them up myself and everything, but now it's like, I might just pay swanks, to just get it done.
$150, whatever. They'll get your burger and shit back, and
it's still dirt cheap.
Right. Yeah.
With the license and the fucking, I mean, I use surplus guns and I use the same fucking blaze orange jacket I've had since I was 13. But like, you figure about $175 a deer, all costs and everything. Right. And you get like 40 pounds of meat. That's good meat. Venison is fucking fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. I love it. It's hard for me to actually eat just like actual beef now.
Right. Because venison is more rich. It's got so much flavor. And if I get the shitty cuts of, or like the ground venison, which is fine, mm-hmm. I mix it, like 60% venison, 40% pork butt.
Right.
Right. So I just throw it in there, and it's better than ground beef. I mean, you're not going to convince me otherwise. That's the thing.
Amen to that.
It's so much better, and you've got this hearty, very iron-rich, and mineral-rich and nutrient-rich meat that people have sustained themselves on for millennia.
Right.
And yeah, venison it's fantastic.
Yeah, I live and breathe it, especially down here. And if I'm out doing that, then I'm fishing like I was today. I'm freaking windburnt to shit.
Well, here's the thing, man, is like, I can see that you're a little red in the face. Fucking Christ. But like, the thing is, I've never liked freshwater fish, except walleye, right? I'll do walleye because it's sweet.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have that, like, I don't know what the fuck I don't know. Freshwater fish to me, man, is like, I just never been like, because you and I have fished a lot together.
Yeah.
And when we were kids, and I'll catch them and it's fun, like that whole thing. I just don't like most freshwater fish. And yes, I've had it cooked properly and I'll eat it and everything like that. But, saltwater fish even is like, it's a crapshoot, like literally, like what kind of fish I like. But no, fishing is great. Like, I like the act of fishing. I haven't done it in years, man, to be honest. Like, I've lost a lot of joy in things that I used to do. Like, I was telling this on stream a while back. I don't know if they know this is with you, but you remember You remember when we were out there ice fishing on I think we were on Wapagasset, and we were out there fishing, and
Stupid, dude.
you acquired this guy's car battery for the lights.
Yeah, it was
for
like
the
a
ice
great
house.
uncle.
And all of a sudden he comes down and he busts in the door, yells at me, and goes, "Where's my goddamn car battery?"
It's car battery.
And I was like, "I don't know. I didn't. He's like, "Where's my goddamn car battery?" And I was like, and then he goes out and he goes, "Oh, Jake!" And then he goes out there and starts screaming at you, and you're just like, "Oh, we need to leave." We walked across the whole fucking lake at night.
And I think we walked to the bar. Then
we walked to that bar. Then you called.
My mom.
Yeah, you called your mom. You called your mom. And we're sitting there. We're like, we have no money. Like, we have zero money on us. Like, there's nothing. They're like, "Do you want some chips?" And we're like, "Yes, please." They gave us some chips for free. And your mom came and picked us up. And then he was trying to chase us down on his ATV. And we're just looking out the back window going, "Just keep going, please keep going."
Dude, I don't know why that was such a scary moment. Like,
right.
I mean, it was my great uncle, and I mean,
right.
I didn't
know what the fuck was going on. I was sitting there playing my Game Boy. I was playing a fucking Pokemon Silver while I had the lines in the fucking holes. I'm just sitting there in the ice house, and you're out there doing the tip ups and shit like that. And I'm just like playing Game Boy, and all of a sudden, boom! "Where's my goddamn car battery?" Oh! I think we were like 12 or 13 at the time. It wasn't. We weren't that old.
No, we weren't old at all. Yeah,
but we did catch that northern too.
Did we catch one?
Yeah, you caught one on the tip up. And it was actually legal size. We took that home and we filleted it when we got home, and we got all the Y bones and shit taken care of. That's why when you sent that video with your kid, I was like, "Oh well, yeah, that's awesome," because Y bones suck, but like you can get a lot of meat off of a northern.
Oh yeah.
And so we had the northern. We had a couple crappies too.
I gotta grab a laptop charger.
I'm gonna go take a piss. Yep.
So off topic, I just see this about 7 minutes ago that South Carolina has carried out the execution of that guy. You see that? By
No,
firing
I
squad?
don't. I follow the news, man. Like, to be honest.
I don't either. But this, I have a friend that posts on Facebook, and there's this guy that killed his ex girlfriend's parents or whatever, and they did death by firing squad.
Firing squad.
I was like, all right, I guess.
Jesus, that's fucking brutal. But yeah,
Yeah, no shit. I was
See,
like,
I don't believe, honestly, like, so honest. I've had this conversation with a lot of people, so this might be a fun one. I don't believe in the death penalty.
right,
Not because I don't think it's warranted in some cases, but because I don't believe in giving the state that much power.
right,
And you know, I get it. I don't like killing in general
right,
for obvious reasons. And so, that kind of thing. And then when I was in school, so I got 2 degrees in criminal justice. I got an associate's and a bachelor's, right? I was studying how much it actually costs to have someone be sentenced to the death penalty and go through all the appeals and all that shit, how much it costs, whatever, taxpayers, versus somebody having life in. To me, life in prison would be worse,
right.
because it's like you're gonna realize one day that you fucked up, but you can't get out of it, and I think that's a worse punishment to me than
The easy way out.
Yeah, it's
That's
an
the way I
easier way out. Yes,
That's
and
that's the way I take it.
yeah, so it's, but no, I don't really. What I do is I watch podcasts that kind of talk about the news like a day or two later, in a funny way. That's how I get my news.
Right.
And then if I want to like research something, I won't go to the mainstream media. I'll go to a lot of independent sources and shit.
Yeah.
Like what is actually going on, and then okay, yeah. But here's the thing: is it's out of my control,
Yeah.
and so why the fuck do I need to care about it?
Yeah, exactly, dude. I'm the same way. The only reason I see is because he posts on Facebook and he gets his own information from his single sources, and that's literally where I get my information from, because I don't watch any of that. I get too worked up, and I'm like,
yeah, exactly.
Why am I getting pissed off about, like you said, shit that's out of my control?
It's literally it's in neither of ours control, and it's like, but that's how they've kind of tried to condition the people.
Yeah,
is like, oh, you think you have control over this.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like, well, you actually fucking don't.
Right.
Like you have control over about 5% of what they're telling you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's my opinion, and it's like, in my opinion, also doesn't matter. It's like your opinion does not matter.
No.
You can discuss it and be civil about it, but in the end, like, what the fuck, what is it gonna do?
Right.
So
but I think the death by firing squad's a little. I mean, for one, you're putting on 3 people that they have to kill this guy. You know what I mean? So you're putting that on. Yep. You're putting that on 3 people. 2, like you said, easy way out or whatever. But it's just like, I don't know. I'd rather just have somebody rot in a prison cell.
Yep, it's cheaper and it is way worse in my opinion.
Right.
So
that's
and
crazy.
yeah, it's like, and also you don't traumatize other people, because like those 3 people, they'll catch up with them.
Oh,
they'll catch up with them
for sure
eventually, and it's like, yeah, I mean, come on, like, what are we doing here? And I also, like I said, I don't like the state having that much power.
Yeah.
Like you decide life and death, really?
Yeah.
Exactly. As a state entity. Oh, that's not good, in my opinion. Like it's like, I guess you have the right to do that if people vote on it, but when was the last time that all these states that had the death penalty have had a public vote on it?
Right.
You know?
And it seems like I think there's only like 4 states in the U.S. that still have the death by firing squad. It's like Utah, South Carolina.
It's been a while, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
But
that's another thing too. Is like, how about this? If you don't know something, how about you say, "I don't know."
right.
I mean, how fucking bad is that? Like,
Yeah.
It's like, dude, like online and shit. Online is not even fucking reality to me. It's a part of reality, of course. Yeah. But like, dude, I used to be like one of these guys that I wanted to be an authority and I wanted to know everything, like about history or whatever, criminal justice, all this shit. Nowadays, I'm like, I don't know, and people just go, "What?" I'm like, I don't know. It's like a fucking weird response, but I'm like, no, I don't know, so I'm not going to comment on that shit.
Right.
Like that. End of story. Like, I don't know. And that's been like, it's been like criminalized to like say I don't know.
Yeah.
Or not criminalized, but like it's been like a socially criminalized.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, my wife and I have got into it because I'm like, for the fact I say I don't know or I don't care, and then she's like, "Well, you should," and it's like, not really. Like,
not really. Yeah.
Three quarters of stuff online, I guarantee somebody just made up. It's fake. It's not even real facts.
Well, that's another. Yeah, that's another big thing. Yeah.
Like a couple of years ago, I got caught up. I posted, for one, I never post on Facebook anymore, but I just shared a link of, I don't know, it could have been some event, and I thought it was present. But if I would have actually did research, that event actually took place like fucking 10 years ago. Somebody just redid it and said it happened. You know what I mean?
No, I know what you mean. Exactly. And it's like, there's a lot of, the word propaganda is not pushed as much as I think it needs to be.
Right.
Because it's like, here's the thing, man, is like, I've gotten to the point where I don't believe a fucking thing I hear or see. Right?
Yeah.
Until a little bit of time plays out and I go, well, okay, that could be true. Does it affect me? Do I have control over it? Those questions are asked. And it's like, I think people are just so fucking forced into this, you have to pick a side thing. And it's like, no, you don't.
Right.
No. Because here's the thing is, I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I am me. Yeah. Right? That's the way I view it. Is like, I am conservative in a lot of my views. Yes, sure. But I'm not beholden to any fucking source of power, quote unquote, that tells me how to think. It's like, no, fuck that. No, I'm going to think the way I fucking want to think. And that's that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people are they're very easily led. And here's the thing is, the caveat is, I was easily fucking led. You and I both went to Iraq. Okay?
Yep.
Because we thought it was the right thing to do.
Right.
And we were like, children. We were teenagers. We thought that was the right thing to do, to join the military, do infantry, which is fucking retarded, but like also pretty fucking cool. And then go to Iraq. And then it's like, so we get it. And when I'm trying to talk to people who I see in the same pattern, it's like, well, I went to listen to me at this age,
Yeah.
So it's like, what I try to offer, like, anytime somebody says I'm going to join the military, I go, why? Because I want to serve my country. And I go, okay. That's very noble. That is
Right.
very noble. But how are you serving your country?
Yeah, just joining isn't actually serving. I mean, well, to an extent, I guess.
Well, no, you know what I mean? Like, dude, the military sucks. It really does. Like, there's no fucking
Go to Fort McCoy, sit in a field during a fucking thunderstorm and lightning.
tornado. There was a fucking tornado there in 2011. You were there
Dude,
with me.
You remember that? Like, hey, get out of the woods, go stand in the field.
Dude, that, oh my God. Yeah, that was, I was, oh God.
Was that the same weekend those guys got struck at with the 50 cal?
Yes. No, it was not. Because the one we're talking about is 2011 when you and I were there.
Yeah.
We were sitting in the fucking hooches, and then we were sitting on that hill, and then all of a sudden you hear, and we're like, oh my God, I'm going to die. Like, what the fuck? Like, what do I do? Like, I'm just going to sit here and fucking whatever. And then the next day we wake up and there's like trees down everywhere and shit. And it's like, what the fuck? Okay. But the one when I had just gotten out because it was August of 2012 when I got out. I got out August 27th of 2012. I got a medical. So I fucking took it because I was like, I'm done, dude. Like,
right.
I can't fucking do this anymore. Like, this is such bullshit. Like, and so I got out, and then I heard about that AT where the guys, they got zapped on the gun truck with the 50 cal.
Like we were doing the whole like attack and defend, and we were attacking the hill, and we got to the top, and there's just empty bunker holes with 50 cals in them. Nobody's around. So after they got like struck by lightning, their entire like company got off the hill, and then we stormed the hill, and nobody was there.
So that must have been 2012 then, right?
It had to be
2013 or
when
did you get out?
2017.
You were in that long?
Yeah, 9 years.
Fucking A, man.
Yeah, but I was thinking like I thought I got out at a good time, because could you imagine dealing with all the shit the past like 4-6 years?
Well, dude, so let me message Pooch.
Or I should say it, between the last 5 years and shit, dude.
I usually don't talk about politics, but you're fucking free to do it. It's
yeah,
fine.
no, I don't talk about. I hate talking about politics, and I don't know shit about politics. But yeah, I'm just glad I got it when I did.
So you got out. You stayed in until 2017.
Mm-hmm.
What rank would you get out at?
Same.
E4.
Yeah.
E4. You were an E4. Okay, that's fucked up because you should have. Oh my God, we've talked about this so much in the fucking streams. Like, you and me and all the guys who deployed in 09 should have been fucking NCOs within 6 months of being back.
Immediately, yeah.
Like, immediately. Like, I never got past E3 because of Zimmy, right? That little fucker, that fat bastard.
Dude, Nut just got his E5. Just got, like, last year. Nut still in. And he just got his E5. So that means Nut's been a specialist for the last 13 years.
Nut has been he just got his E5?
Yes. I swear to God, that's what Sean just told me. Sean or something.
Nut should have been a fucking E5 in 2011 and 2012 when we got back.
Right. I could be wrong. I think I could be wrong, but I swear to God,
Jesus Christ.
Dude, unless I had a dream about it, but I swear like something about like that happened. Maybe
dude, oh my God. Dude, Nut was a great soldier. He was fucking awesome.
Yeah, they're deployed right now somewhere. I supposedly half the company deployed.
I hope it's not to Europe. My God.
It's somewhere over there, but it doesn't sound like it's a deployment. It's like vacation, I think.
Okay, good. Because
But I also don't think that Nuts with Bravo anymore. I think he might be out of like the Ashland unit.
right. Well, it doesn't fucking matter. Like he paid his fucking dues, man.
Yeah.
You know that deployment fucking sucked so bad. So I was talking to Big Waz, right?
Yeah.
I've been talking to him quite a bit lately, and he's even like, yeah, that deployment was awful, and you guys were set to be leaders and all that shit, and whatever, and it's like, yeah, I agree, but the leadership was awful.
Right. It was just one of those deals. Like, I'm not saying that we should have did something differently, because I'm happy that what happened or what we did over there is what we came back with. I mean, obviously, like you were talking,
Yeah.
some of your buddies on here had it way fucking worse when we were there.
But we also had it pretty fucking difficult.
Yeah.
Wasn't great. And I've told these guys about that, and they're like, "Oh, fuck that!" Like, damn, dude. And I'm like, "Yeah," but no, it's just so Nut is a fucking only an E5.
Dude, I could be wrong. I honestly could be wrong, because I feel like he should be way higher than that.
Well,
But,
Pooch, I'm talking to Pooch right now. Here, let me just send him the fucking link. See if he comes on. Because Pooch is an E7 now, right?
Is he? He's still in, huh?
Yeah, he's still in.
No shit.
But like we were talking privately, a couple months ago, and like he's like, man, this shit is way weirder than when we were in. And I'm like, how the fuck is that possible? Like,
well, how the fuck are you, like, why are you still in?
well, 'cause he's close to his 20.
Well, I get that now, yeah.
But like he's like, yeah, I mean, that dude, he was a good guy. He was just on our level, like fucking Pooch, like,
Right. Oh yeah.
But like I was explaining to the guys from Afghanistan, like why I never got past E3. It wasn't because I wasn't a good soldier. It was because of Zimmy. Right. That's exactly what it was. And they're like, that is so fucked up. But it also happened in active duty units as well. Right. So,
dude, you were such a good shot, though. I mean, you still are probably, but like, you were always the top fucking dog when it came to shooting anything.
Yep. So was Pat Lemire.
Yeah.
we were the two fucking, like, you want something toast at 1,000 yards? All right, let's go.
Dude, you had to have been out, but I shot 40 out of 40 during day, and I shot 30 or 40 out of I shot 100% day and night. And
nice.
then I got fucking picked to do, they picked like the best shooter from like each company.
Okay. Yeah.
And then you had to fucking do like a 3-mile run and then come back and do your shooting stations again. Dude, we're going against the snipers, going against all these other companies that all these fit guys are just, and I was so fat and out of shape.
Yeah, no, I get you, buddy. I get you.
I was the last one to show up to the shooting stations. All the other guys were like fucking done, like I was.
You're so there's.
Guys were walking out the range, cleaning their guns already, fucking.
Oh fuck yeah, you're sitting there. No, it's we so like what pissed me off is, like, I think you were in the room when this happened. We were at drill in New Richmond, and the first sergeant, Zimmy, came in and was like, Birch, you could be going for the scouts if you just applied yourself and whatever. You're a great shot. You're the best shot in the company. I said, First Sergeant Lemire is the best shot in the company. Remember that? And then he's like, oh yeah, he's like, maybe you weren't there or you weren't paying attention. You're probably dipping in the back of the fucking classroom.
Probably.
But like, you probably. But I was like, no, Lemire is actually a better shot than me. And he's like, well, you just don't apply yourself. That's why you're never going to be a scout sniper. I said, hey, First Sergeant, I don't want to be a scout sniper. And he just looks at me and goes, well, and I'm like,
Oh man.
you know what I mean? Like that fucking dude is like a fucking idiot. And Pat did say on that stream, did you hear that part about Pat saw him like a couple years later after I got out and everything. And Zimmy was like sergeant major or some shit. And he looked at Pat and he's like, oh, hey, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. And then he goes, Zimmy said, I'm a miserable human being.
Sweet. Thank you. See ya.
Yep. And that man fucked me over. Because like we were talking about, remember, so I'll just do it for the record. Like because Pat and I talked about this on the stream. So it was me, Pat, Hibbard, who I didn't like at all. I still don't like him.
I think Hibbard and I got into it.
Oh, he was a fucking pile of shit. But like so him, Nut, and Carney already had his CIB, and then Methune, right? When that rocket came in and fucking just about fucking took us out, right?
Yeah, dude.
That one night.
I just listened to that. You guys talk about that, yeah.
But you remember that, right? You remember hearing about that?
Yeah. Yeah, you were talking about how you and I went and got those St. Pauli's. That was New Year's, but
that was a different time.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is August 8th, 2009. And
how the hell do you remember the date, dude?
I'm an autistic fuck. Okay?
Dude, that's crazy.
I remember certain things, right?
Right.
But like because they affected me, right? And so remember when that rocket came in and it like fucking almost Pat was like 10 feet away from the fucking thing. And I was like 30 yards away from it when it fucking came in. And it fucking boom, fucking hit. And then we got hit a lot after that. And you were in the SDC, so you were like, oh shit, we're getting hit. Oh fuck.
Right.
It's like, oh shit. But we got hit hard that day, right? And I'm sitting there, and then they're like, the MPs came over, and they were like, the 519th guys were like, oh, you can put in for your combat action badge. And I was like, well, we're infantry. And they're like, put in for your combat infantry badge. Perfect. We did that. And it's like, okay, cool. We earned it. What?
Oh yeah, but I'm saying it got shot down.
Oh, it got shot down. Yeah, absolutely. and then they were like, well, just put in for your combat action badge. No, I found out later that Zimmy and Johansson were the ones who fucking said, nope.
Really?
Yeah. So that I earned a combat infantry badge.
Right.
You know that.
Oh yeah.
You know that Pat earned one. And here's the thing is, I don't like her at all, but Reed.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Like, what are we doing here? Yep.
I don't know if I can shit talk about this, but
no, but it's fine. But you remember her? She was there. She earned her combat action badge, right?
Oh yeah, dude, for sure.
None of us got any of that,
right?
Because it was shot down because our company level leadership was like, no, we don't want to. It's like, well, for your NCOERs and your OERs, like that would make it better, correct?
Right.
But they were so fucking retarded and jealous. They just were like, no. And so like, oh my God, like we never got it. We never got anything like that. And I'm like, yeah. I asked Big Waz, right? I asked him a couple months ago. I was like, hey, so this is what happened, blah, blah, blah. He goes, oh, it definitely qualifies.
Right.
And I was like, so why didn't we get them? And he's like, because you remember that.
Yeah. Dude,
what happened.
I feel like there's a lot of shit that maybe more people should have got that didn't get. You know, I just feel like a lot of shit. Just I don't know if they were lazy to do it or what, but
It's just
even like us being like we should have been E5s. I mean, and then when
yeah.
And then when all of us were still in, like you said, it went from fucking 100% of us guys that came back to half of the guys. Then it was a quarter of us. And then all these new guys came in. They were higher ranked than us. We're like,
Yes.
well, what the fuck? And then that's where I just lost all hope. I'm like, I'm just going to ride this out.
Well, dude, I know I've told this on the stream before, but like, there was, remember, what the hell was his name? He was an E4 that was in RSP with me, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say his name live on stream because I don't want to do that. I don't want to dox him.
Right.
But he was an E4 who chose college first. He was the one in the room. Yeah, he was in the same fucking room as you and me in RSP when he chose college first. Okay. He ended up being in our unit, and he was an E4 when we got back.
Right.
I said, hey, just go do this, grab the mop and mop this shit up. And he goes, yeah, I'm not taking orders from a fucking private.
Yeah, right.
And I went, I'll type it to you in Facebook chat. You'll remember the guy.
No, you're good.
You know who I'm talking about?
I feel well. Text it to me just in case. Or
well, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm gonna do it in Facebook chat.
Yeah,
it's not gonna be public.
Oh yeah. But I even went to what? Oh yeah.
Remember him?
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
So he goes, I'm not gonna take orders from a private. I said it wasn't an order, dude. I'm just like telling you like what we need to get done.
Yeah.
You know, and all that shit. And he goes, okay, private. And I'm like, okay. I let it go like a couple times. But yeah, that was kind of the thing. Like I felt like that too. Like when we got back, it's like
yeah, I don't know. Some shady shit.
Yeah, but I mean it's all good. Like we're all alive, we're all still breathing. It's all good.
Right. Well, it made us the guys we are today though, you know.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like it was insane. Like that experience was like fucking nuts. Like how the hell I'm like, dude, who the hell does that? You know? You'd be a fucking idiot.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun times though with the OG clan, you know, the OG battalion.
Oh God. Dude, did you actually I don't think you did, because like you went to Dental's room, right? You were with Dental?
One deployed?
No, like in the room, because like you were with us at first, and you were like, we wanted wood because we were like,
yeah,
you know,
I went with Nowicki and not.
Oh, so you're with those two guys? Okay,
yeah,
never mind. That clears things up. But like, remember like when we were first there, and like we didn't have our security clearances done yet, and everything, no badges, whatever, and we were just like, well, we're just gonna play D&D, and then we had all of our leadership in there eventually. You know, Lutz was in there, freaking Duke was in there, fucking Kent was in there.
Kent,
you know, dude. Sergeant Kent.
I saw him like probably 6 years ago when I was up north, and I was like, hey.
No shit?
Yeah, I don't know where I saw him though. No, I saw him down here in La Crosse.
Sergeant Kent?
Yeah. Yeah, supposedly he lives somewhere down here.
Nice. Yeah, he's fucking
he was one of the cool ones.
Yeah, it was okay, and then until he just gave up and kind of just said the MPs run the show.
Yeah, I think he just got to the point too, like the rest of us were just ride it out. Like I think he was done after the deployment too.
Well, no, he went with Kirchhoff, and he was he was a training NCO down at Fort McCoy, and then one day he just woke up and said, he grabbed his 20-year letter and he just went.
Oh, really?
Yep. That's how the story goes.
Yeah.
I wasn't there. But like yeah, he just went, I'm done, and got out. But like yeah, I mean, we had some Here, I'll let me just do this really quick. Okay, it is in there. All right. Check this shit out. I will. All right. So you can see this, right?
Can I make this full screen? I think I can.
Yeah, I think you can.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Yours truly. That was in Kuwait at that fucking range. We were
Oh,
like there all day and we fucking Lieutenant Cortez got us stuck in the fucking sand in the bus.
the boss. Yeah, yeah.
As I said, I'd love to have Lieutenant, or he's now, or he retired as a major.
Oh, really?
But like, yeah, but like, he's to me, he's always LT, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And he's LT. That you know, Dan's behind me and Wood's behind me.
Were you with that day when we went to go see Angelina Jolie?
No, I actually wasn't. I couldn't get off that day. Like I had one day off the whole fucking time we were there, dude.
Right. Dude, we went to go see her and we were told that we could wear PTs. And we showed up and they wouldn't allow us in the facility because we were wearing PTs.
Of course. So, all right, I'm zooming in too. Does that help?
Oh, you're good, man. I can see all the pictures.
Okay. Let's see. There's yours truly.
Did you get to watch Saddam's Palace or walk it?
Yeah, I'll show you the pictures. So there's Halvey next to me, of course.
Okay, all I can see is your actual deployment file.
Motherfucking cocksucking son of a bitch, cock fucking.
So I can see like the little like tab pictures, but that's it.
All right, let me fucking figure this out.
You're good.
All right. So present. Stop screen. What the fuck is going on? All right. So there we go. All right. This is probably gonna be better.
There you go. That works.
Yep. So that's me and Halvey. You were on the same You were on the same fucking plane.
Dude, that was so uncomfortable.
Oh my god, it was awful. It was so horrible. Like
straight up. Yeah.
And that's the first one I was showing.
Yeah, quite.
Yeah, Kuwait. That range. Remember that range?
Oh, there's
we were out there for like fucking 12 hours and it was just like, oh my god, can we just go home?
There's Woody.
Yep, there's Woody and there's Oris behind me.
Have you talked to Oris lately?
No, I haven't talked to him in a while. There's this guy. I was sitting there like not wearing a combat patch because I was protesting because I was like, this deployment fucking sucks. But that's one of the Rocky guys. And so yeah, this is the palace, right? So this is the the swimming pool. Yeah. It's fucking awesome. Yeah, oh, and this is in Texas. Because you were in my squad, so or you were in my platoon rather. And I was just like going out to take a piss, and Oris was like, "You're like a fucking idiot with that shema gun." And then he just like took a picture of me randomly. And I told my buddy Jonesy, like I sent him this picture, and he's like, "If your uniform's not dirty, you're not working." And I'm like, "Oh, we worked."
Well, don't you see it's dirtier on the bottom?
Oh, it's so fucking. We were so filthy all the time, except in Iraq, like because they were like, we have to wash uniforms every fucking day, and I'm like, well, I have to buy 10 uniforms now then.
Yeah, go scrub sandbags,
dude. So check this out, Jake.
That's a legendary photo there. Oh my god, look at Smith.
Yep.
He looks like he's on meth.
He was he should have been, but he was not.
Dude, you remember when he went and got his eyebrows?
Yeah, like plucked.
It wasn't. Yeah, it was plucked because or
Yeah, with
threaded.
the fucking strings. And he was like,
He's getting ready to go home, so he had to make his eyebrows look good.
the sad part is like besides the guy in civvies, like John, who I actually had on stream the other night, most of those, and the guy in the front, right here, you can see my cursor. Can you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's alive. He's in Austria. So John and him are still alive. The rest of these guys are all dead.
No shit.
Yeah, they got killed when ISIS took over.
No
So
shit.
like
Huh?
you helped the U.S. So
That's
I feel
fucked.
really bad about that. It's fucked up. But like again, it's not my responsibility.
Right.
I was just fucking there. But like
Yeah.
yeah, it sucks. But yeah, this is our team. And I'm sitting there in the back because I'm fucking the tallest. They're like, you're just gonna block out everybody in the fucking shot.
Photo looks like it was taken with a Polaroid.
That is actually a picture of a picture. Yes.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It's a picture of a picture. So oh,
Little Mikey.
little Mikey. Yeah, that's at Al-Fa as well, the palace. Saddam's little palace.
Yeah, that place was crazy.
That place was fucking nuts, dude.
Everything was marble.
Well, it was fake marble, but yes.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I was glad we were like allowed to wear the boonie hats because
Right.
they really worked. And then yeah, there's little Mikey at the fucking entrance of Al-Fa Palace. The T-walls there. People trying to ram it. You remember that? Because you went there too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and here was the gate. And these two Iraqi dudes were fucking awesome at their job.
Yeah, you know, the whole thing too. Like our camo wasn't even
Oh God. I've done so many fucking rant videos on UCP, Universal Camouflage Pattern. I've done so many fucking videos. It's. I'm not even gonna get into it right now, but like, dude, our shit was. It's like it turned blue in the
Yeah.
sun, and I'm like, what the fuck are we wearing this for? Like, let's wear the fucking chocolate chip like the Iraqis are wearing. It's a lot better. Like, Jesus, yeah, our
looks
our
a lot
fucking-
better too.
Yeah, our uniforms were dog shit, dude. Yeah, I got Draves on the right, and then Nut on the left, who we were just talking about. Yours truly. I had to censor that because that was taken in front of a place that at the time OPSEC apparently applied to. Yeah, and that was that mosque by the Al-Fa Palace. Other buildings and shit. Yeah, this guy was also really good at his job. He was a fucking awesome soldier, man. But I'm pretty sure he's dead as well. But yeah, dude, I'm a fucking child here. Like,
Right? What were we, 19?
18.
18?
Yeah. Oh, this is at
Flintstone Village.
You went there. You went
Yeah.
there?
Yeah.
Dude, that place is fucking insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, built it for all the little kids to play in.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the guys from Afghanistan was like, "Why are you wearing your fucking weapon so low?" I'm like, "Well, because usually I have my vest on, and I position my vest or my sling
Yeah.
to like fit over my vest, and like it would be a perfect fucking angle. But when I wasn't wearing my vest, that's what it looked like. And yeah, it's my
That's the
Well,
OG photo.
yeah, hell, me in Texas in the 240 range, just before night qual, but. And also, okay, so this is the one I was going to tell you about, because you know all these guys.
Yep.
Like there's me back left, of course, not Carney, Auk, Methune, and then Kent in the middle, and then Duke, Smith, Vang, and Nowicki.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty fucking cool. There's pictures on Google, by the way, if you want to Google it. Just go Camp Crapper 2009, and then it'll be there.
No shit.
Yeah, no shit. Because you were in the SDC. Did they? I don't think they ever took pictures of you guys, right?
We're allowed to due to interrogation shit.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And then there's this is in Kuwait. I'm not in this.
Balco.
Yeah, Balco and his giant. He had a fucking flounder head like fucking or like Jake, the guy that was on tonight.
Yeah.
So they were like, "We're gonna give you an XL fucking K-pot," and it looked so fucking big on him. And a dental on the bottom left. That fucking sucks.
Right.
But yeah, the rest of them, like, yeah, it's just. Oh, there's Pat. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's fine. I didn't realize it was Pat until after you said something, because with his beard.
Well, I don't think Pat's got a beard anymore.
Oh, he did in the video, didn't he? Or was it just the lighting?
No, it's probably just the lighting. Like he doesn't grow facial hair well. He's kind of like me. But yeah, that's Lemire. He fucking dude. That guy's a fucking badass. The guy on the left. For all you guys that are watching, dude, Pat was a fucking badass. I think that's it. Yeah, it is it.
Hell yeah.
So
Yeah. No, I was gonna tell you. So like when we were in SDC or whatever, we had Phillips over there for like the female.
I felt so bad for her. She's such a nice girl. Like
super nice. And when we got back, had it been a couple years later or whatever, my girlfriend at the time took me to church, and she was there at that church, and she's like, "Jake, it's so good to see you."
Yeah. No, she's got a beautiful family now. Like she's married, she's happy, she's good to
Does she?
go. Yeah, she's doing well. Yeah. Like yeah, she's I mean, I saw her in Walmart too, in New Richmond when I lived there. And she had just gotten married and everything like that, and she was doing well. And I mean, we're friends on Facebook and all that shit, but yeah, I felt bad for her because like she probably shouldn't have been there.
No, she shouldn't have. And
it was rough. And
for a very Christian woman, she shouldn't have been there.
Well, she's super nice. She's just super kind, and like
Mm-hmm.
that place was not good.
No.
Like,
and in the SDC too, it was not good because there was
right.
Nonstop guys were touching themselves like the prisoners,
Yeah.
And you had to go and like she saw some of that's like not good.
Yeah, and it's like you just kind of feel bad for some people sometimes. But I'm glad she's doing good. I'm really glad she's doing good.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So yeah, I hope everybody that we were with is doing okay. I've talked to I've started reconnecting with people, like I told you, and so I started talking with Grebe.
Did you? Have you? How's he doing?
He's doing his best he can. Yeah, he's still breathing.
Is he still in Appleton?
I don't know where he lives, but like, yeah.
Is he still with Pooch's?
I think so. Yeah, yeah. But like, he's got kids and everything. He's doing great, and he'll come on a stream sometime as well.
Yeah, last time I was talking to him, he was, I think it was a long time ago, but he's going to school.
Yeah. And so, we've all been kind of through the fucking ringer. And it's funny because my buddy Jonesy, the guy that was in Afghanistan, he was telling me that, like, from his research and his talking to vets, like the Vietnam vets and World War II vets and everything, it's like about 15 years it starts to come to fruition.
Really?
Where you're like, you know what I mean? Like, where you kind of like go, oh shit, okay. And it's kind of cool that because I wanted to just cut everybody out for the past like 15 years. I just wanted like everybody to be okay. That's a past memory. That whatever. I don't want to deal with it. It's done. It's over. But I'm like, it's also very fun to talk to people because it is over. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah.
And it's kind of it's a thing in the past. It happened. We have a shared experience, which is really fun. I mean, the experience itself wasn't necessarily always fun, but like, we have that, and it's like we can talk about it with people because people generally just what I've noticed in the comments is people just don't know really, and I'm not trying to be a condescending dick,
Right.
but like I'm just saying they don't really know what actually happened with GWAT guys, right? And what our experiences were and how we kind of came back into the world and um, did our thing, made all the moves that are necessary and all that shit.
Right.
And like when we're honest about it, people go, "Well, yeah, I don't want to fucking sign up for the military. I don't want to go to war. Wars are stupid." And I'm like, "Yeah, they are." Correct. But I mean, I guess it just takes us to be honest about it and open about it. Not like now, right now, I'm not telling you to fucking, open up or anything, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, start crying, just fucking have a fucking absolute meltdown on stream, and then I have to go fucking die. I have to figure out how to get down to lacrosse and like fucking, get you to a hospital. No, it's not that. But like, here's the thing: is like I've learned that when we talk to each other, it's not always about military shit. Whatever, fucking, it happened. It's part of an experience.
Right.
We can talk about whatever, but like when we do talk about it, we're very real and open with each other.
Mhm.
Whether we were in Afghanistan or Iraq, and it actually is cathartic. And it's like it's very like, okay, somebody understands me,
Do you remember building 50 cals out of 4x4s and piping when we were kids?
Oh yeah,
used to
they're
build those-
probably still rotting at my parents' property. Yeah.
They'd take 2 little nails for the sights.
Oh yeah, yeah. We always wanted to play army, and we were always like, "Oh, that's fucking cool." And then, like, did you join? Because I joined in high school, like senior year. Did you join that?
Yeah, I joined March 11th, senior year.
Yeah, I joined January 28th of our senior year, 25th rather. And
I think it was a combination of you and Sean both telling me to sign up.
well, and Dan also, like he fucking, and then that's why I got E3. I got E3 from you and Dan.
And then
And
you
I was like,
stayed that.
"Oh, I'm fucking hardcore. I'm an E3." It's like,
Yeah, I was the
well,
guy you're telling me to sweep. No, I'm kidding.
right. No, I was just like, fucking, get down to basic. They're like, your fucking rank does not fucking matter here. You're a fucking private. Shut the fuck up.
And you want to talk about going on deployment as the newest newbies to a company.
Well, and the thing that the people, I think people don't understand this. Like, so I got you guys to join. I convinced you guys, and like, well, it wasn't just me. It was everyone else.
Yeah.
It was like this whole social thing. And then, so we go down in, was it July to MEPS?
Yeah.
And I get fucking held back because I'm like 5 pounds overweight. And you and Dan went down.
Yeah.
To what was it, Alpha 119?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm sitting there at home like I'm a failure. I fucking failed these guys and whatever. And so I ended up going by myself because we all thought we were all going to, like, us three are going to, we're compatriots. We're going to go down and we're going to just go through basic and AIT together and it's all going to be fine. Well, those two go down and you literally looked at me and you went, "I'm really fucking scared now." And I went, I can't do anything. I can't do anything. I'm fucking, I was so fucking embarrassed. And like, so you and Dan went down.
Yeah. See you guys later. I'm getting out. No.
Well, it's not what I was so fucking mad. I was like, oh my God, I was so embarrassed. And so I go back and I'm driving back with this like really hot E5. That was a recruiter. Like, she was fucking hot as shit. And I'm like, oh God. She goes, "So why are you going back home?" And I'm like, "I'm 5 pounds overweight." She's like, "You're 5 pounds overweight? Like, you'll lose that in basic."
Literally.
The first day. And I'm like, I know, but like, oh god, my friends are going down there, and I left them behind, and I fucked them over, and I was doing the whole like I took responsibility for something that was not my responsibility,
Yeah.
and so you guys go down there, and then I go down alone in August, right?
Yeah. Were you
So I
like
got a waiver. What?
two? Like you were like Bravo 2 something?
I was Charlie 254.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I go down there in August, and I'm just like alone. And there's a bunch of stories that I could tell of. I didn't drink water for 3 days. I barely ate, and then I fucking didn't sleep for like 4 days. So I was like tripping balls. Have you heard this story, Jake?
No, I don't think so.
Oh my god. So okay, really quick. Well, not really quick. It's going to take a bit, but if you got a bit, we can tell this story.
I got
So I get down there on August 5th of 08, right? You guys are already in Alpha 119, right? Getting your shit shoved in. And I get down there alone, and they give us our camelbacks. They never said that we could fill them, so I was like, I'm just obeying orders. I was just like so fucking wound tight. And so I didn't drink water for a bunch of days. And so like on the second day, we were up for like 2 days straight. And I didn't sleep at maps, of course, because I was so fucking nervous. And so I was marching. We were marching like in 30th AG, like that the little area that they have and all that shit. And I blacked out. Like I couldn't see anything. I could hear everything. I just couldn't see anything. And I'm like, oh fuck. So we go up to we were in Charlie Company in reception. I don't know what company you guys were in reception, but like the Charlie Company is like the one farthest away from like, 30th. And so we're sitting there, and I go there, and I go, I have to go to sleep. So I grab my bags, and I fucking hike up my duffel bag, and this guy next to me smacks me in the face. He goes, "That's my fucking duffel bag, asshole." And I went, okay. So I grabbed my actual duffel bag. I march into the middle barracks, right? Because I'm like, I'm gonna die. Like I felt like I was psychotic at that point, right? Because I've been up for like 4 days or 3 days, 3.5 days, whatever the fuck it is. And I marched in. I threw my duffel bag on the bed as a pillow, and I just racked out. Well, when you're psychotic, you do things. So I ended up sleepwalking, and my brain was like, you shouldn't be here because you can't handle sleep deprivation, and then you're going to get your buddies killed, so you need to get the fuck out of here. That's what my brain was telling me. And then I kind of stand up. I was sleeping. I was completely unconscious. I was standing up, and I walked over, and it was like the end of Gladiator, and he's like putting his hand like towards the door,
Yeah.
like that. Okay. So I did that, but there was a fire alarm. And so my psychotic ass decided that the best way to get out of here is to pull the fire alarm. And so I did. And I woke up, and my hand is on the fucking fire alarm, the little like T switch. And I'm out. I'm like not even conscious. And I'm just like, and I hear boop, 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 boop. And then I hear the fucking door. I hear, what the fuck are you doing, Private? What are you doing? What the fuck are you? Get the fucking hand off the fucking, whatever. And he's like talking to me, right? In real life, he was screaming
Right.
at the top of his lungs. And I just went, this is in reception, mind you. This is not in basic itself.
Oh my god.
And so and this is day 2, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, all of a sudden my eyes open, and I go, oh shit. And all of a sudden things get louder, and I hear the fire alarm going off, and I hear him screaming at me, and he grabs me, and he just fucking throws me out of the fucking door. He goes, sit the fuck down right there. Grabs my duffel, throws it beside me. And I'm like coming to, I'm like in a fucking psychotic state, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh shit. And he's like, stay the fuck down, sit down. And so I'm just sitting there, and they're like, everybody had just gotten to sleep, literally, for the first time in 2 days. And then we had to do accountability formation, right? And the fire truck showed up, the police showed up and everything. And it was like, oh God, I'm fucked.
Right.
Like, I'm fucked. Like, this is not good. And
You're trying to get back to basic training.
I'm like, well, no, I wasn't even in basic training. I'm just like,
You're trying to
"Oh."
get back.
Well, no, like in my brain, I was like, I can't do this because my guys are gonna die because I can't stay awake and I can't handle the, whatever. That was what my brain was thinking. It's like, you can't handle this, and oh my God, dude. So anyway, everybody sees me. Everybody knows who I am, right? All the fucking the trainees,
Yeah.
fucking everybody sees me, and they're like, you can go fucking die. Like, we fucking hate you now.
Yeah. Right.
And I'm like, oh my God. So the fire department comes, they're like, okay, there's no fire, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I get a suicide vest thrown on me, right?
Yeah.
One of those orange vests,
Yes.
and they're like, you're going to sleep in the fucking drill sergeant's office
Oh God.
so he can observe you. And I'm like, oh my God, like, I just want to go to sleep. That's all I want to do, please. And so I'm sitting in there, and I'm trying to sleep on a cot, right? Just no blankets, no pillow, no nothing, and a vest on. And I'm trying to sleep, and all of a sudden, every 2 fucking minutes, somebody's coming in. And, just, whatever, drill sergeant, this, that, blah, blah, blah. And that lasted for like 2 fucking nights. And then finally he goes, get the fuck back to your fucking unit. So I got a Charlie company, which, or it was whatever. It was the fucking guys that were infantry, right? And go up there in the barracks, and I'm starting to mark my shit because that's what they were doing. Is they were marking their like laundry bag and shit like that, with the stamps and whatnot. And I go up there, and I'm like barely conscious still. So I start doing that, and they're like, "You fucked us out of fucking sleep, you fucking fat fuck," And I'm like, "Oh God!" And that was my first couple days in the Army.
Jesus. Not only being treated like shit too, because you're in the National Guard.
Right. Well, oh my God, they fucking. I was telling this on a. Well, no, I don't even think I told this on a stream. Every fucking morning that I can remember, like when we actually got to our, Charlie 254, we're in our fucking training bat.
Yeah.
They'd come in the morning, you hear the doors slam open. Somebody goes, "At ease!" Bam. Okay. All National Guard, front leaning rest position, move.
Right.
The rest of you, carry on. I'm just like, fuck.
Yeah, right.
Like, okay, fuck. I guess I'm fucked the whole time. And then, no, Jake, you're gonna fucking love this story. So, the first fucking day when you do your shark attack and then your meet and greet, quote unquote, when you're sitting up in the, so we had in our bay. Were you in a bay or were you in one of those? No, you were in a bay. You were in Alpha.
Yep.
219 or 119. So we're sitting there. We're towing the line. We're sitting Indian style, right? And they're like, "My name is Drill Sergeant Anderson, blah, 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 blah. My name is Drill Sergeant Fuller, blah, 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 blah." And the first, I gotta back up a bit. So the first day when we're getting shark attacked, our fucking drill comes out as we're like being fucking, run to the fucking, the lines in the CTA, right?
Off the bus.
Yep. He comes up and he's wearing a 1st Marine Division combat patch. And I'm like, and he's an E5. He's not an E6 or an E7. And I'm like, uh-oh, that's not good. And all of a sudden he comes up to me and goes, all right, ladies, my name is Joe Sergeant Fuller. I'll be your junior for the cycle. And so what we're going to do is he wasn't yelling. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Uh-oh.
The guy you gotta
Nope.
watch out for.
Nope. But he's like 5'5". He's a very small guy, but he's just like, he's wearing the fucking, campaign hat and everything. Like, and he's got the first Mardiv patch on. And I'm like, oh, God. It was fucking rough, like the circuit thing. And then we get up to the bay and we're doing that whole thing where we're sitting down. And then he's walking around and he goes, who in here has an Article 15? And all the fucking idiots that were with me in reception look at me. And I'm like, ah, what the fuck? And he goes, get the fuck up. So I stand up, I'm at parade rest, on the line. And he goes, what the fuck did you get Article 15 for? I said, out with it. And I'm like, I pulled the fire alarm because I was tired and dehydrated. He goes, that was you? I'm like, oh fuck, I'm fucked. And this is day 0, by the way.
Yeah.
This is not day 1. This is not day 2. This is day 0. And I'm like, yeah. He goes, that was you? All right, I got my fucking eye on you. So 2 days later, we got our CIF. So we had all of our shit. And at PT formation in the morning, I hear, where the fuck is Private Birch? And I'm like, oh, God. I'm like, here, Drill Sergeant. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. The night before, what had happened was we had gotten our CIF and we had full battle rattle on, like rucks and everything, doing fire guards, 75% fire guard. You've done it. It fucking sucks. And there had been a fight among the people because we were all tired. And I said, shut the fuck up. Just fucking play the game. They just want to fucking see how well we work together under stress. I said that very loudly. You know where this is going. You know exactly where this is going. Yep. And so the next morning at PT, I hear where are you? And he goes, oh, a little birdie told me that it's just all a game. We don't have to listen to the drill sergeants. It's just all a game. You got it all figured out, right? Little birdie told me this. And fine, fuck it. Who's your recruiter? And I said, it was the same recruiter that we had. I don't want to call him out, but like, same recruiter that we had. And I was just like, staff sergeant, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, oh, okay, well, we're going to give him a call and we're going to get you sent home right away. And I'm like, this is fucking unbelievable. Like, this is fucked up, and they're just sitting there and then all of a sudden a drill sergeant from the other platoon comes over. He's like, oh, that was you? Oh, okay. Yeah. And they're just like doing the fucking, this shit. And the first sergeant comes over and the company commander comes over and he's like, oh, it's just a game, right? It's just a fucking game, Private Birch. Yeah. You don't have to do anything, They're just all fucking just screaming at me. And I'm like, pulling it together. And all right, and then the company commander comes up. He goes, it's all right. And he passed me on the shoulder. He goes, we'll get you out of here as soon as possible. And I'm like, no, I don't want that, But I was like, And so what happened was the rest of the drill sergeants kind of go off and they just do their PT shit. And Drill Sergeant Fuller, the Marine, our junior, who's an E5, he goes, how about this? You don't want to go home? Okay. You were on 50 fucking % fire guard for the rest of the fucking cycle. You just saved your fucking platoon, but you're going to fucking die. Right. And I was like, oh my God, like, why am I here? Like, this is really dumb. This was really dumb to do this. And so I was on 50% fire guard for like 5 days at the fucking at week 0, where I was, and he says, you're going to be in full fucking battle rattle. And when you go to sleep, you are in PTs. Do you understand? I'm like, oh my God. Like, what the fuck? This is impossible. Like, why the fuck am I here? Like, this is really dumb. And I'm like, I wonder how Jake and Dan are doing.
Oh God, that's
You know what I
horrible.
mean?
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Well, that's like I wish I would have been with you guys because I was like, I have nobody. I'm alone. I don't know anybody here.
Right. Well, Dan wasn't with me though. He was. I think he was. He wasn't alpha. Oh, maybe he was alpha, but they had four different bays.
Yeah, for our
right?
platoons. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. He was in a different platoon, but yeah, it sounded like I think he had it pretty rough too, though.
Yeah,
sure.
and well, we'll get into that in a bit. But like, yeah, I mean, you guys, it sounds like here's the thing is like when I talk about Benning in like '08, like when we were in, like those guys. Okay, so how many? Do you remember how many of your drills had combat patches?
I don't, but
It's probably most of them, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
They were all like fucking vicious.
yeah. I don't remember the first sergeant showed up in a Geo Metro, and I was like, "We're fucked."
Yeah, we're done.
It was just a piece of shit Geo Metro, and I'm like, "Oh God."
Dude.
But I had drill sergeant Zimmerman or whatever, and he, for one, did not like me because National Guard, and two, we were from Wisconsin, and he was a Michigan fan. So every time a football game was fucking played that fall, and if the Badgers were ahead of Michigan, he would fucking smoke me.
Dude, it was fucking like because my buddy Jonesy, like he was at the same time, and shit. Hold on, piss break. How about that?
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's funny because like once I got past that, I mean I don't really know like if it would have been different if I was with you guys, but like
Dude,
it
there's just no way that like when we were in basic training, like obviously years before we were there, it was probably 10 times worse. You know, like where they could fucking slap you, hit you, whatever. But nowadays, I don't think basic training can be anywhere close to when we were in.
well that's what a lot of us GWAT guys have been talking on the streams is like just I mean so here's the thing is why we talk about basic trainings is it was fucking nasty. Like it was like, dude, it was like, oh, I just need to get the fuck out of this as soon as possible. Like
Yeah.
I gotta graduate. I can't if I'm hurting, like, dude, we did the monkey bars, right? And yeah, I was fat and out of shape, and I still am, but like I didn't know how to like swing my body with them. My fucking all of these were torn completely open, right?
Right.
Like all of these on both hands were torn completely open. And so I decided to like go in my IFAC and like use the gauze and like tape them up. And the drill sergeants were like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I'm like, I've got blisters on my fingers, you know? But I'm like, no, there's like it's like blood. Like
Yeah.
they're fucking bleeding. They're like, who the fuck authorized you to fucking do that? And I was like, nobody. Yeah, and I'm like, nobody except me. And they're like, don't let me see it again. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? And so I'm using like hand sanitizer to like get it to not be infected, like fucking oh my god. And it was funny because like getting through like more of that, I found out that like Dan's dad had died while we were in basic, and so he went home on con leave. Yeah,
Dude, I forgot about that. Yeah. And then
so he went home on con leave, came back, and he missed too much training, and he got recycled.
yeah, oh fuck. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yep. And I was like, oh fuck. Like that's like what the fuck,
Yeah.
So he had to go through twice, but he went through with one of the guys, he went through with pizza.
Mm-hmm.
And Echo 150.
I was like, oh sweet. I'm going with Oris and Birch, and now it's just Oris and myself, and now oh sweet, now it's just me.
Yep. Dude, that whole thing got so convoluted and fucked up.
It was bad.
It was like, holy shit, dude. Like, because like I went to a unit that, was I mean, every unit at that point, I think, like I was saying before I went to take a piss, like it was we had a bunch of combat vets who had problems training us. At the very end, they were like, the reason we're so hard on you guys, we don't want you guys to fucking die.
Right.
Because you guys are going to be deployed.
Right.
And within about 6 months, in my platoon alone, about 95% of those guys went to Iraq or Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, so I got where they were coming from, but man, they were fucking mean. Like,
yeah, I actually I still talk to one of the guys from basic, and yeah, he got deployed and he got pretty fucked up when he was over. I don't know how long he stayed in, but
yeah, there's a lot of guys that have made it and like had a career out of it, but like I was telling you, and this, like it's very also I'm going to tell you, like we were talking about earlier, is the combat patch thing of like now that they just go like an hour or a day in the country where they're qualified for hazardous duty pay.
Really?
It's like you and I had to earn our combat patch.
Right.
Like but by the way, Mexican Sprite, fucking amazing. Far superior to American Sprite.
Yeah. I was like, "Oh, you drinking a beer?"
No, it's a
Sprite.
Sprite. But no, it's cool, man. Like I'm glad I did it. Like in the long run, like for years, I just kind of like was ashamed of having done it and stuff like that. And like, do I talk about it? Whatever, minimizing it, but like, no, it was, we freaking did a really interesting job, and
Right.
it was a fucked up scenario, but like, I mean, like even basic training, like we were just talking about, is like back when we went through, and probably still today, like I don't do that whole like fucking. I try not to do the whole like the weaker generation,
No, yeah.
guys nowadays don't get the idea,
Right.
I try
No.
to not do that.
Right.
Because there's a lot of people like on my Discord. You know what Discord is?
Mm-mm.
It's like a chat app. It's pretty
Oh,
cool.
okay.
But like I have a lot of people on there who support me from my YouTube channel, and they're like early 20s and shit, or like whatever, and they're in the military right now, and they listen to us and they go, "Holy shit, dude!" Like that's fucking insane. But I'm like, I also don't shit on them because it's like,
Oh, yeah.
the job still sucks.
Oh, yeah. When you were in basic, did you guys? Well, you guys probably didn't, but our bay alone, we had a Sunday fight night.
No, fights weren't allowed.
Right. But like Sundays was when the drill sergeants were like
Dude,
that.
I had this buddy on the other night that I was in basic with in my platoon. I haven't talked to him in fucking like personally in like, I don't know, since 2008. And he came on and we were talking about, there was this fucking drunk fight, or not drunk fight. Fuck it. I'm looking at fucking messages. Hold on. Give me a second. I can't. I'm so bad.
No, you're good. Let me talk. So, Sundays, like I don't know who had this idea, but somebody in our bay had an idea where, like, if you got fucking, because there's always beef between you and somebody or somebody with you in a bay, and we would do
Oh, yeah.
Sunday fight night, and you'd tape fucking shirts or sweatshirts.
Going to the bathroom, the latrine.
Yep. Yeah. And so we would do like a little corner, and it was Sunday fight night, boxing night, and you called out whoever you wanted to. And I think the kid's name was like Duncan or something. Anyways, he kind of just looked like oh my god, I can't remember the kid on Harry Potter. But he was just kind of like not quite a dork, but he looked like he wasn't all there, but he was smart. And somebody called him out, and the kid ended up being like, I asked him, I was like, do you want me to take this for you? And he's like, no, I got this. And I was like, all right. And so I stepped back. He's like, you'll see. And later on, he punched this kid, and this kid gave up. But he ended up being like a Golden Glove boxer, and nobody knew it. Nobody fucking knew it. And it was just, you never know who the fuck you call out.
That's why I don't fuck with people.
Exactly.
And
But I thought it was just so funny. Like,
no, we had fights. We had a in reception. We had one where this dude McDonald, who actually fell out, didn't graduate, was like freaking egging this guy on, just fucking in reception, right? And I'm like, oh my god, like I don't want to deal with this. So we're sitting there, and all of a sudden they start fucking puffing up, and there's everybody, everybody's surrounding them, and I'm like, I'm not comfortable with this. And he goes, I don't remember what the fuck he said. Anyway, he fucking smacks him, and his fucking nose just starts gushing, and then he starts punching back, and like it's like you can hear the blows, you know what I mean?
yeah.
And that was the first time I saw like an actual proper fight, and not just like a drunken Wisconsin bar fight,
Right, yeah.
And I'm like, oh shit. And then people pulled them off of each other and all that shit and whatever. And there was just blood fucking everywhere. And then the second one is we're what's up, Augie? We're just
Hey, how's it going?
we're telling basic training fight stories right now. So
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I caught a few minutes, but then I had to go like do my stupid job.
yeah, it's all good. I'm just gonna continue this. So the second one that I saw was like the day before our family day, right? Between basic and AIT. I'm sitting in my bunk, and my bunk was down by the fucking latrines, right? So I'm sitting there writing letters to my family and shit like that. Like it's relaxed. Like, oh hey, shit, man, we made it through basic training, and now we're gonna start AIT in a couple days. Cool. Blah, 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 blah. And then I just hear, "What the fuck did you say?" And I hear that in the latrine, and all of a sudden the door slams open, and there's two naked dudes fighting. Like they're completely naked. Their towels have fallen off, and they're just beating the fuck out of each other. And I'm like, "Oh shit! What the?" I'm just gonna sit here, and they're just pummel fucking each other. The one guy, bam! There's blood fucking everywhere, and I'm like, "Huh." And then our platoon guy, like the smallest guy in the fucking unit, the oldest guy too, he was 25, goes over and he breaks it up with some of his guys and everything. They break it up, and there's this fucking blood splattered everywhere. And he's like, "This is the day before family day, you fucking retards! What the fuck are you doing?" And so we get it under control, and then people like grab mops and shit, and like they mop it up and everything like that. Whatever. And the third one that I saw was there was this dude that like he's a black dude, and there was this roly-poly dude, ginger dude from California. They had bunks next to each other. They weren't in the same bunk, but they were next to each other. And they were just fucking doing the penguin chest shit, like puffing it out, like, "Oh yeah, yeah." And I'm just sitting there going, "Oh god damn it, don't do this!" Like, and all of a sudden, our drill sergeant pops his head out, and he goes, "You won't hit his ass." And all of a sudden, bam! Blood fucking everywhere. And he goes, the drill sergeant goes, "Oh shit." Slams the door shut for his office, and he's like, "Oh no." And then it just,
I'm out of here.
What?
He's like, I'm out of here.
Oh yeah, because he was like, "Uh-oh, that actually did happen." And so like he wanted to fill out paperwork, of course. And so those two guys, they get pulled apart, everything. There's fucking blood. I'm just like, what the fuck, man? Like, what are we doing here?
Right.
What are we doing?
Yeah, I had one guy that him and I were friends in the beginning, and then halfway through he just kind of got shady, and I made friends with another guy, and he tried to break my ankle. So I would, be put on leave or whatnot. Like I wouldn't be able to go through basic training.
Yeah.
Tried to break my ankle while I was sleeping in the middle of the night. And luckily, like the new friend that I made, yeah. Luckily, like the new guy,
Freaking psychopath.
Yeah, the one friend that I made, or the one guy I made friends with, he like came out of nowhere, and just smoked this guy in the face and stopped it. I'm like, yeah, he just had me in the ankle lock, ready to fucking break the thing. I'm like, thank God.
Yeah, hey, this is Augie. Augie was he was an E7 in the Coast Guard. This is my friend Jake Z.
Hey.
I've been friends with him for fucking forever, and then we were in Iraq together as well. So
oh, cool.
Yep.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Another fucking cool story is I've told this on stream before. Like, you remember Jake? Like, my nose didn't used to be this big, right? And like this fucking.
Dude, I don't know. I don't remember what your nose looked like.
Oh, fuck off! We grew up together. But it was like day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It was day 6 of like actual like in our battalion, right? And I was fucking around with this kid, Brewster, who the one that got his shit shoved in that fight that I just told you about, the naked fight. But this is before that. And
does anybody ever win in a naked fight?
oh, dude, there was so much fucking blood, and I'm like, it's all over, you guys. Oh my god, like what the fuck are you doing? No, it's a naked fight is never good.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've had to break up a couple on board ship, and nobody's winning that one. Nobody comes out looking good.
Dude, it's fucked. Like a naked fight that's another level of fighting. Like,
yeah.
You're like,
one time I had to break one up. One time they were both drunk, and I got pissed on. I was on duty.
You got
I was so angry. I was so angry. Dude was so drunk.
Oof. Yeah, it was a naked fight?
Yeah. Because he was like, you know the whole like hold me back. Well, he was doing that on me. I'm in my uniform. He's in his birthday suit. And then all of a sudden it's warm on my leg, and I'm like, you bastard.
No, he pissed. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh god, that's so not good. Okay, so Augie, what is the worst fight you've ever seen?
Probably, well,
like in the military, not like in.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say a couple of in the '90s. I was on a cutter down south that did a lot of Haitian refugee stuff, and there was a brawl between the refugees that we had to go in and break up. That wasn't fun. But probably between I was at a small boat station, and one guy, of course, was sleeping with another guy's wife, and they started going at it in their barracks room, their on duty room, and one of them, like the guy whose wife was cheating on him, he won that fight hands down, and the other dude was like just covered, and this was I don't know, it wasn't that high, it was like second or third story, and then the dude tries to throw him out the window, like he's trying to shove him out the window.
Fuck, he's trying to kill him. Yeah.
It wouldn't have killed him, but he's trying to fuck him up pretty good.
Yeah.
Which, fair play for that, but we had to break that up. Yeah. But you heard the building rattling. It was a small building. And so you heard the building rattling. And we're like, what the hell? And then you hear the fight going on. We're like, oh, son of a bitch. Everybody knew. So that wasn't great.
Yeah, that's a pretty nasty one. Yeah.
Besides all this, Augie, where you like working right now? You said.
Yeah, I'm on a offshore tug. We do we move oil on the barge, and we just tied up tonight to let go some of our load.
Oh yeah.
That came out really bad.
Well, some of your load, but you're old, so the load's a little bit smaller.
Yeah, there's a little dust in there.
Yep. No, it's good to see you, bud. Yeah, fucking. Where are you at right now? If you can say.
Yeah, no, we're in tech. It's working civilian. Like I wouldn't tell my wife where we were, and my captain is also. I knew him in the Coast Guard when I was like way younger. He's a retired bosun, warrant officer, and he looked at me. He's like, "You nerd. We're civilians. Tell her where you are." So we're in Texas.
Yeah, I'll fucking absolutely. Yeah.
So we're in Texas City. Yeah, it's Texas City, Galveston, Houston. It's all the same. It's different bays within the same body of water. So we're going here. We're dropping off our crude oil here, and then we're going to anchor for a little bit, and then we go to Houston to pick up more, and we bring that to the Mississippi River up past New Orleans.
Sure. Excellent.
And we do that stuff for 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. Like, yeah,
it's a cool job. It's a cool job.
Well, yeah, of course. And like, here's the thing: is like, with your experience, you're able to get that job because you're like, yeah, I know how to fucking do this. I'll
Well,
learn a
sort
few
of.
more, but you learn a few more things. Of course, it's
Yeah,
nuance.
yeah.
Like, yeah,
It's a highly regulated industry. So when I got out of the Coast Guard, I was qualified to be a deck officer on 270-foot ship going from Boston through the Panama Canal to the west coast of South America.
yeah.
No problem. Went through Navy PQS, qualified, 21 years as a bosun mate. I get out and I got my domestic license pretty easy for the merchant field. But you also these days, any trip over 600 miles, you have to have your international endorsements. And they wouldn't qualify my military service for the international endorsements. And I went back and forth for months, for years. And I was like, well, what do you mean? Yeah. And they're like, well, we can't verify where you got training. So I sent them, I had like 500 pages of training. This is government, standard right here. This is like the catch-22 that you talk about. So I sent them, I had the Coast Guard uses Navy qualification manuals for our deck watch officers. Yep. And those are supposed to comply with international standards. So I sent that. I sent all my damage control stuff. I sent my navigation stuff, everything, 20 years of documentation. And they're like, yeah, we can't accept this. And I said, why not? Well, you didn't get it through an approved training site. I got it from the Coast Guard.
Christ, really?
And now, and to top it off, guess who I'm talking to give me my license? The Coast Guard. The Coast Guard is in charge of issuing merchant mariner licenses. And they're telling me that my Coast Guard experience isn't good enough. So I had to take like 30 grand worth of classes before I could get my international license.
What? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah. Which was, I was really pleased with that. That was fun. That was awesome.
Oh God, that's so fucking irritating to me. It's so fucking irritating. It's like, oh my God.
And it's because of international treaty. Because the domestic license, I had to take 1 or 2 classes. They're like, here you go, kid. Good job. High five. And I passed all the tests. And the international quals, U.S. domestic licensing is the same scheme. It's the same qualification scheme.
Sure. Yeah. That's bullshit. Because it's like, dude, if you fucking are in the military, okay, and you've done the job that's very similar, you might need a couple classes, to like, kind of, to whatever. But like, if you've done it already, how in the whole chicken fried fuck does it make sense to charge people? Oh God, I'm okay. I'm not going to go on a rant. I'm not going to go on a rant.
It's all about money.
Whenever anybody whines about, the poor government workers, I'm like, no. Let me tell you my story. Mm-hmm. Let me tell you why I don't give a shit.
Dude, 100%. Because it's like, that's complete and utter bullshit. It should have been like maybe 2-3 weeks, maybe of like, integration and like, here's how we do things and whatever, blah, blah, blah. Not you paying for it, but like, just, okay, you have the experience and we're going to pay for it because we want you to work for us. That's my opinion.
Like I said, domestically, like, so it's I got qualified a second mate, unlimited tonnage upon oceans, which is that's a big boy qual. And I got master of a
chief though, right?
Yeah, I was a BMC. So like I've done it a little bit, but merchant military, there are differences. It's a good thing to have those.
Saying, like the courses that you need to take to like,
Yeah.
But like,
so I took like 3 classes. Stuff for cargo, for how the merchant mariners do rescue boats, things like that. Just gap classes. and I got master of propelled vessel, 1,600 tons or less. Second mate, which is a navigation position for unlimited tonnage, both on oceans. So I had to do space math, so I could do the that sextant thing that the old timey sailors do, where you measure how high a star is and you crunch some numbers and you figure out where you are, which is really cool. Completely useless in the modern day, but really cool.
No, but it's actually I don't think it's so. I'll disagree with you, Augie. Is like I think the sextant is actually a very useful thing because guess what? This shit can all fucking fall apart if we don't have electricity.
Well, and it's the same principle that your GPS works on. So if you understand celestial, you understand how your GPS works.
Dude, when I was in the fucking infantry, like I had just learned that that's the Big Dipper, and then 7 lengths of the outer 2 stars of the Big Dipper upward are
follow that
the
to
North Star.
Polaris.
And I'm like, just that alone. So I don't think it's whatever. It's
you're right. It's not completely useless, but I had a lot of fun with it. But I use it like every now and then.
Yeah. Well, no, that's fine. Like, obviously, you should use the technology that you've got now, of course.
Yeah.
Like, fucking whatever. But like, it's yeah.
But no, it's Well, that's my Shaggy Dog story.
Thank you for your TED Talk.
I mean, to wrap it up, like I understand licensing, and especially for a job like this, like with the tug and barge, we're 576 feet. We got 150,000 barrels of crude oil. You don't want some mouth breather up there driving it around the place.
Right.
But at the same time, like the reason the international standards are in place is because there's something called IMO, International Maritime Organization, and it's essentially like almost every country with a coastline, except for like somebody like North Korea, is a member of IMO. And you had places in the Pacific and in East Asia that were just churning out mariners and giving them domestic licenses and not training them. So IMO stepped in and said, well, we have to have a standard regime for everybody. Makes sense. The problem is that the only people that took it seriously are the ones who took their domestic qualifications seriously. So it didn't really change anything. All it did was put more burden on people who are trying to do it right. Because I could go to the Philippines, give somebody 10 grand, and I could have all the qualifications I ever wanted.
There you go. Yes.
So if they're gonna skimp on their domestic license, they're gonna skimp on this.
Yes. No, I get
all you're doing.
Yeah. I get that. I just don't like it because it's like, I don't know. I guess as an American, all 3 of us are Americans. Like, we have a standard, and we're like, if you can meet the fucking standard, you're good to go. End of fucking story, right?
Yeah.
And
like I will say, and you can still churn out mariners. Like India churns out a lot of mariners, but the vast majority of them are competent mariners. So you can still do it quickly and train them properly.
Yeah.
But this is just, I don't know. It's just when your standards are already like, so much above everybody else's, and it's like, well, wait a minute. I'm not the reason why we're coming out with these, so why am I being punished for it?
Right.
Yeah, and it's also like, why do you have anxiety, because you're like, oh, well, shit, I don't know who's going to be fucking working for me, and like shit like that. Like that shouldn't be a fucking issue at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's kind of fucked up.
Oh, to get back to military fighting stories, I love this story. It was me and another group of E7s and a couple E6s, and we were outside of Joint Base Little Creek in Virginia. And so it's a joint training base with it used to be an amphibious base for the Navy,
Okay.
but then the Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, pretty much all the service. It's a joint expeditionary base.
Sure.
Well, we were there doing training because we had to do our Navy compliance training for damage control and battle stations. And so we were off for the night, and we go to this biker bar, and it's like a bottom of the barrel biker bar, like from Sons of Anarchy. And of course, we're already 3 sheets to the wind. It's 1 a.m. We're like, woohoo! And so we're in there, and we're being okay, but everybody knows we don't belong. And it was all fun and games until somebody hits on somebody else's girl, and then all of a sudden,
oh god,
all of a sudden we're surrounded, and they're like, "You guys need to get the fuck out!" And they're like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Like it was tense. Like these bikers were legit, and so my buddy Steve, who's a peacemaker, he's like, no, it's cool, man. It's cool, man. We're military. We're Coast Guard. And they're like, oh, you're military? Thanks for your service. Now get the fuck out.
I mean, that's
we're like, fair enough. We're leaving.
Yeah, we're like, okay, you realize that you don't give a fuck, and then okay.
It was like
sign.
Here's
that line,
like Jake said. Here's your sign. Yep.
Like that line delivery, like that dude who said it, he was like, the old man of the group. That dude who said it, like, it was just perfect deadpan, perfect delivery. We're like, you, sir, are not going to be fucked with. We are leaving.
Right.
Yeah. No, I've been in situations where like bros of mine have been unsavory, we'll say.
Mm.
And I'm like, hey, it's all right, we're military. And they go, who gives a fuck? Get the fuck out. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, we're done.
Yeah.
I like put my arm around him. I'm like, hey, buddy, we gotta leave. We gotta leave. Here's the
100%.
cash tab. Like we gotta leave. Like this is fucking. It's not like an excuse. Like, oh, you're military, so you can get away with shit. It's just like,
no.
Oh, they have their own little clique. Like, yeah, I was. Oh God, there's so many stories of like, because like military people. Just
I gotta
tend
piss
to,
again.
Yeah, go ahead. Military people just tend to like drink a shitload.
Oh yeah.
That I've noticed. And
well, I tried to describe that to my wife because she's not a big drinker. And I said, you're wrapped so tight for so long, and you only have 24 to 48 hours off. Like if 2 is good, then 8 is great, and it's the easiest way to unwind.
Yeah, and it's the kind of thing of like, if I have 1, I have 30. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's a problem, but like it's just the way like you deal with stress, and like the military does not teach you how to deal with stress at all.
Yeah. No, they started like a couple years before I got out. The Coast Guard started doing resiliency training, and it was resiliency training for like stress management and things like that. Because the Coast Guard actually, yeah, we actually have a pretty serious suicide problem.
Yeah, I'm aware.
All the services do, but the Coast Guard, the Coast Guard higher ups don't like anything embarrassing, and they tend to not recognize things until it's way too late.
Right.
So they're like, I don't want to get too deep into the subject, but
it's fine. But I get it. Yeah, I understand. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yep.
Yeah.
And,
it's frustrating.
It is frustrating. It's like, because they don't actually understand, because they're the ones who have never been in the fucking shit, right?
Yeah,
I'm not talking
and
combat. I'm talking like actually working these
no, like
long hours.
doing the job. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not talking like combat. Like that's what people they misconceptualize trauma with combat. I'm like, no. That's not. They're not synonymous. They
Now,
rhyme.
I've got a bunch of trauma from search and rescue isn't always with adults. Sometimes young people get in trouble on boats.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, and it's like,
yeah,
and that's the thing is like I'm just like, I don't know, the general population, like, and also trauma doesn't also come from just the military. That's another misconception. People
right,
just think that
right.
oh, if you're in the military you have trauma. It's like no, that's not true. Like trauma
I mean,
happens everywhere.
we're all collecting it. No matter where you are or what you do.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so I'm picking up what you're putting down. So, yep.
Yeah. I don't know if this is accurate, but just from talking to guys like you, I get this feeling that Coast Guard officers past a certain point have more of a disconnect towards what their service actually does than some DoD officers, just because they don't, once they get past lieutenant commander, they don't really go out there and do it. And then
no,
when they
that's consistent with their
are below that, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You're fine.
When they are below that rank, they're in a command center or they're on the cutter. They're not on the sinking
what
boat.
I've noticed, dude, is like honestly, because you did your job and everything like that, and I get that. And Z did his job, I did my job. And when you get to a certain point, what I've noticed in the officer corps is you either choose to like just blank all that shit out because it's all about you and your rank and your fucking accomplishments and all that shit, or you actually didn't do it. That's what I've noticed in the Army, not in the Coast Guard, but like it's I don't know. I've seen this with officers. Jake, have you seen this with officers too?
I can't say. I honestly don't.
Yeah.
At this moment.
Yeah, we're good.
Give it time.
So yeah. Well, like I've noticed that like when you get to a certain level in the officer corps, you're political. You're no longer in the military.
You're dealing with programs now and not people.
Right. And the best leaders we had were our E5s, E6s, E7s, right? That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And our O1s, some of our O1s, some of our O2s, and that's it. And when you get past that level, you kind of become political. That's just my observation. It's not a fact. I'm not fucking making a blanket statement. I'm just saying that's what I've noticed.
Well, and it's also
what, Jake?
I said, "Oh yeah, sure." You being political.
How about you take a big hydraulic suck in my shit pipe, fuck teeth?
Well, it's military politics, which is different than regular politics. It's much more
combined. That's the prop. That's kind of my point. They become intertwined, and I don't like that.
Well, and it's also to give credit, because and this happens to senior enlisted as well, is when you get put in a different, like when you leave the operational world, your knowledge has a shelf life. Like your knowledge and your experiences have a shelf life until they're no longer not relevant, but they're no longer accurate. So I retired 7 years ago.
He got out in 2017. I got out in 2012.
Yeah.
If I were to go back into a line infantry company right now, I'd be like, A, I'm out of shape. B, I'm like, I don't know how the fuck your guys' training has changed. Like, I have no fucking clue.
Right, exactly. And even if you look like in the Coast Guard, it would be to kind of put, between an E7 and an E9. in the Coast Guard as an E7, I was the XPO of a couple of small boat stations.
Mhm.
And we would get E9s from our district was the big boys, probably our equivalent to division command. And the E9s would come by and they'd inspect and they'd give advice to the E7s and we'd smile and nod. And 9 times out of 10, that shit was out of date. You know, this one E9 gave me advice on a computer system that we had stopped using 6 months before he came to
Oh, no
stop by.
shit.
So it's like, and it's not his fault. Like he's in a different job, you know. But
Yeah.
your knowledge and your relevance has a shelf life. It's perishable.
Yeah, that definitely happens in all jobs across the private sector and the military. So it's like,
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. The second you stop doing it is the second you start becoming out of date.
Well,
And
when you
if you
promote somebody to a
recognize that,
certain level,
you can work around it.
when you promote somebody to a certain level, it's like Office Space, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's basically what it is. And it's like, okay, so nobody actually knows what the fuck is going on at the operational level, but they're in a management position, and so they think they have to carry themselves a certain way and all this shit, and it's not always accurate or relevant, you
And
know?
and there are different to to be kind to our officer type comrades. You know, there are different ways to go about different jobs. You know, if you're in a staff position, you act differently than if you're in a line position. You know, if you're coming from an operational job and going to be to a headquarters where you're running a small boat program for the entire district versus a single station, you know, the skills are different. The outlook is different. It's just sometimes people are in those jobs for so long and they stay away from the operational world so much that they just forget where they came from.
Yeah, that I 100% actually agree with that. Because it's like, it's not just the military. It's, like I said, it's like the civilian world too,
Yeah.
like corporate America. It's, you get people who are in positions of quote unquote management that they're like, you don't actually understand what the fuck's going on because you understood what you did 10, 12 years ago. Shit changes,
Right.
you know?
Right.
Like, maybe how about this? A weird concept. Ask the fucking lower people what is actually going on and what they actually need to do their fucking job. Again, this is not just military. This is fucking corporate as well. Because I
Mhm.
talked to my wife about this, and it's the same concept. It's like when people get to a certain point, they just lose touch, like you just said. And so it's like, how about this? Have a fucking huddle with the lower, quote unquote, lower people who are actually doing the work, figure out what they actually need. But here's the thing, too, is there's a disconnect because when you do that, the quote unquote lower people are going to assume that they're going to get punished for speaking their mind, you know?
Right.
Right. Well, and on top of that, there's also a lot more outside influence. So, like, my wife works in healthcare, and she rose to a position where she finally had to deal with dealers and salespeople and marketing people from companies that make healthcare equipment and everything.
Yep.
And you know, she was kind of not appalled, but she was taken aback because she's like, I understand now why we get equipment that we don't need or where the functionality isn't what they claim, because these guys come in, they bring in a quote unquote technical expert, they do the razzle dazzle with a group of doctors and administrators, and they glad hand everybody. They're like, no, we're the experts based on our widget here and blah, blah, blah. And here's a study that was commissioned. Well, it was a study that you paid for. And
fucking thank you. That is fucking it. That's the problem. Is like, okay, if I'm trying to sell you something, it's because I think it would benefit you in your business, right? I'm not going to sell you something because I want to make this much money per year, blah blah blah. And that's not everybody's goal, and I get that. Like a lot of people, like you were just talking about, they just want to go, "Oh, I want to make this much fucking money on commission, so we're just gonna push this on this fucking whatever the fuck it is." Yeah, it pisses me off because it's like, hey, how about this? You sell me shit that I need to use. You sell me on the product. It's better than what I'm using right now. Blah blah blah, and then we'll go from there. We'll do that. Don't fucking jip me into a fucking contract of bullshit
Yeah.
and then just make fucking tons of money off my company and then fuck me over in the long run. That's what's going to happen. It's like, oh man.
Well, and it's also in the modern age, it's even more complicated because now you also have computer programmers because every job, military and civilian, requires electronic support. And now the people who are making this equipment and writing the software, like for our navigation systems, it's called an ECDIS, an electronic chart display system. The people who write those programs aren't mariners; they're computer experts.
Yeah.
So when they say, "Well, we have the latest and greatest for you, and here's this awesome system," I said, "Well, that's great, but it took me 10 button moves to do this particular task where I might have to do that in heavy weather. I might have to do that under duress or with a fire. You know, why am I pressing 4, 5, 6 buttons when it could be a quick tab? Oh,
Right.
well, we didn't think that particular problem was an issue. Well, it is. Oh, well, give us 6 months. We'll come up with a patch. And then you patch it, and you patch it, you patch it, and you have so much software on top of software that thing just lags.
Well, there's a big disconnect too. It's all about the sales. It's all about the sell them, get the money, get the money, get the money.
Yeah.
It's not about, hey, so let's give you a trial version of this or whatever the fuck it is. If you buy the first version, it's not that. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, their trial versions are in lab safe conditions. They're never fielded. They're never used in the field.
Fucking equipment in the military. Yes. It's like,
yeah, no. Hand it to a private. If he can break it within 1 day, then it sucks.
Yes. Hey, Jake, our uniforms we wore, how great did they work in Iraq?
Top notch.
Top notch. The best ever. It's some of the best. People have told me the best camouflage pattern ever.
Oh, I got to get back to work, guys.
No, it's all right, buddy. Thanks for coming on.
It's good meeting you, Jake.
Hey, good meeting you too.
Good talk, Mike.
All right, later, man.
Bye.
Bye.
So, dude, that right there, that is the best part about this stream is that you get everybody. You know what I mean? It's
dude, that's
all,
the thing. Is
all
like,
different forms.
Dude, half of us are like have been in the military and half of us have not. Some guys are just tired tonight and all that shit. But like, yeah, you talk to whomever. Like, they just come on and they'll just shoot the shit and yeah, that's why I like this. We've been doing this for years, and now that I've been getting in, back in contact with, guys that I was with and shit like that, and like Jonesy, he's good shit. He can't come on tonight, but like it's just fun to like just shoot the shit about everything, bitch about shit that's going on, fucking.
Dude, you guys were talking about stuff and my current work related. I was like, oh, I can't even talk about this.
Well, there's a dude. Hold on. Let me fucking text this guy. Are you like passing out, or you want to do a little bit more?
No, I'm fine. It's funny because like I was watching your guys' streams from the one that you sent me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how are these guys staying on for fucking 4.5 hours?
Well, this is why.
Dude, I've already been on almost for 3 hours. I'm like, oh,
yep.
Well, you can easily get just. Oh man, I got 1 beer left.
Oh. Well, let's make ultra. So, I mean, it's like sex in a canoe, buddy.
I know. I'm trying to watch my figure.
No, you're not. Don't fucking bullshit everybody.
Dude,
fucking clown.
I started on Monday. I started the carnivore diet. I'm like, Okay, whenever I eat anything, I like it's all meat anyways. I fuck the vegetables, fuck everything. I'm eating meat anyway. And I'm like, is this really a diet? Like,
No, carnivore. So here's the thing. I use carnivore once in a while. It kind of sucks to like just do it because it's like such a weird transition from like normal food.
right.
But like it does work, like because I have a lot of like autoimmune shit, like I have psoriasis and shit on my head and everything, and
Dude, did you get that from did that start after overseas?
yeah.
Yeah, dude, I got diagnosed with Crohn's like immediately when we were
I
over
got
there.
dude. I should tell you this.
Crohn's.
So speaking of well, I won't speak for him tonight. He can tell you the story. So in 2020, like October, I got like the worst pain in my fucking lower left side that I've ever fucking had in my life. Not the appendix.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I was like, I can handle a lot of pain, right? I was like, ah, fuck. And for 9 days, I had a fever of 104.
Oh my god, dude.
And I just sat there because I'm like, I don't want to take up a COVID bed, whatever. And my colon had perforated.
Oh shit.
And I had an abscess the size of a fucking football, right? Or like a little bit smaller than that, but like, and so I go into Osceola finally, and I was like, well, I don't know, it's just probably maybe it's diverticulitis, whatever, and the doctor came in after the CT scan, and he's like, oh yeah, it's diverticulitis and your colon perforated and you got a fucking abscess and you need to go to the hospital, like down and like you need to go get surgery right now. And I was like, oh, okay, what? My phone's almost dead, I'm playing games on it and shit. I'm like, fuck. And so anyway, I go down to Regions and they ended up draining this fucking abscess that was like fucking huge. It was like I was in the hospital for like 5 days.
Jesus.
And I get out and I'm like, okay, it'll just heal, right? Long story short, a couple months later, after 2 more stints in the hospital, I'm sitting there and the surgeon goes, it's not going to fucking heal. It's going to keep peeling open like a scab. You're going to have surgery. And I was like, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
All right. I finally got it, because I was just such a fucking bitch to that shit. And so ended up getting 8 inches of my colon fucking removed in 2021 because it was so bad. And I'm like, and there's people that I know, like the guy I was just talking about earlier that you know as well, who had the same thing happen. And yeah, and that's usually something that happens when you're in like your late 60s, early 70s, if you have it.
Right.
Mine happened when I was 30, and I'm like, huh.
Right.
Interesting, right?
Yeah.
Were you ever constipated in the military?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot. Also dysentery and fucking whatever else. Oh my god. So anyway, that happened in 2020. I almost died, and it was like, fuck.
That's nuts.
So yeah, but
yeah, it's funny now.
Well, it's funny now because I'm still alive and like I'm. Oh my god! But every time I get like I get bubble gut, because I ate something that was, because I have celiac as well. Did I tell you that?
No.
Yeah, I have celiac, so I can't have gluten at all. Like wheat, barley, or rye, I can't fucking have it.
Oh no!
Or else I just get really sick for like days on end, which also didn't happen before the military, which is fun. And but yeah, it's just like, not service related, but no, they didn't say that yet. Yeah, it's been a fucking ride, dude, and like our as infantry guys, like our guts were just not taken care of.
No.
Like, oh my god, the shit we ate.
Yeah. Thank God there's a Tabasco container in every fucking MRE.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I think were you on here for that?
No.
Oh, I'll show you really quick. They stopped doing that right after. I think no, you were still in when they stopped doing this. But Yeah, the fucking Tabasco. My buddy, he's a historian. So he went to the actual. He lives in Louisiana. He went to the Tabasco museum and their plant. Look at that shit,
Dude. Yeah, what? Dude, I remember when they stopped putting them in. I was pissed.
dude. Fucking U.S. Army, fucking
That's
small
awesome.
bottle. Oh, I'm not gonna open this bitch. Yeah,
No, you can't.
but no, then you give me a regular one, and it's
Yeah.
like, dude, I would put them under, like, I would take Tabasco and like put it on my fucking fingers and put it under my eyes, just to stay awake, you know. Like, it's like, oh my god, this shit was so handy, and I couldn't eat it for years because I just like fucking had like every time I'd smell it, even I get like memories, and I was like, I don't want Tabasco. I'll just have like some other sauce with.
Oh man, I think it was like 4 or 5 years ago. Had spaghetti and I put Tabasco sauce on it. I took that first bite. And I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, there she is. There she is. Yeah, yep. You go right back to it. Yeah. Hold on for a sec.
No, you're good, man.
But yeah, Tabasco is like, I just started eating it recently because I'm like, it's like the quintessential pepper sauce, right?
Yeah. Red pepper flakes or Tabasco?
Oh, dude. So I was telling people like on another stream, I don't remember which one it was, but like we were talking about like rating like the MREs that we had before I got out, because I got out in 2012. You were in for a lot longer. I didn't know you were in for fucking 5 more years. I was rating the top 5. And let me go take a piss. I'm gonna get this guy a link. This kid's he's really cool. He's a Patreon supporter of mine on, for YouTube and shit. He's in the Air Force currently. He's 21, and he's fun shit. But like when we get back, let's you and I talk about the fucking what you would rate your top 5.
Oh god, okay. I'm at the fucking.
Yep, that's how I'm giving you time. I'm giving you time because I gotta fucking piss again. This fucking Sprite is Mexican fucking soda is the best.
Dude, yeah, well, I'll talk to you when I get back to, but yeah, there's a Mexican restaurant that sells that shit, and I'm like,
dude, it's
totally different.
It's corn syrup is anemic as shit.
Right.
This fucking soda is so amazing, and I didn't know our local the only gap, because I'm not gonna say where I live, like the town, but like I'll just send it to you in text, but like but our local store sells it, and I didn't know that. We got one store in town,
right?
And they sell it, and I was like, "Why the fuck didn't I know this?" And now I've got a problem because I'm addicted to this shit. I allow myself one a day because it's sugary and it's not good.
Yeah,
but it's fucking delicious. So,
and remind me when you get back. Let's talk about Dollar General.
There's one right next to me.
When you get back
on the road. All right, cool. I'll be right back.
What the fuck? You got a cellar door you got to come into in the basement or what?
The fuck are you talking about?
It sounded like you came through like a cellar door.
I have cheap. Fucking live in a house that's got cheap doors. Go fuck yourself, you fucking retard.
Dude,
All
I've
right,
been okay.
Go
So Dollar General.
really okay. Really quick. Harrison is the guy
Oh
who's
yeah,
coming.
yeah. Add 'em up.
What is up?
What
My
is up?
camera's all fucking on the opposite screen, so actually,
You're
why
fine.
not? I'll
It's
just drag
fisheye.
this over
Okay.
here.
So we're gonna be talking about Dollar General here for a second. So you just
Dollar-
sit back and shut the fuck up for a bit, and then we're good.
I don't really have them out here, or at least they're rare. So I'm
Okay.
curious.
So Jake, Dollar General.
Dude, I was just gonna say Rip It. That's it.
Well, they sell them Menards too.
Do they really?
Oh fuck yeah, that's right.
Oh.
Dude, that's where I first had them. I was working at Menards, in St. Croix before I joined. I was in high school and all that shit, and I'd buy Rip Its because they were like 99 cents for a tall boy.
Yeah.
And I'd fucking just pound them. And then when we got to Iraq, I was like, "Oh, they got Rip Its," and people were like, "These
For
are
free."
for free." We used to hoard flats of those fucking things in our rooms. We would just like acquire them and be like, "Oh well, they didn't say any rules about how many we could take."
And I wonder why our guts are shit.
It probably contributed because it's like I was saying this the other night. I actually had you remember John, the interpreter, the small guy
I
from
feel like I do.
Iraq.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so he's in San Antonio now. Thank Christ he's alive. I thought he was dead because most of the guys he worked with are dead.
Right.
Little spoiler alert. But so I had him on and we were talking about
How'd you find him?
What?
How'd you even find him?
Well, I tried to keep in touch and I didn't hear from him for like 6 years, and I was like, he's fucking dead. And then one day on Skype in like 2017, 16, I get a message from him and he goes, "Hey brother, how are you?" And I was like, "Is this actually you?"
Right.
And he goes, "Yeah, it's me, man." And I'm like, "Okay, what is my fucking name?" And he says, "Hashasha Bahamara." And I said, "Oh, it is you. Holy, where the fuck have you been?"
Right.
And but I was trying to get him like asylum and shit, like through the embassy and stuff for so long. Because he was promised that, and he did work with us.
Right.
Because he was on Earth with us,
Yeah.
So like he was in some fun stuff. But and also Harrison, yeah, do you know who Jake is? Did I introduce you yet?
I don't think so.
Yes, Jake is childhood friend. We were also in Iraq together.
Seems like all your childhood friends were in Iraq with you.
Well, we were nasty girls, of course.
He is the one to point fingers at.
Oh, fuck you. I didn't force you to fucking join. I just got a rank from you. I got E2 from you. I got E3 from Dan. So
That's crazy. He fell for that trick.
Yeah, oh yeah.
The recruiter's
were
like,
E2
hey,
in
get
basic,
this guy
right?
for me.
What'd you say?
Or were you an E2 in basic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't have anybody.
Well, Dan got
Dan got somebody.
he got somebody. And he was an E2 as well. He's a mosquito wing. We'll just say that. Say that. It was on the level completely, you know. But no, so this is Jake, another Jake that I know.
I know.
used to play with.
A lot of them.
But
for some reason, like I said tonight, I don't know if I already said this. Like I just felt there was other Jake, so I literally just when it asked for a name, I just put Z. I'm like, I'm just gonna.
Well, that's what they called you, like in the unit, like.
Well, yeah, but I'm like, I just felt there was gonna be another Jake on tonight, so that's why I was like, I'm just gonna go with Z.
Yep. No, so yeah, Jake Z. But like, yeah, this is Harrison. He's been supporting the channel for a while, and
Hell yeah,
he's current Air Force. He's a hydraulics tech and fucking awesome dude. So he's also a midget.
Damn right, dude.
What are you, 5'1", 5'2"?
5'3", and I'm fucking proud of it too.
Oh, you're 5'3" now. Okay, right.
I've told you I'm 5'3" ever since I met you.
I think you're 5'1".
Well, I mean, I think I was like 5. Yeah, I was like 5'1" back in like senior year of high school when I first like joined the server, which is like
So
4
then you're
years
still
ago.
5'1". You're still
No, you don't stop growing as a dude till you're like what, 24, 25. Don't
Not
take
true.
away the 2 inches that I grew. Don't do that to me. I'm proud of that.
I didn't
give
do
it
it.
to him.
You did.
Give it to him.
Yeah.
I was like, come on, man! Like I'm stuck here. I at least need those extra 2 inches.
That's what she said.
Oh,
But like, yeah, I mean, we'll move on from there. But no, Jake. So Dollar General, that was your fucking.
That was it. I was gonna say Rip
oh
Bits,
my
but I didn't want to like.
Oh my god! That's
spoiler
so
alert
fucking. Jesus Christ, man!
But
Come
we were
on.
going to talk about some before that.
What were we going to talk about?
You were going to talk about some.
I went outside and took a piss in the snow, kicked around the snow.
Yeah, dude, you guys got a lot of snow the other day. That was supposed to be rain. Or
We got a foot, yeah, or like 8 inches to a foot. It was insane. What the fuck was I going to talk about?
Oh man, chat.
Chat, please. Nobody's watching now. They're gonna be like, "Well, we don't fucking know either. We got fucking ADHD as well." But God, what the hell? I was gonna talk about something. Son of a bitch. Fucking hate being scatterbrained as fuck. Like,
Oh, dude, it's so bad. Oh well, we left off of Crohn's, stomach issues.
yeah.
Oh, dude, no MREs. You already talked about it. Oh yeah, top 5 MREs. I didn't even look.
Got it. While we were in,
Yep. You tell yours.
cheese tortellini.
Well, yeah, you couldn't go wrong with that.
I mean, because it's got so much good shit with it. It's a vegetarian MRE. It's got fucking candy, all that shit. Second, beef ravioli. What are you fucking showing me? What are you doing?
top MREs of 2015. So I had to look them up before, and it's like menu 1, chili and beans. So, it's not it.
No.
chili and beans was very.
It was horrible, but it's. I just like how it gave me a menu. It's like menu of 2015. It's not even an MRE.
That was the one MRE I would eat though if you want to take a shit.
Oh
I would have the.
Oh fuck yeah!
That'll give you make you take a shit.
That'll clear you out.
Yep.
Yeah. That'll clear you out.
Beef stew was my favorite. I don't know if you guys had that.
We didn't have beef. Well, we had. Did we have beef stew, Jake?
I don't think we did. Maybe we
Damn,
did.
dude. Fuck. That one's fucking great.
Yeah, I remember.
It was so long ago. We had spam and a no, I'm kidding.
Fuck off.
What the fuck?
We're not that fucking old, Jake. You fucking retard.
Came with
Like-
a cigarette.
5 cigarettes in the pack. just inhaled my spit. No big deal.
So beef stew was actually 2015.
Yeah, because I got out in 2012, so I was like, the one that I liked, what the fuck was it? Like right before I got out, they came out with like a new menu.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? It had
So there was the cheese tortellini. I think that's what you said, right?
Yeah, that's my absolute fucking yeah.
Then they had a spicy penne pasta.
Yeah, I didn't like that one actually.
Then they had the ratatouille.
Ratatouille came out right as I was getting out, and I didn't like that one.
The omelet.
The vomlet, dude. I've talked about this fucking thing ad nauseum.
So gross,
dude, there was a kid. Okay, Jake, you're gonna love this. Okay, so one of our first days in basic after we did CIF and all that shit, we're sitting around the CTA, like the area below the barracks and everything, and we're sitting in a fucking a triangle. I forgot what the fuck it's called. What is it called? Like when you're in a fire position, but like you're a triangle. Whatever. Anyway, so we're sitting there, and the MRE boxes come out, and there was like two guys like busting them open and like, you know, about to throw them out to people. And one of the guys who's from California, Donald, ginger, BCGs, chubby, annoying, gets thrown the omelet, right? It wasn't intentional. It wasn't anything like whatever. Like he gets it and he goes, "Oh, the fucking omelet sucks." And our drill sergeant goes, "What the fuck did you just fucking?" He goes over. He goes, "You what the?" He was screaming at him. Blah blah blah. He goes, every fucking swinging dick in this fucking platoon. Every fucking time we have MREs, Donald gets the fucking vomit. And we're like, "Oh, that sucks." He's like, and our drill sergeant's like, "You need to learn to keep your fucking fat mouth fucking shut. You are getting it every fucking time we get MREs." And he did, actually. And so he gets the vomit and he has to fucking eat it, you know, and he's trying to trade people for jalapeno ketchup, which is the only way that thing's fucking remotely edible. Heat it up with the jalapeno ketchup. That's the only way that thing's remotely edible, right? Nah. Usually didn't happen. And so Donald did that. But like, okay, so my top 5 is cheese tortellini, beef ravioli, meatballs and marinara. Because you make pizza with it.
Did it come with the soft shells or whatever? Or no?
No. That was the tuna.
You just traded for that.
Right. You traded for that shit. But like, so meatballs and marinara. It came with the wheat snack bread. 2 of them. And that's what you make the pizza out of. The tuna actually wasn't bad. It was just too light. There wasn't enough calories. You know, it was just like, it was so light. You're like, fuck, it's good. Because it came with the soft shells and everything like that. But I did like it. I love fucking tuna fish sandwiches. I wish it came with pickles or like relish or something like that. But the tuna was good. And then I would say, Christ, actually, hold on. Oh, it's a tough one. What the fuck is the one that came with the cherry blueberry cobbler? What the fuck one was that? It was the pork rib.
Yeah.
Pork rib. The pork rib is number 5 on my list. Okay. The pork rib.
Dude, that cobbler was bomb.
That was, and dude, you take the crackers and you fucking crunch them up and throw them in there and put the non-dairy creamer in there. Makes it even better.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it was like a next level fucking field chow, and you're sitting there going, "This was good, right?"
I ended up, well, I acquired a box after we left, and we had a we had a drunken party, and everybody was hungry, so we ripped open the box. People were like, "You guys fucking eat this shit?" Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's not great. It's really not good. Like people who are like MREs are really good. I'm like, that's because you only had to eat one,
Mm-hmm.
and you voluntarily did it, and you were like,
and you got to pick what you wanted.
And exactly, you got to pick your menu. It's like we would sit there and like fucking. Oh, what were some of the other ones that were just awful? Like beef stroganoff.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that one was. It's just like, oh fuck my life. Like, all right. I'll eat it because I have to, but like, there's nothing good about this meal.
No,
There's really nothing. What the fuck else? It was like, well, okay. Let's go back to this. So, Jake, what do you think about my top 5? Agree, disagree?
Oh, solid. It's a solid top 5.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. Yeah, you can't complain with that.
The vomit, though, that thing fucking. It's like. Eventually, we got so like we felt so bad for him that every time we'd have MREs, he would just like be sitting there. He'd open it up and he'd just be like, "Hey, here's some jalapeno cheese spread, buddy.
Yeah,
here's some, just to make it a little bit better, like, or a little bit less worse, I guess is the correct term."
Which one always had the Ranger bar?
The cheese tortellini.
Oh yeah.
And I would sell that in basic. I'd sell it for $20 because I'm like, hey, I'm trying to watch my figure, which I did. I lost like 70 fucking pounds in 3 months. But like,
well, it was like Auschwitz on. Can I say that here?
Yeah, you can see. You're fine. Just don't drop the N-bomb or
handle one of the things behind your head.
Yes, exactly. So. No, but like that's yeah. It was like, dude, I starved myself in basic.
Oh, dude, I think I went in at like 190 something. I came out. No, I think I lost like 60 pounds.
Dude, it was no joke because you're like, you're not as tall as me, but like you're probably like 5'10", right?
I'm 6 flat.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm 6'4", and like a fucking huge dude. And I went in at 240. I came out at 240. And I was like, what in the fuck? I was so pissed off. And the drill sergeant goes, "Hey, you dumb fucking piece of shit." He goes, "Let's fucking tape you right now." And I was like, we did the calculations of like the tape.
Yeah.
And I had lost like 75 pounds in that 4 months. And I'm like, oh. He's like, "It all turned to fucking muscle. Shut the fuck up and stop bitching." And I'm like, okay. All right. Yep, exactly. Like, I don't know, Harrison, you probably missed it earlier, but like Jake and I were talking about, like, we went through basically the same time. And just like Jonesy did and all the other guys. And they're like, it was fucking nasty. Like, holy shit, dude.
They didn't care about you. They just cared about your family photos that your family sent you when you were in basic.
Oh my Christ. Well, dude, Jake, so okay. I've told this story before on stream, but like Harrison's never been on for it. So my grandmother, she was like 80, she would have been 84 at the time, something like that. And she would send me letters like, because I was very close to my grandmother growing up, right? And so I think you met my grandmother.
Yes.
Yeah, Frances, yep. And she was cool. But so she would send me letters, but she would always use the forever Purple Heart stamps. Right? So the drill sergeant would be like, you know, so and so, flick it at their fucking head, hit him in the eye. Birch, here, drill sergeant. Who in the fuck is Francis Willetti? And I'm like, it's my grandmother, drill sergeant. I mean, he pronounced it wrong, of course. He's like, is she hot? And I go, I don't think so. And he'd be like, he grabbed the card and he goes, or the letter, he goes, why in the whole chicken fried, or whatever the fuck he said, not the whole chicken fried fuck, like, why in the blah, 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 fried fuck is she sending you Purple Heart stamps on her fucking mail? I said, I don't know, drill sergeant. And he goes, pops it right below me, and he goes, 25 before you can even fucking touch that letter. All right. Get
For
down.
you, Grandma.
And so I wrote to her and I said, hey, please don't send Purple Heart stamps anymore because I got smoked for it. Like I had to do push-ups and shit. Well, the next letter I get from her, what's on there?
6 Purple Hearts.
No, just the one. And she just goes, I got smoked for it. And she goes, you need the exercise. I mean, fair.
Yeah, right.
But like, you know, he's like 25 and that fucking thing will be below your fucking face while you're looking at it. And then he's just, you know, tossing out, you know, because they did this shit in basic, like with you probably Z too, is like they just like they would put it between their 2 fingers and they would whip it.
Yeah, like a card.
And they just boom, and it would hit you in the face and you're like, fuck, ouch. And then you couldn't grab it until you were out of formation. Like, you know, like get the fuck back to your fucking racks. Yeah, and but no, so my grandma kept she knew. And when I got back, I was like, why did you keep sending me Purple Heart stamps? She's like, I want you to get stronger. I was like, okay.
Well, with logic like that.
Well, with logic, exactly, with logic like that. Yeah. But
my mom sent a letter and she had a picture of my sister and her, and my drill sergeant Z was like, oh, I'm keeping this picture.
Yeah, I mean, your sister was
and he's like, yep,
something to deal with back in the day. Yeah.
During graduation, he made sure he came up and introduced himself to my mom and my sister.
Yeah.
I won't be able to be on this much longer. I just got yelled at by the old warden upstairs, so
it's all right.
Just came downstairs, said it smelled like beer, and yeah.
You're all good. But yeah, it's fucking fun. Like, we're still here. We're still doing well.
Yeah, that's awesome. This is a fun deal. It really is. I honestly would never thought I would be on this for 3+ hours.
Yeah, no, it's like, well, it's 5 now, but like, or no, you came on about 3 hours in. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, no, this is just shooting the shit, and it's just people can see it, and it doesn't matter what the fuck they say.
Right.
So,
well,
yeah.
Let's talk about Harrison. Let him rant for a little bit.
Oh shit! I don't know what to rant about.
He's not gonna rant.
Well, take a pull of the egg and then tell a story.
Mike, give me something to go off of. That's usually what happens when we talk.
Well, you're very, very small, and
yes,
you are a nerd as fuck.
Yes,
and you are trying to put what the fuck impression are you trying to put together right now?
Oh shit. Dude, I have like many in the works. I have the DAC one. I have the early war Belgian one from like 1914. And then
oof.
There's what was that last one I was putting together? I think that's it. I actually think it's just those two for right now. It's just sourcing together all the shit for the Belgian one is probably the hardest one.
DAC one too, I can actually help you out with that if you need it.
That reminds me, I need to actually, that helmet is literally still in the garage boxed up. I need to send that out tomorrow. I think the post office is open on Saturdays.
Yeah, Jake, another thing we do is like with the nerds, like we I haven't done it in a while, but like I used to do reenactments, and like living history and shit like that.
Yeah.
Doing World War One, doing our unit, right? You know, so Company B, one of the 128th Infantry for World War One. It was fucking cool. Here, let me send you this really quick on before you have to go. I'll send you this shit on Facebook. What the fuck? Why is it not
Dude, you had
on
a lot of videos out there. I saw you had some like you were testing the helmets and shit too.
Oh yeah, I got shot. My fucking dude, the dude that I was out there doing the videos with. I was standing there videoing it, and it's like he goes, ping, and it fucking hit me in the liver.
Ouch.
And I was like, oh fuck, it hurt really bad. And then since then, that's why we wear body armor. It's not just to be hardcore or whatever. It's just
Yeah.
like I'm like, it fucking hurt like a son of a bitch.
I bet.
Because it just went straight. It hit the fucking helmet and it went straight back.
It was a Swedish helmet, right? It was a Swedish helmet, right?
Yeah, 37. Yeah, and it just bounced straight back. I was like, ow! And I'm like, oh, the video must go on, but it was hurting so bad. I'm like, it was like hot, and I'm like, oh fuck, I don't want to look at it. And I'm like, am I bleeding? Please look at it. I'm bleeding. He goes, no, you're not bleeding. I'm like, okay, good. You know, it was one of those things.
Yeah.
It's like a big fat welt, right? Like a paintball bruise or something.
Yeah, it was like a frozen paintball, like point blank.
Yeah, fuck. Ouch.
Yeah, it fucking
I got
hurt.
luck.
Oh yeah, and then
How'd you die? Well, shot a helmet.
I think I have the slug here somewhere. I can't find it right now, but like I have the slug somewhere that like it was flattened. It flattened and went straight back.
That's nuts.
Yeah, but like, you know, I'm okay and like everything's fine. I'm still alive, but like, God, that fucking hurt. Oh my God.
Oh God.
But all right, man, if you gotta jump off, you gotta jump off. That's all.
I got this much beer left.
All right,
So
Roger.
I'm hanging out.
But so Jake on Facebook, check out that's my World War One Company B 128th Regiment. Like we were both in.
That fucking I did that German impression I'm building. Remember that reminds me. I actually got to finish that order with Schuster's I bought the trouser and the hat. So buying it piece by piece is the way to go. I'm not going to dump
that's the thing is like, don't fucking rush an impression. Yeah. I used to do that all the time.
And then it turns out shitty because you always buy the wrong shit. And then you find out after the fact and you're like, fuck.
Yeah, Jake, check out that fucking thing on Facebook I just sent you.
Right now?
Yeah, right now. And the more I talk to you, the more my fucking Wisconsin accent comes out. Fucking Christ.
Dude, I feel like I remember this. You want to talk? That's your parents' crick in the back.
Yep. Yep. But yeah, it's that's my World War One thing. And what's funny is, did I tell you this or when you may not know? I found a fucking original like World War One. They're called service coats, but like a tunic basically, right? With the B128 disc on it.
No shit.
Yeah, and so I bought it. Of course, I was like, I don't care how much I have to fucking pay for this, and so I got it replicated. But I have it's the mess sergeant from Company B of the 128th in World War One. It's his tunic and his collar disc, and then he has like a fucking cool unit patch that he had custom made and then like quilt sewed or quilt stitched onto it. Dude, I've been talking about our unit's lineage, and people are like, "Oh, you were in the 32nd?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Oh, that's fucking awesome. That unit's fucking great."
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're like, that unit's fucking hardcore, man. Like, I'm like, yeah, for National Guard unit, man. Oh fuck. Every time we've actually gone to, like fight, we're good to go.
The tip of the arrow.
Tip of the spear.
Tip of the spear.
You done goofed.
I did. I done fucked it up.
No, it's all good. But no, like, so people actually know the 30-second like unit and everything like that, and then it's like that's why we were talking about the Hardy hats earlier. Is like we should fucking those guys should be able to wear the fucking Hardy hat as a dress hat, man.
Oh yeah, that'd be sweet.
That'd be fucking kick ass. If you think about it. Fucking A. So, but yeah, so that's what I put together. And no, here's the thing, Jake, is I'm proud of like what we did and everything like that. And we did some pretty cool shit and pretty hardcore shit. And we also wore the fucking red arrow. So,
Right. Yeah, it's badass once you like when you actually dig behind the story of the red arrow, it's pretty sweet.
Yep, and we wore it and we were also badass. So
Right.
you
Hell
know.
yeah.
So
Well,
you gotta go, man.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'll have to get on this some other time though.
Yep. All right. Later, Jake.
All right, see you guys.
Peace out. Oh shit. I completely did not realize for the longest time an e-tool that I have sitting in my closet is actually a German. What is it? What year? What's the nomenclature on their field spade from World War I? It's like a 1890 something, and I had no idea.
Is the one with the folded and riveted?
Yeah, here. Let me actually go grab it. I did not realize that. Let me see. Okay, so I have it set up right now for like the Reichswehr impression, like right when they were transitioning over to the Wehrmacht. So actually, that's why it's in this fucking configuration.
Doesn't yeah? You got the yeah, the throttle and everything.
Oh fuck! It's seen some, it's probably seen some use, but.
Yeah, it's a World War I spade. That's I think they call it an 1895 or some shit. There's really they didn't use nomenclature like we use it,
and there's no markings on it either.
No, that's an OG. Yeah, that's an OG.
Damn, I was like when I got it, I was like, because I got it at like a kind of like it was an antique store, and they had like a 70% off sale on everything in the store. So I looked at this and I was like, I didn't know anything about World War I at the time because that was like 4 years ago. I was just graduated high school and I was like, oh, this looks kind of cool. I'll buy it. Bought it for like literally $20. And I was like, and I just found out like a year ago. I was like,
well, those things like so yeah, if it's folded over on the fucking yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, that's I don't know what nomenclature it is.
Yeah. And there probably wasn't even really a nomenclature for it because most of that shit is what collectors kind of just name.
But that is a World War I, pre-World War I German spade. So.
And they use these all the way up until what I think the mid 30s is when they came out with the one where they started, spot welding.
31,
yeah. And they started spot welding everything.
But they still use these fucking things until the fucking 80s.
And, yeah, like there's. So I mean, what, you're gonna throw this away because it has rivets? Like, no, like the Germans were crazy with using the surplus.
Yeah, no, that's it's definitely a but yeah, it's definitely World War I or pre. So
that's cool. I was like, damn, got it for $20 and
they're worth like 150, 200.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, yeah. And then you go on eBay and people are, it's $500.
Yeah, well,
eBay.
No, you can use that for fucking World War I and II. It doesn't matter.
Yep, so. which is awesome. That's why I love kind of getting that's why I like going for early war shit, like early war bread bags and bayonets, because it's like you can use that for everything. And you can even use the M36 tunic all the way up until the end of World War II. It's like
save you a lot of money. We did in our movie. It was like you had a couple guys wearing M36s, and it's like it's 1943, but they're still issued those.
Yep. And that's what's awesome. And it saves you so much money. Like, I'm not going to buy a whole new, 150, or technically it's like almost 200 with shipping and stuff like that from Schuster's, just to just to put together what a 1943 impression. Like, I'm not going to do that because I started out with pre-war, and then when you move to later war, it's like, nah, I'm not. I'm going to buy like the later war pants, but have like the early war tunic because pants are the cheaper part, right? So it's like it's kind of like I'm poor, so I want to save money.
We don't even like, yeah. I mean that works, but like, dude, shit that they had was issued through 45, and like from World War One on, like their gear, especially like the shovels, the fucking some of the pouches, even you see those popping up.
Yep, I've seen photos of G98 pouches all the way up into like I think 40. It's obviously, yeah, it's definitely past that. At least, but in terms of like being able to find the photos at a frequent rate,
Yes,
it started
correct.
kind of going away in the 40s because then they were just cranking out these pouches like out the ass. So
Yep.
But what's cool is like I like hunting for original stuff is because you can actually get good deals on some of this stuff. Like the shovel, for example. Like if you go to an actual, and I, like whenever someone asks like where do you find all this shit, I'm like I always direct them into like collector stores because eBay is you could use it for some things. It's just not you're getting like you're being up priced by like 200%, so it's not worth it half the time. But yep, finally just gonna relax for the weekend because I'm sick and tired of working 2 weeks straight.
Good.
Oh fuck! And then only get 2 days. Dude, one thing I've realized out of working like 8-hour shifts is how much I miss 4 10-hour shifts. You always have a day off. You almost always have a 3-day weekend. When I have to work 2 weeks in a row, I at least will have 1 day off on that Friday.
Right.
And they they should make that like for a work schedule. Like
that's what I've heard from a lot of people that I know. Yeah.
Yeah. And on top of that, my favorite shift a lot of people don't like is swing shift from like 2:30 to like 12 or 1. Or no, it's give or take. Best shift ever. Because you get home, you can stay up till like 4 o'clock, fall asleep at like 5 in the morning or whatever. And then you still, by the time you have to go to work, you still have time to, get dressed at your normal pace, eat breakfast, and not feel like you're being rushed constantly.
Right.
Best schedule ever. And you get 7% more pay too. So I don't really see too much downside of it. I get it, like for people who have like, kids or want to spend a lot more time with their family in the evening. But for a single dude, like it's free game, free reign, which is awesome. All right, for this whole week, what have you been doing? Because I've just been working. So what have you been doing?
I work every day. I ship things. I market. I sew things.
Oh yeah, that's right. How has the sewing been going? What projects have you been doing?
I've just been doing helmet covers and
more helmet covers.
Yeah, and sewing is a lot of fucking. It's very time consuming. People don't realize that. Like they're like,
yeah.
Why are you charging $50 for a helmet cover? I'm like, because it takes this much fucking time. And I've made videos on it and all that shit, but like, yeah, it's
and you're one dude. It's like, I mean, yeah,
exactly.
You'll go online and see helmet covers for like $20, but yeah, they were made in a factory with like 50 other seamstresses.
And also, it's UCB.
You're one dude, yeah, and you're one dude making all these different patterns for helmets, and yeah, I can already imagine.
It's like, I mean, it's just like fucking insane, but like, I mean, I love doing it. It's just like I have to like sit there and I'll listen to fucking tunes, which I think we should do now. Go do a jam sesh, and then I listen to tunes with friends, and then I'll just sit there and sew, just get these helmet covers done, and I gotta do pouches soon. Really do, but like, all right, well, I think we're gonna end the stream.
Do a James finish.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right. Thanks everyone for showing up. And what should the keyword be? If somebody's watching ex post facto and they want to comment on the stream. Hurry up.
What surplus is this guy talking about? The last comment is selling any. Can't read that.
SADF, South African Defense Force surplus.
Isn't that stuff kind of rare? Isn't it used to be kind of common?
It's just importing anything is a bitch.
Yeah.
It's a fucking nightmare. So
And
anyway,
if it's for
okay, how about this? We'll just say helmet again for the stream. That's a keyword. If you're watching Ex Post Facto, 5 hours and 20 fucking minutes. So, all right, later everyone. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the next one.